T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. Defeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, I hear you loud and clear, 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Lines foam on my face and hands. getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we love to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. All right. Wait. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. I've kind of got a little bit of a kind of a bomb drop here, and I usually like to kind of make sure I sort this out first, and so I apologize in advance here if I get this wrong. So, but I think Adam Aaron gave us our share count, and I don't think I've seen anybody notice this yet. And it's literally a before and after picture of the crime scene. And so let me just kind of show you guys what it is that I'm seeing right now. Because if you take the original proxy where there's a share count, it tells you how many outstanding shares that there are in existence. Now you have the Form 8K, and the Form 8K has different numbers. Is it possible from the numbers that are given from the Form 8K that you could potentially figure out what's the difference in shares between the original proxy and the new Form 8K? I think there is. And it's pretty crazy. It's a lot of shares. It's a lot of shares in such a short period of time. And then Andrew's saying he gave us a dividend too. So I mean, there's so many things to talk about in this Form 8K. But yes, essentially what he's doing is in the settlement, he is saying after the conversion and reverse split, here's your dividend of 1 share for every 7 point whatever it is share. What is it? 7.5 shares of Class A common stock of AMC shares that you held. Now I want to show you guys this real quickly here because I think this is kind of cool. Ignore this number at the bottom. I haven't really settled in on this just quite yet, but ignore that number at the bottom. I'm just going to delete it for now. Outstanding shares after the conversion reverse split was the number that we had before in the old proxy was 144,743,012. So meaning after you take all the shares in existence, which was going to be 517,580,416 AMC shares, plus 929,849,612 Ape shares. When you add those all up together, and then divide by 10, it came out to the 144,743,012. Now he's saying there's going to be 156,260,885, but you have to subtract out the 6,922,566 shares that they will be handing out as a dividend to AMC shareholders. So what can we derive from some of this information? And the answer is that you can come out with how many shares there are now of AMC, which they actually put right directly in the proxy. And if you know what the shares are of AMC now, currently are now, which are higher than the 517 million, it's 2 million more shares now than there was previously. How many Ape shares are there now? After you subtract out the 6.9 million shares, what's the remainder amount? So all you have to do is you take the 156 minus the 6.92256 million shares, minus the amount of shares of AMC that were in there, which is going to be 51.91. I did all the math already. And the remaining portion is going to be 981, 459, 290, which means that Ape shares, the amount of shares that are currently being owned, are in ownership, has increased from 929 to 981. He's given us a share count, guys. He's given us a share count. And I don't think anybody's realized this yet. He's literally given us a share count because we have the old proxy data, we have the new Form 8K data showing us the difference in the information. And of course, somebody's going to have to go back over and check my math on this, but these numbers should be pretty close to accurate. And that is massive. 2 million more shares in AMC, and well, I guess you call it 50 more million shares in Ape. That's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. That's over the period of time since the proxy was released. So that I don't know what period of time you want to use for that, because I don't remember exactly when the original proxy came out on the numbers, but I would suggest that it came out. Shoot, I really can't remember. He can't sell more. Well, see, that's the problem though, Sammy boy. He can't just sell more shares. It's outstanding shares. It doesn't matter if he sells them or he doesn't sell them. They either exist or they don't exist, and the number increased by that much. It went from 929 to 981. This was supposed to be the outstanding shares, regardless of whether or not he sold more shares into the market or not on that 929. So for it to go from 929 to 981 means that some shares, new shares, are in existence somewhere, just kind of magically appeared. Nope, my stomach is not in knots, Jay. Not at all. And so let's cover what's going on right now. What's going on with price right now is an arbitrage. They're trying to wrap up the arbitrage difference here. So I'm going to show you guys a little bit of an Excel spreadsheet here that I've got. Hopefully you guys can see this. So at market close yesterday, and I'm basing some of these numbers off the old numbers that we had. Off of market close, off of the old amount of shares that we had, what was our market cap yesterday at market close? And when you add it all together, after reverse split and minus the settlement at all or anything, just nothing changed, including the settlement, right? You know, just I would have seen a market cap of about 4 billion shares. And how do we know this is accurate? Because Adam Aaron over the weekend even said that we had 4 billion in market cap, right? So you can say, okay, well, yesterday's numbers would reflect a 4 billion market cap total amount after reverse split and conversion. You would see about $27.78 a share. Now, when you add in the new amounts into the formula and come up with your same market cap, we're at about 3.678. Now, I haven't added in the current numbers. Let me see here. I got to add in let's see, we're at 3.7 now for AMC. And let's do Ape real quick here. Ape is at 180. So I can just keep changing these. And market cap is now at 3.687. So basically we have a market cap loss overnight of about $333 million. And I have a feeling that as this plays out, we're probably going to continue to see this get maybe closer and closer. And the reason that I say that is because as of last night, when I was originally doing these numbers, we had a market cap loss of about anywhere from 500 to 600 million. It's slowly starting to narrow down to a market cap that is very similar to what we had previously, based off the new numbers. So you're seeing the market essentially bring into alignment the prices with where it should be. And so that's what's happening here. You're seeing a rebalancing of money from one side to the other. And so you have one of the things that you're going to notice is that the value, the difference in the value on yesterday versus today is gone down by about $4. And what I would say is yes, it's going down, but that part of that is showing up. Notice the market cap isn't really down that much. Part of that difference is the fact that the market cap is different, right? Like if we played with these numbers a little bit here and we said something more like along the lines of like 4 and 2, you would see market cap would be really close to the same as what it was prior to yesterday. So that's probably what they're going to be settling close to, is around a 4-2 range. And so that'll get really close to the same market cap. But then you're going to notice that there's still a difference though between the yesterday's market close and today's price difference. And so you're going like, well, how in the world could you have the same market cap, a difference here? And what I would suggest is that my after hours numbers are accounting for the dilution of the settlement in there. So the value will go down a little bit, the overall value, because of that dilution that occurs. But that will be you'll receive that value back in shares. So you will get the difference in the value that's seen reported in this back in shares. So it won't, because your market cap is still going to be the same. And as long as your market cap stays the same, you're going to have the same value. So even though the price will be a little bit lower, it won't be something that's that impactful to your total overall value. So that's kind of what I got for you guys right now, and we can play around with these numbers a little bit for the day. I'm planning on I'm going to do the numbers here, and then I'm going to open up the back of the big tramp like right off the bat this morning, because I know there's going to be a lot of questions, and so I and I know it's probably easier for you guys to come in and just say it than to say it and spray it than it is to put it in text typing here. CP says, seeing April 14th as a conversion date and split based on the 10 days from April 4th in the settlement agreement. Is that what you saw also? Until a judge signs off on it, I don't think we can derive a date. And AMC is supposed to be putting out a new statement as to when that's going to be. But I can't say that I necessarily saw that, but I could have potentially maybe missed it. But it should be pending off of a judge signing off on the agreement, on the settlement. So Sam says, can you explain Antera buying puts on AMC on Friday? Seems sus in my opinion. No, not at all. It makes perfect sense to me. They are going, hedge funds and institutions are going to absolutely drive this price down like crazy. They can't afford for this price to blow up on them. And if it does, they are absolutely screwed. You're going to see some of probably the biggest amounts of manipulation in price that you have seen yet. But they don't want to go too far, because if they go too far overboard, then it's, they could run into some issues with people buying into low prices. So, but I think you're going to see some of the largest push downs in price. And so if somebody's going to buy puts knowing the fact that the price is going to be pushed down, I see an opportunity for somebody to make money. So it makes perfect sense to me. And not only that, but if they decide to exercise those puts after it's all said and done, that's even more in our favor. So the way it's going to work, Janito, and I hate using this number because I actually found like somebody else's example way better, but it's going to be based off of how many shares you hold of AMC after the reverse split and conversion. So basically, and I'm just going to throw up like just as an example, it's just a rough example here. If you have 1,000 shares, I hate my example because the end result number is a terrible number, but not the end result, but one of the numbers in the process. Let's say you own 500 shares. We'll do 500 shares. 500 shares of AMC. After conversion and reverse split, you're going to have 50 shares. Then you're going to divide that by 7.1, and it's going to give you a total of 7.0 shares, 7.04 shares on top of the shares that you already have. And so you basically will receive an additional 7 shares. You won't get the remainder portion of it. Your broker will likely give you cash for the remaining portion, but you would receive an additional 7 AMC shares after post reverse split and conversion. And so the exciting thing about this, and this is one of the things that we've been talking about, is that the end game here for Adam Aaron is to start issuing dividends. Like once he can start issuing dividends, it's going to put a lot of pressure on our brokers to actually go out and buy those shares after reverse split and conversion, because if they don't have the shares on hand to be able to distribute, then they're going to get massively crunched in the pocketbooks. And so right off the bat, Adam Aaron is giving us essentially in the settlement is essentially giving us a dividend after a reverse split and conversion. That means that all these brokers are going to be owing people shares that they don't have, and Adam Aaron's going to have the only surplus of shares available for anybody to buy. So he's essentially forcing the market into wanting to buy the shares that he has available to raise capital. So it's really forcing institutions into a tough bind where they're going to be, they're going to they're going to be just jonesing for shares, and so it's going to be crazy. It's going to be really, really chaotic, and I think this is also helping Adam Aaron get what it is that he wants out of this, which is somebody who's going to have to come in and want to buy those shares at a premium price. By how much would the shorts have been screwed from 5? We were at 26 like 80 days ago. It doesn't really matter. They're screwed one way or the other. It doesn't really make a difference. A screwing is a screwing, man. In this kind of situation, Oland, it doesn't matter if you're at 26 or you're at 5. The screwing happens when somebody gets forced to cover. It doesn't matter what the share price is. It doesn't matter where it starts, where the pain starts from. The pain starts as soon as somebody starts getting forced margin called. And so it doesn't matter if we're at $1 or we're at $100, the pain is still real. Jathan says, Casey, so you have to have at least 80 shares between AMC. No, it's AMC only, Jathan. It has to be AMC. They will not count Ape shares for part of your dividend and reverse split. This is only going to be based off the AMC shares that you held as of Friday. So if you held, and there's no going out and being able to buy now. So if you don't have after the reverse split and conversion 50 shares of, 70, I guess, for every 7.5. So you're going to have 7.5 shares, which is going to be 75 shares at least pre-conversion and reverse split. Which actually would be 80. It would be 80 because they're in the reverse split and conversion. They would probably round that off for you. So yeah, 80 would probably be the correct number of AMC shares prior to the reverse split and conversion. Nosa says, damn, I almost have 10 only. Exactly. Let's do these numbers, guys. It's gonna be absolute desperation. I mean, you can already see it. You can already see it in some of the price movement, how they're trying to move price around. It's gonna be a lot of craziness going on here. I mean, you can already see it in the volume right now. We're already at 1.31 million shares on AMC traded. I go nuts. I go nuts when I see over a million shares traded before 7 a.m. or by 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're already at 1.31 million shares. So I'm go nuts for donuts this morning, and Ape has traded 1.14 million shares. So there's massive, massive, massive amounts of activity going on right now to reconcile what's going to happen to these guys, and they know it, and they know it's coming, and they're panicking. I'm telling you, they're panicking right now. Yeah, yes, Jason, that's correct. We only have 10. All right, so let's get into the numbers here, guys. It is time. I'm cleaning off my glasses here. As soon as I'm done cleaning off my glasses, we'll get looking into these numbers. But I'm really pumped by this, and I think that the fact that nobody's really kind of recognized the fact that Adam Aaron gave us that share count, I think is probably one of the coolest things out of all of this because um, everybody's been asking for such a long time to get a share count, and so now you finally have some kind of resemblance of what might be a share count because you're seeing the difference between the original proxy share count and the March 31st share count, and it's already showing you a discrepancy of over 50 million shares, like 52 million shares to be exact, and that's a pretty big difference, and in the period of time that encompasses. All right, let's see what we got going on here, guys. Well, Roseanne, you have to realize I go based off of Webull. I understand that other reporting agencies or other reporting brokers have larger amounts. Like if you're on TD Ameritrade or you're on Charles Schwab or you're on Fidelity Active Trader Pro, you're going to be seeing a larger volume amount than I'm seeing. But I'm only looking at Webull because that's what I track on a constant basis, and I got to stick to apples, not apples and oranges. So when it comes to apples, 1.34 million is where I'm seeing right now, and so that's what I'm running with here. Casey, why do you think settling a case that was clearly frivolous and with no chances to be prosperous? So settling this case here isn't admitting to fault. It's simply the way that you. That's how, like, a mass majority of cases are settled. It's just that's the way it is, and it's never admitting fault. A lot of people always assume that means that you're at fault, and it has nothing to do with that at all. It's simply a way to close business and be able to move forward. And one thing that you need to remember about this is, Nosa, is what I'm telling you is that Adam Aaron's yielding to giving us essentially a dividend, which is going to help him out in the long run. So this is killing two birds with one stone. You make the lawsuit go away, number one. And number two, you're able to give out a dividend, applying pressure to the market to force them to want to buy shares. So he's killing two birds with one stone here. And so this has nothing to do with declaring anything about being guilty at all. This is just simply a maneuver to get what it is that they want. So let me pull up the numbers here, guys. I'm going to head over to the other page here real quick and take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. Yeah, Tech We Love says settling is actually going to help AMC and shareholders, and that's my exact point. That's exactly it. It all comes down to is the only person this really helps out is us, and a lot of people were wondering about whether or not shareholders were going to get the shares, and the answer to that is really, really simple. All you have to do is the math. The 517 million shares that we had previously divided by 10 divided by 7.5 is about 6.9. And that's how many shares that they're giving out, is 6.9 million shares. The math is really simple, straightforward, and there's no confusion really in it whatsoever. AMC shareholders will be receiving shares from this, and it's not just a particular group of people or anything like that. It will be AMC shareholders. Maneuver, keto. Good morning, sir. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back on the screen. Holy moly, am I glad that we base our numbers off of closing price and not aftermarket hour prices, because man, we all would have gotten price predictions wrong. Closing price on AMC was $5.11. Ape was at 148. The combined total on that was 659. Minus $1.50. Who was closest? Do we have anybody who got? Oh, Eric was off by 1 penny. Eric was off by 1 penny. He had 510 to 810. He was off. His average price was off by 1 penny. He's so close to getting an extra point. Everybody got a price prediction tally point for yesterday. Obviously, there was no way that we knew that settlement was coming in the aftermarket hours. So, as usual, all the big price movements always happen during that time because you don't have any kind of circuit breakers that prevent price from being adjusted. So congratulations to Eric for last week's win one more time here, and then we're going to reset for yesterday's price points. Remember, guys, this is not financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes. Man, we're going to have such a hard time predicting price for the day today. We'll see what happens, but this is going to be a rough one. I have a feeling this is going to set the crowd apart here on today's numbers. Woo-wee, this is going to be tough. Let's see what we got going on here for short exempt volume. On AMC yesterday, 311.9. This is gonna cause all kinds of havoc on short exempt volume. Let's see here, 311.9 for AMC and Ape. Man, by the way, guys, SSR is obviously going to be tripped when AMC opens up this morning, which means that the short exempt volume is probably going to be through the roof. Let's see here. Ape short exempt volume yesterday was 80.2 thousand. Kind of low. AMC was up 2% yesterday, and Ape was up 0.68. And let's check that utilization. I'm showing utilization still 100% for AMC. Let me verify the date. It is indeed March 31st, so that is correct. And then Ape utilization yesterday is 74.83. No change in utilization whatsoever on Ape. So let me check that date on that one real fast just to make sure that we got the right updated numbers. No, we don't have updated numbers for Ape yet on utilization. Or AMC. I just realized March 31st was not yesterday. That was okay. So I do not have updated information yet on Ortex for utilization, which usually is in by this time in the morning. So we're not getting reports on accurate information here right now on Ortex. So the first signs of things being amuck already. Let me just refresh it one more time, make sure. Okay, April 3rd here. April 3rd is showing, but I do not have the data for April 3rd yet. Wow. Okay, that's unusual, especially when it's already 6:37 in the morning. We'll have to move on from there. Let's see here. What's next? Max pain for the day today. Should still be $5. I wouldn't expect to see any change. It is $5. Off exchange volume as of yesterday, 64% combined between off exchanges and EDGX is what I expect to see. Final numbers for the day yesterday. Ooh, man, we have a big, huge drop in some of these numbers here. The change is that a ton of shares went through NYSE ARCA and NASDAQ GSM, and I would imagine that would have been in the aftermarket hours, which drastically dropped our off exchange amount to 41.38%. So if this means that all the sell orders that went through in the aftermarket hours yesterday came from them pushing through orders through NYSE ARCA and NASDAQ GSM in a quantity of about 7% through NASDAQ GSM and about 15% through NYSE ARCA. So that's where those numbers change from. So off exchange 41.38 and EDGX was 13.53. Combined total on that was 54.91. That's about nearly 10%. It's about 9% lower than it should be, but for the day. That means that tons and tons of that selling volume that occurred in the aftermarket hours was pushed through those additional markets there. And that's why you're seeing price drive down. It'll be interesting to see what we have. We should have the same thing happening on Ape as well, which means that they've got buy orders going through. Yep, same thing. Same thing happening over on. We actually have off exchanges for like the very first time ever reporting less than NYSE ARCA. We had 43.82% of our total daily volume when normally it's 8.02% of our volume going through. If you want, oh man. Don't tell me that the off exchanges and are not being abused. It is only 27.39% of our volume went through off exchanges. That's it. 27.39% of yesterday's total volume, and then EDGX is 3.44 for combined total 30.83. So about 33% less than it should have been. 33% less. This is what it looks like. This is what price movement looks like on Ape when you have 33% moving through off exchanges instead. That 20 something, 22.97, almost 23% that we're up right now. This is what it would look like on a daily basis if we didn't have shares going through those exchanges. That's what it would look like. It would just every day a 20 something percent day up, and this is, oh man, this is crazy. These numbers are crazy. This is nuttiness. CHX volume yesterday on AMC was 0.02% of the total daily volume. Ape was 0. And then GME's CHX volume was 0.14 of the 30-day average of 0.26, so it was low as well. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Yesterday was 134.202 million. Today is being reported at 134.168 million. What's next? I guess we go straight to options. And I didn't log in yet, guys. So let me log in real quick here. Two-factor authentication, if you guys don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. Don't let somebody ruin a good time for you by not protecting yourself. Let's hope I can actually even log into my broker. I've been having problems here. I'm gonna have to reload this page. Give me a second here. Whenever I have problems logging in, if I just reload the page, and it usually works just fine. Yep, that did it. Two-factor authentication, if you do decide to get it, oftentimes they'll let you put in a secondary device to be able to receive your passcode. Not a bad idea to do, because if something should happen to your primary device, you can still receive the code to get into your account, and yeah, save yourself some kind of a headache. I'm also asking people to start taking pictures. I've been asking for a while. Take pictures of your portfolios or video footage and save it someplace, please. Please, please. I do not want to hear people coming back and saying, I didn't take a picture, now it doesn't look right. Something's wrong. And I'll be like, well, I hope you took pictures, because if you didn't, you're screwed. You're not going to have anything to do. You're just going to sit there and you're going to tell, bro, I swear it was this before, and you changed it, and that's not right. And guess whose fault that's going to be? It's going to be your fault, It's going to be your fault that you didn't take a picture. Obviously it's your broker's fault for screwing it up, but if you don't protect yourself, guys, you're the one at fault for not protecting yourself. So protect yourself now. Take those pictures and videos of your accounts and save them in a folder someplace. I'm telling you, you don't want to be that person that sits there and says, I didn't do it, now I'm screwed. Don't be that guy. Don't, or girl, or ape. Don't do it. Just don't do it. You don't want to be that one. You're going to be hating life if that's the case. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers. I'm logged into my account now. Let's see what we got going on these options here. Highest amount of open interest that we had yesterday was at a $5 strike for calls. That is still the case for today, although there is a close runner-up at 5.5. At $5 strike, there was 31,000 contracts yesterday. There's now 36.6. On puts, highest amount of volume was at a $4.5 strike with 26,000 contracts. It is now 33.9. This is going to be this sudden movement in price down like this is going to cause all kinds of craziness here. And Terra knew something was coming, didn't they? They're going to make a killing off of this. And if they decide to exercise, God help whoever had the other side of that. God help them. God help them. It ain't gonna be pretty. Not one bit. Let me give you guys a little bit of music, and then I'm gonna move some screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data that we got going on here. What am I gonna give you here? I'm gonna give you today this one. I really gotta fix my skipping record player. I don't know why it does that now. It's all janky. It's a skipper. Look at that. AMC, #1 most heavily traded stock in the aftermarket hours in the last 4 minutes of yesterday. Boom. Let's see here. Oh, I forgot Ortex. Give me 1 second. I knew I was forgetting something. All right. Definitely something going on here. We had a quick retest of the top side of that wedge, and now a breakout below the wedge here, and some consolidation with current total price at $5.56. I'm pretty sure they're going to do a retest of this bottom down here at 535. That's been a strong level of support for us from the past. So we'll see if we can continue to hold that or not. But, man, that happened a day earlier than I was expecting. But it did break. And I thought it was going to move to the top side, but I think a lot of this obviously has to do with the arbitration leveling out of the difference between the two share prices. So, and I do expect a market cap to be relatively the same, like I was showing you guys earlier. This market cap is pretty close right now. Let me look at the two prices on AMC and Ape and update this. We're at 183 on AMC, or Ape rather, and AMC is at 372. So, and I'm expecting these numbers to, but I think probably before the end of the day out, I wouldn't be surprised if we're back to a 4 billion market cap again. So as it stands right now, we're pretty close. We're getting really, really close. We're only about 290, and this number keeps dropping. This loss in market cap keeps dropping, because yesterday afternoon it was, or before I went to bed last night, it was like around 500 million. So it keeps dropping and dropping, and I do expect that to get closer and closer back to that 4 billion market cap. All right. I don't know. We'll have to continue to watch where this is going, but I think this is obviously all just in relationship to the rebalancing of the share prices. Let's see if Ortex is finally getting their act together and reporting the data for yesterday now. I bet they're having some fun over there. Let's see what we got going on here. Utilization. Nope, still only reporting March 31st. I got no new data on here, and I don't know why they're not reporting anything. So I'm gonna have to come back to Ortex, and I don't know. I have no idea as to why they're not reporting the current day numbers when normally by this time of the day they have no problem reporting. Something's going. Let's take a look and see if we've got reporting on GME. Nope, no reporting on GME either. Let's check Cinemark. Let's just out of curiosity. Also no data. So for whatever reason, they are not providing data at this time in the morning like they usually do. Very interesting. Orders by Fidelity customers, and this is only for the final 4 minutes of the day yesterday. Massive amounts of buy orders for AMC rolling through. In the last 4 minutes, we had 81.35% buys to 18.65% sales. Nobody was selling. Not nobody, but it was pretty dang near close. In the last 4 minutes of buy orders to sell orders, it was just massive amounts of buys going on in the last 4 minutes. AMC definitely making it to the top. Ape also very high up there on the list. Ape came in fourth with a 69.32% buy to 30.68% sell ratio. We're not selling this stuff, guys. That's not what's happening. Anybody who would suggest otherwise is full of it. There's buy orders up the yin yang. GME made the list here as well. However, they have a 33.52% buy to 66.48% sell ratio. So they actually had a little bit of a sell off there from retail. SSR trigger price for the day today on AMC is going to be at $4.60. That will trigger, by the way, when market opens immediately. Those short exempt volume will immediately start printing. I can almost guarantee it. And then let me check Ape real quick here because I had figured it out earlier, but I think for some reason I might have forgotten to write it down on my board. I just changed on the charts. SSR trips today at 1.332. I don't expect that to be tripping at all, but I'll write it down. And let's see, we got shares available to borrow at 0. They had 250,000 shares. We saw them borrow a couple, like 50,000 shares at the end of the day yesterday before market close. They had that remaining 200,000 shares available to borrow there, and they did borrow all 200,000 shares at the very, very end of the day at a 351.2%, which did increase as the day went on. Somebody knew somebody was going to need shares, and they made it very, very costly to get those. Normally, when we see shares in this kind of quantity sitting there, the number starts to drop over time, not increase. And so as the day went on and nobody was borrowing more shares, they kept raising the interest rate or the fee rate actually on those borrowed shares. This is the exact opposite of what we see normally happening, which means somebody knew that somebody was going to need shares really, really bad, and they wanted to make them pay dearly for them, and they did. 351.2%. It's pretty impressive. Calls, we have 98.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 40. You know what? These numbers can't be right. There's no way. There's 102,000 contracts set. So I'm not really going to put much faith in these numbers right now because there's got to be more in the money puts currently. This may update after market opens. But as of, I guess, maybe market close yesterday, There was 98.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 46.3 thousand contracts that were in the money. 102,000 contracts that are out of the money on the puts versus 27.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. We're going to see the puts go way in the money. A lot of puts go way in the money, and probably all the in the money calls go out of the money. So we'll see this like drastic swing in a lot of these numbers here that are going into the money. There is going to be so many. Look at all these contracts down here out of the money that are going to go in the money. On the puts, there's 549 a couple weeks out, 342 a couple weeks after that, a couple weeks after that, there's 470. There's just absolutely tons of puts that are out of the money that are going to move into the money here. There's going to be a rapid shift in price, not price, but money exchanging hands. VIX this morning is up 0.35, which means the market should be slightly down, but I'm actually seeing futures on the markets up anywhere from 0.12 to 0.43. I got up an hour and a half earlier than normal today, guys, because I wanted to make sure I was on top of my game today. And I was going to do some paper trading as part of my scheduled routine that I normally do the night before, but I didn't even have time for it. It was kind of crazy. I'm probably going to put it to the side for today. Nasdaq is down, or this was yesterday. I'm not looking at these numbers yet. Let's see here. Going back to banks, plus or minus 3%. This is the only thing. Anything that's plus or minus 3%. This is going to be what I'm going to read. We've got Silvergate down 3.09% in the pre-market. Other big movers are. That's it. Ethereum Classic up 2.49. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.07. WTI in the pre-market is up 0.37. That's oil. SPY up 0.27. Tesla is up 0.81, Amazon up 1.01, Cinemark breaking even, Doge is up 4.07, Bitcoin is up 1.82 at 28.3K a coin, GME is down 0.73, HYMC is up 0.4, HUD is up 0.1, Ape is up 24.32, and AMC is down 26.81. Inflow versus outflow yesterday for AMC was approximately $1.6 million more inflow than outflow. So far this morning, we have 1.49 million shares traded on AMC. That volume prediction for the day today is going to be so difficult for me, but I'm gonna try and give you guys the best I can. Usually 1 million shares by 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, which it's going to be at least 2 million. Usually that nets us about, if I'm not mistaken, 200 million. 1 million shares by 7 a.m. my time, which is in 5 minutes. Would net us about 200 million shares traded for the day. So my thought process here is that we're going to see a lot. I don't even. It's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be a tough day to predict. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.8, which is signaling heavily oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.02, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, let's see here, slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of, why is it doing that again? Hold on a second here, guys. I got to fix this. That's so annoying. Why is it doing that? Here we go. 29.71 is the RSI, which is signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.93, which is just slightly above average. On Ape, yesterday there was approximately $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 1.27 million shares traded so far this morning. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 79.06, signaling overbought. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 73.4 signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.18, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.49, which is just slightly below average. Taking a look at Ichimoto, which is going to be almost a pointless indicator at this time to be looking at. But Ape has on a 1 hour time interval, these numbers are not even going to make sense. On a 1 hour time interval, it is showing a massive buy signal with a lagging line above price line, conversion above base, and price above all that. We will want to see by the end of the day today above $2.04 on Ape, or else going into tomorrow, it could look like a sell signal. So 204 is going to be a magic number for us. I wrote that one down. And on a 4 hour chart, we've got conversion above base, lagging above price line, and obviously prices above the cloud. Staying above, we don't really have any limitations on where we need to be. We just need to stay above conversion, which at this point is 170. I don't think I don't imagine that we're going to have any problem with that, but I'm not sure how they're going to continue to short the stock. So on a 4 hour chart, staying above 170 is going to be key. I think really the goal that we should be shooting for, though, is and you can see that there is a TD9 being printed here. So I do expect a little bit of pullback. Staying above 170 is key. So I'm going to go ahead and write that number down. 170. We might run into a little bit of problems if we see it drop below 170. Taking a look at AMC on the 1 hour 1 hour chart here, we have obviously lagging line below price line, conversion below base. We have very thin portions of the cloud here, but for the day, the big buy signal comes in for the day to day if price were to move above conversion and base, and we would have to get price above lagging line above price line, which before the end of the day is over would be 515, but there's no chance that's going to happen. This is going to kind of mess up the charts a little bit for I don't know, probably about 2 or 3 days. This rebalancing. I mean, I guess I'll just write the numbers down, but breaking 515 would be heavy buying pressure. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this. On a 4 hour chart, lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. Seeing price rise over the day today above 550. It's still the 550 number. Oh, sheesh. Look at that 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Just hit. The orders are flying. Flying. Look at that, orders. Oh, my gosh. Let's see what we got going on here. Pokey stick of volume coming in here hot and heavy with about almost 500,000 shares. So, man, this is going to be such a tough day for me to predict. Let me think about this for a minute. 200 million share or 2 million shares by this time should represent somewhere in the range of 400 million shares traded for the day. However, I don't think that's going to be the case. More than likely, it'll probably end up being. Man, we're getting a second pokey stick here. What the hell? Oh, it's only 94 shares. Man. Wow. Look at those orders, guys. I don't even know what to do here. I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna just go over and see what you guys are saying. Look at the orders just rolling through there, just absolutely just rolling through. I mean, the funny part is it's not even that many shares, right? It was only 64,000 shares that went through in that single minute, but they were just absolutely just cooking, rolling through the chart there on the time and sales. Let me think about this real quick here. 1.95 million. That should equate to close to about 400 million shares traded for the day today. But the problem is that there was only 400,000 shares traded through the pokey stick, and usually the pokey stick is a doubling of whatever the total amount is. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna base this on the idea that the pokey stick of volume is really telling us what the volume for the day is going to be, and not necessarily the pre-market volume going into the pokey stick. So I'm gonna give two different predictions. I'm gonna give what I think is an adjusted amount based off of what I think the pokey stick is telling us the volume is going to be today, which to me looks, and I always give myself a little extra room on. Normally it's a 30 million spread, but I give myself 40 million on days where it's over 100 million shares that are expected to be traded. So if I had to guess on an adjusted amount based off of just the pokey stick alone, I would say that we're going to see somewhere between 160 to 200 million shares traded for the day. Yeah, 160 to. Now that's just based off of just the pokey stick, right? The actual number based off of what the combined total is representing somewhere around 360 to 400. So, and I don't know which way it's going to go, but my guess is it's probably going to be the lower of the two numbers, the 160 to 200. But I gotta tell you guys what it is that I'm seeing. So we'll see what ends up happening throughout the day today. But the other part to this is Ape. Ape's over here. Ape's cooking pretty strong with 274,000 shares going through our pokey stick, which tells me that I should do an adjusted amount of probably around 80 to 120 million. And then an unadjusted amount of 280 to 320. So, guys, this is a learning process for all of us. So I need to see how the market's going to react, and so this is why I'm giving you an adjusted amount and an unadjusted amount based off of two different indicators that I'm looking at here, and we'll see which one carries through, which one ends up being right, because maybe we need to be looking at more of the adjusted version, because 160 to 200 sounds more realistic to me. I can't even imagine 360 to 400 million shares having been traded for the day. So, but we'll end up seeing what happens in the end, one way or the other. Man, I have no idea. I don't know if I see Einstein's in here right now. I have like literally no idea what I'm going to be doing for a price prediction right now, but let me pull up my calculator real quick here again, and let's take a look at this. So we've got 3.8 on AMC, and Ape is at 1.75. So now it just the spread on the market caps got a little bit worse there in this last I don't know, half hour or so. What a day. What a day. Wiggy Wiggles says 420. We need to ask. Yuck. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna go back into the back of the big tramp, guys. In case anybody wants to talk back there. I think now's a great time. Like if you want to come back in the back of the big tramp and hang out, we can talk. About anything you guys want to talk about. And I actually have asked Yucca to come on and talk about his experience that he had over this weekend, and we'll have a good time here watching what's going to unfold here. I have no idea what I'm gonna do for price prediction. Like zero. Arthur, how's it going, man?
Good morning. Good morning.
Top of the day to you, sir.
It's a great day, Casey. Fuck 'em. Screw 'em. Screw 'em.
Screw 'em! Screw 'em!
I want to do that. I have a look. Ask you. You were talking about this when you first came on. You were talking about he gave us a share count. And you were talking about a difference in numbers.
Hmm.
50 million for Ape and 2 million for AMC. Correct?
Oh wait, let me just answer something real quick here from Roseanne. Roseanne, I can't remember if you panic messaged me. I probably don't. I don't normally answer panic messages. I'll let you cool off a little first. But okay, so in regards to what you're asking, you're saying, what was the question? Let me refocus here. Sorry.
Okay. Calm down. Breathe, man. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna be all right.
I know. I was just reading the comment section here, and I was like, Nana was panicking, and I wanted to make sure she knew that I don't panic. All right. So you said 50 million the difference, right? From what it was. Oh yeah. AMC and Ape is 50 million difference. It's about 52 million difference.
All right. So, all right. So 52 million difference. Was that about 10% of the total float of AMC and Ape?
We could do some math and figure it out.
Well, all right, hold on. Let me ask you this: so is what you trying to say is that you have gotten it down to a number of shares that have possibly been oversold beyond what the float was supposed to be? Is that what you're saying
The
with
outs
that number?
I'm saying that the outstanding shares has changed. The outstanding shares has changed by more than what was represented in the original proxy. Because the original proxy was stating that after the reverse split and conversion, or before the reverse split and conversion, they were saying that there was 517,580,416 shares of AMC, 929,849,612 shares of Ape. When you added those all up and then you divide by 10, it came out to 144,743,012 shares, right? They're saying that the new amount of outstanding shares after a settlement is going to be 156,260,885. So, using the math, their own math that they're putting in there, you can derive what the outstanding AMC shares is, which they actually put in the Form 8K. You can see that they've already got that listed in there, and then you can figure out what the difference is to get what Ape shares is. So all you do is you take the 156,260,885 number, right? You subtract out the settlement amount, which is 6.9256 million shares, which gives you 149,338,319. Now we know that in the Form 8K, they're saying that there's going to be 519. Well, actually, they're saying it's going to be 51.9. 51.9. Sorry, what am I saying? 51,919,239 shares. So we subtract that number that they provided in the Form 8K, the 51919,239 number, from that, and that leaves you with a remainder of 97,419,080. And so it looks like hold on a second. Let me just do the math one more time because I may have had my numbers just slightly off from what I have on the page here. One of my numbers does stick on my board here a little bit, so I got to make sure these numbers are correct here one more time. Let's see, minus 6922566 minus 51919,239. Okay. Yeah, my number was just I don't know why it was just slightly off, but it was. So let me change this. 974,190,800. Let me just do it one more time just to verify. 156,260,885 minus the 6922566 minus 51919,239. Yeah, 97, and then you multiply that by 10 because that's what our current outstanding would be, is 974,190,800. Yeah, that's correct. So those are the numbers that I'm getting right now. So, and 974. So let me add these back up again here, and I'll tell you what our outstanding is now versus what it was before. I'm getting 1,493,383,190. So essentially, there's been an increase by. Let me add up the. Let me throw this number on a page here real quick so we can save it. We'll compare this to, and so this is going to be the interesting part here. So the old value of outstanding shares was 1,447, 430, 028. So you have a difference. $45,953,162 shares. That's the difference.
Where do these shares come from?
Got me. Outstanding shares is outstanding shares. There should be no.
I understand they can't do any more. They would have to issue more from the preferred stock, correct?
Yep. There is no other outstanding shares, right? So the outstanding shares has increased by 45 million shares. So where did they come from? And the answer is I have no idea. They're more. There's more being reported now by 45.9 million shares than what was being reported in the original proxy.
And when you say the original proxy, you're talking about the original proxy that was issued about the conversion and reverse split.
Yep.
Okay.
Because they had to do a share count for that proxy, and that share count came out with the outstanding shares. And so now this Form 8K is so there's either problems. So there could be a couple different scenarios here. Either the numbers are off and they're not making sense, and somebody made a clerical error in the Form 8K, in which case we'll have to see a correction on that at some point. Or 45.9 million shares just suddenly appeared more in the last reported amount of outstanding shares than previous.
And that number would have been reported through a share count?
It would have been reported by the DT. Gosh, I just lost it.
The DTCC?
Yes. I couldn't remember. I wanted, for some reason, I wanted to say DDTC. I don't know why I wanted to say DT. I was like sitting there going, I know it's not DD. Why am I saying DD in my head? I couldn't get DD out. Once I started saying it in my head, I was like DDDDDDCCC. But yeah, that's that would be the reporting from the DTCC.
Okay.
I mean, that's where they get their numbers from. They go to the DTCC and they say, what do you got? What's on the books? Island of Dr. Moreau. It doesn't matter if Adam Aaron sells more shares or not. It doesn't change the outstanding shares. Outstanding shares is outstanding shares. That doesn't change. That is not the free float that we're talking about. Free float versus what's outstanding is two completely different things. Adam Aaron increases the free float by selling outstanding shares. We've had an increase in outstanding shares, not in the free float. That can't really be accounted for in the numbers in the Form 8K from the proxy. Big differences here. We're not talking about what it is you're talking about. Let's see here. Let me throw these numbers. Since we do have updating numbers here, let me go ahead and throw these numbers in. And right now we've got 3.91 for AMC, and Ape has 1.74. All right, so now our market cap spread difference is 283 million. So it's getting a little bit better than what it was a little bit ago, but still off by 283 million. I would expect to still see a more balancing. I think that's all I got for you guys. Preacher, how's it going, man?
Sorry. Well, just chilling, listening, jackets and all.
I know. It's kind of crazy. Uh,
And like,
did you
yeah,
have
I
any
have to jump in a meeting in like 10 minutes, but yeah, it's I'm all eyes on AMC since last night.
Yeah, it's pretty spectacular.
Yeah, indeed.
Just
For a blast off.
I want to throw this out there because I just saw somebody write a message real quick about selling off of a position. Remember, guys, that any of this stuff that takes place is all going to be based off of positions that are already made. Changing your position now is not going to change the outcome of your position. So all of this is predated to today. So whatever you had as of Friday is going to make what it is that you get. So don't expect changing your position is going to change the final outcome. Wiggy Wiggles, you have to send me a DM in Twitter, and I can give you the link.
Casey, so if I can ask a question on that, on what you just mentioned.
Mhm.
So the position you had on Friday is the one that's going to be, let's say, well, reflecting the conversion that we first split when it comes to AMC and the 7.5 instead of 10, or
No.
overall? I'm just curious, what happens with the shares you buy, let's say today or this week?
So if you were to buy AMC shares today, you would just have. That's actually a good point. You should get it still. I mean, according to the filing here, it says that it does state that it does say that it would be based off of held by the plaintiff's class as of March 31st, 2023, an aggregate of 6,922,566 shares of Class A common stock would be issued in the settlement payment. So, but the interesting thing about this is that technically speaking, normally the way that a dividend works is that if you were to buy shares until the ex dividend date, you would receive. I would almost say that date that they're listing there is like the ex dividend date for the changes, because it does, it's saying as of March 31st, 2023. This is a good question. I can't definitively state that I know for sure what's going to happen with that. But the way that it reads, it makes it sound like you would receive a share based off of your holding date. Now, think of it like this, though. I'm sure there's a lot of brokers out there who would love to tell anybody who tries to buy an AMC share afterwards, I'm sorry, but you're not eligible for that distribution of an extra share because you purchased your shares after March 31st. We're not going to supply you with a share because you didn't have ownership of those particular AMC shares until after March 31st. So I would imagine that a lot of brokers are probably going to wiggle their way out of. Technically speaking, you should still receive the dividend if you bought the share at a later date, but I think the brokers are probably going to wiggle out of this one. Any AMC shares bought after March 31st, I don't think will get a distribution, an additional distribution.
Well, anyway, I'm buying 10 more shares today to add to my 10 shares and magically make them into 10 shares. So, yeah.
Sounds good, man. Enjoy your 10 shares.
Oh, I will.
Rally Vermont says, "Do we have a timeline for conversion now?" I didn't see one. My understanding is that we need to get the judge to sign off on the agreement. Once the judge signs off on the agreement, AMC is supposed to announce a future date. Now, there might be people out there who are privy to other information than I have, but I'm not aware of one currently. Somebody, I think CPE was in here earlier mentioning something about the 14th or something, but I haven't seen that. So, and I didn't, it could be misreading on my part, but I didn't see anything in here that suggested the 14th as a date for me. I'm kind of looking through it here. I see March 14th as a listed date here, so I do see a 14th date on the page here, but that's not this month. So I don't see it. Let me check something out real quick. I just noticed something real fast. Let's see here. Yeah, that's not enough. Let's see. Trying to read through and jump in anytime if you got another question. Don't hesitate. But 3,000 divided by 10 equals 300. 300 divided by 7.5 equals 40. Equals no partial equals 340 total shares. Correct. Let me just do that last portion of the math just to verify. Probably is correct. Yep, that's correct. 340. That's absolutely correct. Ice cream. Rally Vermont says, so the judge could shut this down and continue with litigation. Yes. Although Well, I'm no expert, but I don't I have a hard time imagining that happen. Usually, when two parties agree on on closing it out, usually the judge signs off on it, unless there's something there that's just totally egregious that the judge just doesn't agree with. Oh, Plague, Casey, how was the Wick flick? Wick flick. I loved it. I thought it was a great movie, and I didn't know it was 2 hours and 50 minutes long. Plague, and so my wife and I got out of it, and I looked at my watch or my phone leaving, and I was like, "Holy crap, we're like, it's really late." And I was like, "That was like a 3 hour long movie," and it did not feel like a 3 hour long movie at all. Joe, no, I never pushed for a yes vote at all. That is a complete lie. In fact, I was very adamant about staying out of suggesting which way should be voted. In fact, I didn't even vote yes. So you're just simply a liar. I didn't vote yes. I didn't vote for.
Morning, morning,
Good morning.
morning, Casey. That Joe image profile looks familiar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Seen it
Or
somewhere
maybe it's just
before?
coincidence. Yeah, I've seen. I think that's from Braveheart, right? Braveheart.
Mm-hmm.
We'll leave it at that.
Yep. But it's funny. I think it's really funny that that Joe would seem to think that he knows what it is that I'm saying, though. When he obviously doesn't spend enough time listening to what I say, because I never once even alluded to which direction I was voting. I'm not removing Joe just yet. He can. I'll leave him. I'll leave Joe a chance to apologize. I'll let Joe do the apologizing. Well, somebody was saying something. I interrupted. What did you say?
No, I was just saying that that's how we know the shields are here. These guys who have no idea what you were saying across the weeks and months of us being here and coming, throwing traps left and right.
Yeah.
So we're close. We're close.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna have to drop. Catch you guys later if you're still around.
Yeah, I'm actually going to take a break. Moxby, did you have any questions or anything that you wanted to comment on, or am I just going to hand the show off to you and take my break?
This is Mac and Bees, by the way. You can leave me the show, man. I'll do a little bit of singing, a little bit of lecture reading if that interests people. No, hell no, I'm out.
I don't blame you one bit, man. I don't blame you.
It's not my type of thing.
It's not my type of thing too either. Trust me.
You do it fine. You do it fine.
I appreciate it. Matt, it's good to see you, Mac and Bees, man. Take care.
Yeah, me too.
All right, I'm stepping out of the back of the big tramp while I take my break here. Ape says I'll drop my price prediction when you get back from break. I don't blame you, Apex. I'm gonna wait on mine too. I think that's so funny. I think it's really funny when somebody says Casey said to vote yes. It's like the funniest thing ever. Oh man. Real Rugged says I just sent you a Twitter message. All right, sounds good. I'm gonna take my break and let's see here. Easterby says, Casey, are you going to video the shit? Of course, man. Of course. I can't imagine not videotaping the shaving of the beard. And it's going to be so great to get it off when I do get it off, man. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. I've been waiting to get. I am not a beard kind of person, and to be honest with you, I think I'm gonna miss it a little bit, just because of the fact that I think it's difficult to have something be a part of you for extended period of time and just lose it. at some point, you start grabbing onto it and holding on to it like it's like a resting place for your hand or something, and it's like, I remember way back in the day when I used to be larger in size like I am right now. I used to have a really bad beer belly, and I'd stick I'd rest my beer on top of the top portion of my belly, and it was like this great resting place. I mean, I wouldn't let go of the beer because it wasn't enough room, but I would just set it there. And it was like a good resting place for a beer. And then I got into shape, and as I was losing that gut, and I couldn't set my beer on top of it anymore, I kind of missed it a little bit. It was kind of like, damn it, where's my beer shelf at? And it's like, oh well, I guess I only weigh 165 pounds now, and it's okay to lose the weight and the beer shelf. But now I'm going to lose the beard shelf. But I'll tell you what, I won't miss the leftovers. The leftovers and the beard will be the first thing that I don't mind missing. And man, I want to eat. What is it I really want to eat? I want to eat something like just really super messy that like is something that normally like messes up your chin. Uh, hmm. Something with pasta. I want to go eat a good pasta. Maybe I'll go to like Olive Garden and grab like some salmon and salmon Alfredo fettuccine and just allow it to drip down my face. Kelly Boy says lasagna or something. Oh, Dynamite says ribs, dude. Dynamite, that's it. No. I just figured it out. I'm gonna go have a Royal Red Robin burger with the egg. I want that. I want that over easy egg in my hamburger again. Because you cannot do that with a beard. All right. That's what I'm really looking forward to. That'll be what it is. The first thing I go eat afterwards is going to be that Royal Red Robin burger, and I'm going to just let it drip right down the front side of my face. All right, guys, I gotta go to break. Yeah, I know. Spaghetti, meh. I'll go for that burger. I can't wait, Roseanne. I really can't wait. It'll be it'll be nice. All right, I'm gonna play you guys some music here, some nice, easy listening music, or maybe a little tense music. I'm not sure which, but and take off. I will see you guys in 15 minutes before market open. Give you my price prediction, which I have no idea where I'm going with this, and I'll see you guys in a bit later. Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and I just updated the chart that I've got here. So I put after hours. I should put extended hours, really. Extended hour trading. We've got AMC at $4 and Ape at 1.77. When you work everything the way that the conversion reverse split would occur, our market cap is getting extremely close to balance to where it was last night at market close. At a 3.813 billion market cap currently, and it was 4.021 yesterday. So we're a net loss of 207 million in market cap at this point in time. So it's getting really, really close to balancing out here. And I do expect that we'll probably see that balance out quite nicely before this is all said and done. Apex saying I'm just going to wing it today and shoot for AMC closing at 4 and Ape closing at 2, combining 6. 450 to 750 for Apex. Apex, I really don't know what I'm going to do for price prediction for the day today, but that's what you're doing right there. That's maybe not even a bad idea, but I do think that institutions are going to see that they need to start buying some shares here. And I do think that there's going to be some FOMO today, so I would expect to see overall a little bit of elevated prices, but I also know that they're going to try and push this down at the same time. Yeah, it's a wing it kind of day. Wow. Let me look at the overall market. So far, the market's different future market quotes here showing anywhere from up 0.03 to 0.25, some marginal increases. VIX showing up, however, 1.09, which means that we may see a reversal on the markets after market opens. Let's take a look at DXY real quick here. DXY is currently showing up as well, so I have a feeling we're going to see a swing in the market, perhaps to the downside, maybe after it opens. This is totally winging it today, guys. This is not like any other day, and I think I'm probably going to go with oh, I feel like I'm trying to do Ape first. And I think Ape maybe we'll see around like 220. What would that be though? That would be awfully a lot. That would be so much. 178 is already 20% up. There's no way. I'm gonna say it. 220. And actually, I'm gonna go 201. I just I don't know why I'm changing. 201. I'm gonna go 201 on Ape, and on AMC. Let's see here. I think AMC. I'm gonna predict about. Hold on a second here. 1 hour chart. Let's go with 481. 481. Let me plug these numbers in here and see what that comes out to. Let's go with 460. All right, final number. I'm gonna go with I think 455. 455 on AMC. 201 on Ape. Final numbers. I'm going to go 506 to 806 on my price prediction for the day today. Man, that volume is really starting to kick up here as we're getting ever so close to market open here. By the way, guys, when you're listening to the song, the opening intro song for the day today, I just want you guys to imagine, if you will, that you're hearing AMC in there. When you hear the song, I just think AMC. And Tech We Love is throwing. You guys are putting in a lot of information. I don't know if I can read through it all right now, but think AMC when you hear the words, and tell me if you don't hear after a while AMC in there. I had two different volume predictions on Uncle Milty because there were some really weird numbers today. So I have what I would normally guess is 360 to 400 million on AMC, Ape at 280 to 320 million. But I have an adjusted amount based off of the pokey stick itself, and I'm saying the adjusted amount at 160 to 200 million on AMC and 80 to 120 million on Ape. So we'll see what ends up happening. I'm kind of confused because today was a little bit different than usual. We'll see which number kind of pans out. This is uncharted territory here a little bit, Uncle Milty. So bear with me as I'm trying to kind of get an idea for what the market is representing for volume for the day. So I'm going to have to adjust as we go. But it is time to get the market open here, guys. So I'll see you guys on the other side of the market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our autoload constraints.
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear, 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Lines form on my face and hands. Lines form from the ups and downs. I'm in the middle without any plans. I'm a boy and I'm a man. I'm 18 and I don't know what I want. 18, I just don't know what I want. 18, I gotta get away. I've gotta get out of this place. I'll go running in outer space again. I've got a baby's brain and an old man's heart. Took 18 years to get this far. Don't always know what I'm talking about. Feels like I'm living in the middle of doubt. 'Cause I'm 18, I get confused every day. 18, I just don't know what to say. 18, I gotta get away. Lines form on my face and my hands. Lines form on the left and right. I'm in the middle of life. I'm a boy and I'm a man. I'm 18 and I like it. Yes, I like it. Oh, I like it, love it, like it, love it. 18, 18, 18, 18, and I like it.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other, all we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE. We buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast, and maybe some halts and malts and rock strong. Good morning, guys. How you like them apples? Reading between the lines on the settlement. So there is some a little bit of way here, and for those of you who are just joining right now, I think there's a little bit of a way here for us to be able to kind of read in between the lines between the proxy that was originally released for AMC and the Form 8K that was released yesterday. So many people want to see share counts, right? That's always been like this big, huge, hot topic. We need share counts, this, that, and the other. And so I want to tell you guys that I think that in a way, Adam Aaron has given us a share count here that you can see, because he has the proxy data that tells you the outstanding shares that are available, not the float. It's the total amount of outstanding shares. And that is not the same as the Form 8K that was released. So let me share with you guys what it is that I'm seeing right now. And this is all directly right on the Form 8K. We got the halt here that should be starting back up trading here in a few minutes, but I'll try and move this down maybe a little bit. Let me see if you guys can still see this. Yeah, you should still be able to see this on the page. I'll move it down just a little bit more, maybe right about there. That's probably good. All right, so this may be a little bit too small for you guys to see, but the outstanding shares after the conversion reverse split was originally reported to us, and there AMC is trading again, was reported that we were going to have 144,743,012 shares. That's what was originally reported to us. Now they're saying that we're going to have 156,260,885 shares. That is after they give settlement shares of 6,922,566 shares. So one other piece of crucial information in this proxy that not proxy, but the Form 8K that they gave us was AMC's outstanding shares after it's all said and done. And so when you take out the 156, so here's the math here, 156,260,885. If you take out the settlement shares out of that, 6,922,566, minus the AMC shares, and I'll show you guys here real quick in the proxy, so it's not just a trust me bro moment, but it does say right here in the proxy, it says that the outstanding shares of AMC is right. Where is it at? 51. Here it is. 51,919,239. Right. So we can take that number right there, and we're going to subtract that out of this number because we know that's the amount of AMC shares that are going to be outstanding. So we go ahead and take minus 51,919,239. And that gives us a remaining amount of shares of 97419,080. What does that tell us? Add a 0 onto this, remember, because all these numbers multiply by 10, right? Multiply by 10, and that gives you your total outstanding shares currently without the reverse split and conversion. 974 million shares is not what was reported on the proxy of 929 million shares. We have an increase here. There is a difference of 44 million shares, essentially, from when the proxy originally released and the Form 8K now, as what's being reported. There is a difference. And on AMC, there's a difference as well. On the proxy, it was 517 million shares, and it's now 519 million shares. So since the proxy to the Form 8K filed on March 31st, there's been a change of about 2 million shares in outstanding shares, guys. Reported outstanding shares has changed by 2 million on AMC, and Ape is now being reported at about 44 million more shares than there was when the proxy was released. I'm telling you guys, this is not Antera right here. This is outstanding shares. Outstanding means everything. It's the whole kit and caboodles, right? And so Adam Aaron is acknowledging the fact in the Form 8K. So either there's one of two possibilities here. Either the Form 8K is inaccurate in its reporting of the data, or the outstanding amount of shares being reported by the DTCC right now at this very moment is in excess of what there was when the proxy was originally released. That's pretty significant, guys. That's really, really, really significant. This is probably the closest you'll see to a share count at any given time ever. But, you know, it's neither here nor there. I've got a little formula over here that I've been sharing with you guys on how to tell whether or not our market cap is close to what it was when market closed yesterday. All I got to do is plug in the numbers. We're at 405 currently on AMC. We're at 1.625. 1.622. Come on, case. So market cap is down right now from yesterday's closing by about 326,000 or 326 million. In market cap. So we've got a little bit to pick up here. When we got up to 445 as a high, I can plug those numbers in just to see what it was. What did Ape get up to for a high? It got up to, it's really pretty much just been dropping. So we'll just say the 162. Market cap was close to, it was only 118 million off from yesterday's closing. So we're getting really, really close to seeing market cap kind of evening out again here to what it was from yesterday. It's getting close. As it stands right now, though, let's go with current numbers. We're about 206 million off on market cap. All right. Let's see here. Actually, let me pull up. I'm going to keep that chart. I think I'm going to keep this chart on this page here for us to see, just in case. That's what I got for you guys for the day today. I don't really have anything else. And I'm going to go ahead and go into the back of the big tramp right now. And if you guys want to discuss anything, because I kind of want Tuesdays and Thursdays were supposed to be the days when you guys can come into the back of the big tramp and just say hi or talk or whatever it is that you want to say. So I'm going to head back there. If you guys want to go back there, you're more than welcome to, and we can discuss things. Just note that you will be live for the whole world to hear. And recorded for history. And I'm waiting to hear from Yucca. Yucca is supposed to be coming in this morning. Yeah, NC Proud Dad, that's what that's what we're talking about. It's fun to see all the new names in here who have no idea what it is they're talking about coming in trying to discourage us. Thank you for coming in here and letting us know that we're on the right track. Nobody ever just comes in and just drops in statements like that. Appreciate that. You're helping us to hold on a little bit longer here to kind of giving us that motivation that what you're saying is affirmation as to what it is that we're doing here. Apex says AMC's Ape conversion settlement paves the way for a huge equity raise that could bring in. Oh man, it's going by so fast. Could bring as much as 16 billion, according to B. Riley Securities analyst Eric Wold, WLD Wood. Let's see here. Yeah, Kathy, I love historical recording too. Joel says negative is positive reinforcement. It sure is. It's hard to say, Bjork. We'll take a look at the numbers in about 15 minutes, and we'll try and identify what's what, and see if we can't figure it out. But I mean, we're already at 26.66 million shares traded so far after just 16 minutes of trading on AMC. Let me just kind of see what kind of pace that is. Divided by 16. We're on pace for 650 million on AMC right now, which obviously is going to slow down. That's going to be the key right there is slowing down volume. I can almost guarantee you that will be the highest priority. Per minute right now, it looks like we're trading about, I don't know, somewhere right around like 650,000 shares a minute. 250,000 shares a minute equates to 100 million shares traded for a day. So if we're doing double and a half, then we're looking at about 250 if we maintain that kind of pace. But obviously, it's going to slow down as the day continues on, which tells me that the altered number, or the more than likely the 160 to 200 million volume prediction on AMC is kind of looking a little more accurate. I mean, our current pace is definitely within that 650 is definitely within that 360 to 400 range that I put in originally, but I can almost guarantee this volume is going to kind of ticker off or kind of pace out here for, as the day continues on. Andrew Williams, I would say it's going to be all based off of market cap. I think the price is going to try and center around that 4 billion market cap that we had at market close yesterday. All these new names, I love it. There's so many new names in here, guys, that are absolutely trying to convince us that we're done. I love it. This is great. I cannot even express to you guys like how amazing that is to make sure. Like I love this. Let's get more of you guys. How many guys are? Let's see. Bill, how many of you guys? Bill Buttlicker, not even. It's not even just Bill. It's Bill Buttlicker. Bill Buttlicker, how many of you guys are there sitting in one room right now, trying to hit up as many different YouTube channels and Twitter? Just out of curiosity, I'm just curious. I just want to know. I think it's kind of quite interesting to know that kind of thing. That I mean, I'm curious. Like, how many people are they kind of throwing at this right now? If you wouldn't mind answering, is it how about this? Say F you, this is over if there's more than 10. If there's more than 10 people in one room working on this, just say F you, this play is over. If it's more than 10. If it's less than 10, then just don't say anything. If it's less than 10, don't say anything. Let's see here. He's not saying anything. It might be less than 10 people. Maybe I need to drop my number a little bit. Maybe I was estimating a little high. Or maybe let's see here. Bill doesn't want to come back in. Bill, let's try this. If it's 5, if it's more than 5, say F you, this play is over. If it's not more than 5, then don't say anything. Let's try 5. There's got to be at least 5 people in a room together. I can only imagine. Ellie, just so you know, it's always just like I don't mind you saying that you bought shares, but we try to keep the numbers out of it. No, it was Bill Buttlicker. That was his name. Oh, wait, let me check and see if he's actually even still here. Hold on. No, he's still here. Bill, if it's all you by yourself, or if you're all by yourself sitting in your room, I would imagine nowadays they do kind of outsource their material to individuals at homes. So if you're just by yourself, Bill, just say "F you," this play is over. If you're just by yourself, um, right now, sitting in a room in a basement, maybe by yourself or something, I don't know. Mom's upstairs, who knows? Uh, just throwing a "I hate you" or something. Let us know you're alive, Bill. Bill's afraid. Bill's afraid. He may not be able to. Right now his boss is over there like, dude, you suck at this job. You need to get better. He's getting a yelling at right now. He's like, you should have been like tearing these guys a new one. Bill is still in here though. Yeah, no kidding, Bjork. I know. The comments are coming in through quick. All right, we'll leave Bill alone. I guess I embarrassed Bill. Ryan says, "Nah, Shaw, they are bot boxes and 50 to 100 cell phone motherboards firing off. I can show you a picture of what the bot. Yeah, I've seen those before, Ryan. It'd be kind of crazy if that's the case, but I guess I'm asking the wrong questions. How many phones do you have in front of you, Bill? do you have more than 10 phones? All right, so I got some information while I was on break, and thanks to CPE, he was mentioning something about the 10 days thing, and I hadn't seen anything on that yet, but that's because I wasn't aware of what was going on with it. But I have received through some, I've seen some documentation that was outlined, which I'll share with you guys right now. It does appear that, and I'm just going to snip out just the part here that is in reference to this. The party's pending settlement contemplates that following and subject to AMC's completion of the conversion and the reverse split, the company will issue to existing common stockholders as of immediately prior to the conversion and one additional share of common stock for every 7.5 shares of common stock held as of the issuance. The conversion and the reverse split require a 10-day notice period under the NYSE rules, which means that so there's a little bit of a thought process going on here that it's possible that you could have the conversion and the reverse split before, and then 10 days after the reverse split and conversion, you could see the issuance of as a possibility. You could see the issuance of the settlement in a share. So it could happen one and then the other, or it could happen at the same time 10 days after the notification. Not really sure of that, but no, this does say the conversion reverse split require a 10-day notice. No, yeah, it requires a 10-day notice. So we're going to have 10 days in here somewhere. So the judge is going to have to sign off on this, and then we should get 10 days, a 10-day notice period, because it does say conversion and reverse split. It doesn't say anything about the one common stock issuance for the settlement. So we're going to need to see some kind of notification that's going to occur. So I would say judge signs off on it. AMC will release some kind of notice stating what day that will occur on, and we'll find out when that happens. oh, Bill's back. Bill's back. He's saying your mods are snowflakes. I was asking the wrong questions earlier. Oh man, Bill, you're killing me. We got about 5 more minutes here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers and see what's going on here. Casey, have you seen Crystal Ball's tweet on Citadel spoofing? Tried tagging you. I usually see most of his stuff. I haven't seen it yet this morning. I'll take a look at it on break. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not silencing Bill. Oh, was he silenced earlier? Is that why he couldn't talk back? I hope not. I wanted an answer to that question. No, that's okay, Ellie. I understand. It's really for your own protection. I ask that people just not talk about quantities of shares, and it's literally just for your own protection. So we got about 4 more minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and log into my broker real quick. I've actually had people who've been targeted before, Ellie, from the live stream, and because of the positions that they've announced that they've had. And so, in order to try and keep that from or prevent that from happening again in the future, that's why I kind of made up a rule that's, I was like, let's not talk about how many shares that we have. And I think that's it's kind of an important thing. I don't want to see people getting targeted. It's nice to know that be excited about that kind of stuff, but just exact numbers, meh. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at. I got to log in real quick here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have this, please don't be that person. I really, it's gonna break my heart. And there's nothing that I'm gonna be able to do for you. But if you end up being that person who hasn't taken a picture or a screen, some kind of video or something of your portfolio and saving it in a folder someplace of what it is that you hold, there's nothing I'm gonna be able to do with you if your broker screws stuff up and you don't have proof of what it is that you held prior to the screw up, and they don't manage to fix it correctly. So please take the necessary actions you can to have documentation on and proof of what it is that you hold prior to any kind of changes in your account whatsoever. It's a good habit to just kind of be have in general. So please protect you guys yourselves as much as you possibly can. I cannot express that enough to you. And then in regards to the two-factor authentication, if you do sign up for that, please have a secondary device that you can have the code sent to in case something should happen, and you need to be able to log into your account and something happens to your primary, you still have the ability to be able to receive that code. So those are the kind of two things that I'm kind of asking that people do. Also, since we're at it, I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. We are looking at the numbers just a little bit early, but I don't feel like I've done my part in kind of conveying to the community about the A-list membership. I'm not sure if there's a regional price that change, but it's like around $25 per month. You get 3 movies a week, so you get 12 movies in total in a month, depending on the month, I guess, of course. And then on top of that, you get money back for your purchases up to a certain percentage. I swear, it's like I got a family of like 6 people that I take to the movies, sometimes even 8 people that we take to the movies. So I end up getting like 2 or 3 different gift coupon codes for like $15 back the next time I go. So you get premier lines. You can watch. You get a free those free tickets. There's so many different things about the A list. If you just go like twice a month to a movie, yeah, you will make back the money that you spent and then some. So just depending on how many movies you go to. So consider it. I don't care whether you buy it or you don't buy it. It's not really an advertisement. I'm just letting you know that it exists, and if it's something that you might want to consider doing, it's available. And because I did a poll not too long ago, and 25% of the people didn't even know what it was. So take a look into it. It's much easier to find it through your phone on the app for AMC than it is to find it through the website, but it is there. And it's an A-list membership. And there's also a premier membership that doesn't give you the movie tickets. It gives you all the other benefits, but just not the movie tickets. So let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. For price predictions for the day today, give me a second here while I fill in Eric's. He sent me his and I hadn't written it in yet. So Eric's got 550 to 850. I got to let him know at some point that he missed it by a penny yesterday. I've got 506 to 806. Apex has 450 to 750. And Einstein has 410 to 710. And I think a lot of us were really kind of like not sure what to do for price prediction for the day to day. So I think that's kind of part of the reason why there's such a big range on there's a $1.40 on our range of prices here, or predictions on prices. It's not meant as any kind of financial advice. It's just simply four apes trying to guess, betting beers and ice cream on whether we can get the closest combined price of AMC and Ape by the end of the day. So it's not meant as any kind of financial advice. Taking a look at short exempt volume, we all got a point for yesterday, by the way. That's what the points are for at the top left-hand side of the screen. Short exempt volume. AMC was 311.9 thousand shares yesterday. Ape was 80.2 thousand shares, and the rest of that information. So that the day-over-day price increase was 2% on AMC and 0.68 for Ape. But the utilization was not reporting on Ortex earlier this morning, and so I'm going to update it right now and see if they're finally reporting the information. In the 2 years that I have been doing this, I routinely do the numbers every morning at the same time because I know that they usually have the reported data out, and for some reason or another, they didn't have it reported this morning until now. It is there now. We are on day number 56 of 100% utilization since our last little bump down. And so I'll update Apes here in just a minute because Apes was 72.31. So it dropped just a little bit. We'll take a look at the rest of the data here in just a minute. Max pain for the day today is $5. I would have a feeling it's probably going to change a little bit after today is over. We're going to see some weird stuff going on with options going forward here. It's going to be a madhouse. But let's take a look at off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange around 44% for AMC and Ape, and then EDGX to be somewhere right around like 10 to 11%. So let's see what we got going on here. Wow, these numbers are low. We've got 38.89% going through off exchanges for AMC, EDGX at 13.54. So 52.43% going through those exchanges. Huge amounts going through NYSE ARCA and NASDAQ GSM. Normal 30-day average on NYSE ARCA is 5.67. Right now it's 13.84, and NASDAQ GSM is usually around 7.4% of the daily volume, and it's at 13.55. So quite amount of volume shifting from off exchange and into those exchanges as of right now. CHX volume is at 6. It's non-existent, really. Not a whole lot going on there. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange, 30.71%. EDGX is at 10.63. The combined total, 41.34%. It's lower by about 2.7% lower than it should be. And CHX volume is pretty low right now, so nothing unusual going on there. But gee whiz, that off exchange is so low right now. On GME, let's see here. CHX volume is 0.09%. With a 30-day average of 0.26, and nothing unusual going on there as well. Taking a look at institutional ownership, earlier this morning it was 134.168 million shares. It is now 134.111 million shares. Let me update my notes. Options. This ought to get good. What's going on here with the options? Highest amount of call volume for this morning is at a $5 strike. That is what it was. That is 50 cents lower than what it was yesterday. And there's currently 11.6 thousand contracts on puts. Highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. That's 50 cents lower than it was yesterday. And there's currently 14.1 thousand contracts. The market's suggesting a closing price on AMC to be somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the day. We're currently at $3.96, so it's close. It's almost inside that range. Let's see here. We'll take a look at the rest of the data right after I move some screens around. Let me give you a little bit of music here before we flip screens. All right, as you can see, the combined price of AMC and Ape is at $5.63. We did flag down here pretty tough in the aftermarket hours of last night, and we're kind of doing a little bit of a slow trend upwards right now. I'm just going to go ahead and draw a line here and see if we don't support this continuing to go forward. If we break past this a little bit, we may see a retest of maybe 526 if we don't continue to maintain an upwards momentum on this. So we'll continue to watch this as the day goes forward. And we definitely broke outside of my my wedge earlier than I thought, and the wrong direction. So we'll see if that doesn't kind of normalize a little bit as the day goes on. Taking a look at the Ortex data. So far for the day today on AMC, we have 189,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to have the effect of raising slightly the short share interest of the free float to 25.13%. Cost of borrow min is at 7.94. Average is 393.4 and max is 655.91. Here's your utilization for that 60 or 56 straight trading days here. Since the last little dip down that we've had. We're going to zoom in a little bit on this. Let me erase my board numbers. We didn't get a chance to look at these numbers earlier this morning because they weren't showing up. So this will be my first run through on the numbers. On loan amount increasing from yesterday from 200.05 million shares to 200.68. So we're looking at 0.63. 630,000 shares of new loan shares. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising from 25.07 to 25.11. So let's see here. What kind of got to do 519 now. 207. 207 out of the 630,000 shares, 207,000 of that was in new short interest. On loan average age per day rising from 95.5 to 98.02. Security lending volume slightly dipping yesterday from 5.62 million to 5.25. On Ape, so far for the day today, we have about 1.34 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 5.69%. We have cost per borrow min at 0.46, average is 1.3, and max is 10.49. So lots and lots of shares. I mean, this is making it look like they're getting shares right now or borrowing shares at a really, really cheap rate. I'm kind of surprised at how low that is right now. Utilization currently dropping day over day. Let's see here. We went from 74.83 to 72.31. On loan amount slightly decreased yesterday from 28.27 to 28.06. So we're looking at 0.21 or 210,000 shares having been returned yesterday. That should lower the estimated short share interest of the free float, and it did from 5.62 to 5.61. Very small change. On loan average age per day rising from 50.98 to 53.95, and security lending volume dropping quite a bit from 2.65 down to 615,000 shares. I do expect to see a big change in this from yesterday's numbers to today's numbers once the day is over. We should see some big numbers tomorrow morning. Moving forward, orders by Fidelity customers, most heavily traded stocks based on those orders. We've got AMC is number 2. We have an 80.27% buy to 19.73% sell ratio. Retail is buying the crap out of this right now. Ape is on the list here. Are we in the top 10? 3, 6, 7, 8, ninth most heavily traded stock with a 72.31% buy to 27.69% sell ratio, looking extremely strong on both of those two. And let's see if GME made the list here. GME did not make the list. Those are the only three I'm really caring about. Trigger price for SSR is at $4.60. Obviously tripped this morning when right at market open since we went down on AMC. Ape would trigger at 1.332, but is not triggered as of yet. And shares haven't been borrowed so far for the day. Just that 200,000 shares that they borrowed at the end of the day yesterday is all we've seen borrowed so far, and nothing new since. Fees were last seen at 351.2. I need to write that number down real quick here, just so I know in case it disappears. All right, and currently we have, yeah, see these numbers changed once market opened. I kind of figured they would. Some really big numbers right here going on. We've got 140.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 4.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 20.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 108.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. Look at the big swing on the puts on this list here. Tons and tons of puts making or swinging over to the in the money side over here. You're going to be seeing anybody who bought puts, and some people were mentioning about Antera buying puts. Anybody who would have bought puts before this happened knew that price was probably going to be heading down here once the result came through, due to the arbitration not having yet occurred. And so a lot of people were probably making on tons of money, and they could potentially be exercising some of these positions and collecting on shares as well. So some interesting stuff going on right now. Taking a look at the overall markets, we've got NASDAQ up 0.24, Dow Jones is down 0.07, S&P 500 is up 0.13. There's 3,902 decliners to 2,420 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. In regards to banks, our biggest movers, Silvergate's down 4.01, FRC is down 5.79. Let's see here. And PacWest is down 3.96. Ethereum Classic is currently up 2.71. Let me go back out to the daily on this one. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently down 0.25. WTI, or oil, is down 0.39. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.32 to 0.43, and SPY is up 0.1. VIX up 1.94. VBR is down 0.9, VB is down 0.62, Tesla is up 0.39, Amazon is up 1.12, Cinemark is down 1.11, Doge is up 3.14, Bitcoin is up 1.39 at 28.2K a coin, GME is down 2.5, HYMC is up 8.6, Hood is down 0.05, Ape is up 13%, and AMC is down 22.58%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's about $1.2 million more inflow than outflow. And, oops, son of a gun. There we go. 39.82 million shares traded so far after 45 minutes worth of trading. We are on pace for 345.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I gave two different numbers. I gave 360 to 400 for the first number as a volume prediction based off of the total amount of shares, but the pokey stick was giving a much smaller number and I think a more realistic representation of what the day might equal to. And I gave it an adjusted amount of 160 to 200 million, and I have a feeling that 160 to 200, that adjusted amount, is going to be a much better prediction. And this is kind of like a learning experience. I have to see the numbers. It's not like I'm see this on a daily basis. So you got to give me a little bit of room for error here. So let's see here. On a 1 hour or 4 hour time chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.92, which is below average. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.31, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.37, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.37, which is average. On Ape, there's approximately 1.8, yeah, $1.8 million more inflow than outflow for the day today. 35.78 million shares traded so far after 46 minutes worth of trading, giving us a pace of 303.35. The numbers that I gave, the first set was 280 to 320 on the volume, and then the adjusted amount was 80 to 120. So we'll see what ends up happening for the day, but that's what I got out there. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.03, which is above average. On a 4-minute or a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.18, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.56, which is below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud, which is almost kind of pointless in a situation like this. On a 1-hour time interval for Ape, this signal is giving, it's kind of sending off a selling signal as of right now for short-term investors. Would see this as breaking past baseline as seeing as a potential, like, there may not be continued movement upwards here. That's a signal that it's giving off. The number that we would need to see by the end of the day, I mentioned in pre-market, was around $2.04 before, which happened to be where we ran up to get the lagging line over that price point before tomorrow morning's market open. And then and that would cause us to see a buy signal again on this. The 4-hour charts we need to stay above $1.70, which we're actually below right now. The reason for that is usually when you want to see price staying above the baseline, which is at that $1.70 range right now. Lagging line is above price line, and conversion is above base, but we're heading back down into the cloud here, which is suggesting some downwards momentum on price. Taking a look at AMC on a 1-hour time interval, we have lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. For this, in order for this, and these are far-fetched numbers here, but in order for this to turn into a buy signal for the day, we'd have to see $5.15, and on a 4-hour chart here, it would be $5.50 because we'd have to get the lagging line above price line from the past, and it was $5.50 where we're at right now. So not really looking like buy signals currently at this moment in time. But I have a feeling we may see a little bit of some rough days ahead on shorting of price, because they know that if they don't start dropping this price down, then AMC is going to make or I guess raise capital the way that they need to. And some are suggesting out there 10 or more $billion are possible. So, and that would probably be extremely devastating to anybody who is shorting this stock if AMC were to raise $10 billion capital. So that's where we're at currently. The only way that they're going to be able to prevent that from happening is by pushing the price down. Currently, I'm going to go and throw this chart back up here again. AMC's price, and I'm going to just be adjusting this throughout the day as price is happening. With AMC and Ape combined, we're looking at the spread on the market cap from yesterday's market close to currently is about 401,000 or 401 million rather market cap. Let me just adjust this real quick here. No sense in having. All right. So yesterday when I did the numbers, right at the end of the day as the market was kind of adjusting, we were as much as 600 million. So it's not nearly as bad. We've seen better. We've seen it down to as low as 200 market cap loss day over day, but it's trending downwards right now. All right. I can see now what you guys are writing. So anybody has any questions, you're more than welcome to join me in the back of the Big Tramp, and then we can discuss anything you guys want to discuss. And Roadster Guy, to add to what it is that you're saying right there, it's AMC only, right? You're not going to get an extra one AMC share for every Ape share that you have. It's only going to be for the AMC shares. Sparky, what you're forgetting is that after the reverse split and conversion, the price will be much higher. And as of right now, I would be estimating in the range of around $23. And if you consider that the amount of shares that that the company will have at their disposal to be able to raise capital will be 393 million shares. The at a $23 price, if we just estimated it at $23 price, the outstanding amount of money that they could potentially make off that at a $23, well, we could actually just lower it down to like 18, just for argument's sake, we could lower it to 18, and that's about 7 billion. But if at $23 though, at $23 they could raise 393,739,115. They could raise about I'm coming up with about the same numbers. I get 9 billion. It's pretty close. That's not actually how it works, though, Magus. We've actually seen plenty of times in the past where the selling of shares in the marketplace does initially raise the price. So it all kind of depends on how Adam Aaron does it. If he does like a large lump sum, then you would probably tend to see a drop initially. But if he does little incremental amounts, like a great example of somebody who did that before was Elon Musk. Where he sold some shares into the market little bits at a time, 2 or 3 million shares here and there into the marketplace, and the price just kept on rising as the market was trying to suck up those shares. You have to do a reverse split and conversion, Nate Ross. When you do the reverse split and conversion, that's what you come up with. No, you don't just add them together. Nope, that is not how you do it. It's going to have to do with market cap. So you have to have market value transfer over directly, right? So the best way to do it is to figure out what your total market cap is going to be and then divide by your new outstanding shares. Once you do that, then it gives you your share price. So this calculation that I've got on the page right here accounts for everything on this new Form 8K. So as of last night, without Form 8K, we would have had a share price of around 27.78. With the Form 8K, and the price movement that we've had since yesterday, which you can see the difference. It was 511 on AMC and 148 on Ape. Now it's 391 and 162. You can see that there's a little bit of a drop in market cap and total share price. Yeah, that Sparky, I wouldn't recommend that they. Nothing like amazingly fast internet service, which I don't have. Yep. Oh, you betcha they are, Grandpa Barney. They know what comes next. They know what happens if they don't. Expect a really grand campaign on trying to short the price down here. Kenny G says I'm having trouble logging onto my bank via app. First time ever. I was kind of surprised by Ortex. I've, like I said, I've been providing these numbers for you guys for almost 2 years now, and I can't really remember a time before where Ortex hasn't reported their numbers early in the morning. That was kind of a new one for me. Um, there has been a couple times where it's been an issue, but it's not usually. It's usually like back up in like 10 minutes or something. In this case, it wasn't. Carl says, if I have 10 of each, what will I have when the dust settles? Sorry, I'm old and burnt out. So let's say you had 10 AMC shares and 10 Ape shares. Those would be reduced down to one share apiece from the reverse split. So you would have one AMC share and one Ape share. You would get a fraction of, you would get a fraction. Well, I don't even know what kind of fraction you would get. You would get some small amount of money distributed into your account for the single AMC share, and you would end up having two shares after the dust settles, and they would both be called AMC shares. But you wouldn't get any kind of settlement in shares simply because you have a number smaller than in AMC shares. You have a number smaller that's not divisible by 7.5. Island of Dr. Moreau says, Casey, you keep saying $23 after conversion. That doesn't make sense. I would lose 20 to 30,000 at conversion. I'm not sure how that's possible, but I mean, it all. I mean, there is part of that is you do have to realize that the float's bigger on Ape, and so it's going to there will be a little bit of a change there that will. It shouldn't change your total valuation currently, but if that's the case, then you're already losing $20,000 to $30,000. So that's it. Just depends on how you're looking at the numbers. Josh, the reasoning is that everybody wins by settling the lawsuit. AMC gets to move forward with raising capital, and then the shareholders get more shares. Basically, for every AMC share that you have, Carl, after the reverse split, divide however many shares you have of AMC by 10, and then divide it by 7.5, and that's how many additional AMC shares you'll be awarded from the settlement. Any remainder would be given to you in cash in your account. Need 5 shares of. I'm not really sure about that, NC Proud Dad. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure how. I don't want to suggest that's the case because I really don't know the answer to that. I'm not. The reverse split and conversion are supposed to happen simultaneously. A lot of people are under the assumption that you would need to have 10 shares of Ape or 10 shares of AMC to get a conversion of a full share. But I'll tell you what, though, I haven't changed my position on Ape, and I'll be able to let you know because I have. I'm kind of in that situation right now on Webull. I have just a couple shares on each. I have less than 10. I have less than 10 shares on. I think actually that's not true. I think I have 11 on Ape and maybe like 9 or something. I don't remember, but it's less than what I would need to have for an actual reverse split. So we'll see what ends up happening. But if they add it together and then do the reverse split or not, I'm not positive. Yeah, Ali, we could do that. If you take 1,000 shares of AMC, same thing. It's just all it's every single time you guys do this, just go like this. This is gonna be how you're gonna figure out every single time. However many shares of AMC you have divided by 10 divided by 7.5. That's going to give you an additional 13.3 shares, 33. So you're not going to get the remainder portion. It'll get cashed out to you. So you get an additional 13 shares on top of the 100 shares of AMC that you'll have. So you have 113 shares after it's all said and done. If you only hold AMC shares. All right, Doug, we'll see you later, man. Our professional says, isn't free shares just a forced dilution before dilution, albeit small? Yes. That's one of the things. That's kind of one of the aspects I think I'm a professional that a lot of people are kind of forgetting is that this is going to act like dilution, but it's also going to act like a dividend. So it's kind of a two-factor thing that a lot of people aren't really realizing. This is that seeing a dividend happen without it actually being called a dividend is why this is a win-win situation. Adam Aaron gets to be able to move on with raising capital, but he also gets to issue a dividend to all of us. And so now what you end up seeing is people are going to be getting shares. And if there's brokers out there who have more shares than they're supposed to on their hands, they now have to issue something that they don't have. And it's going to provide a little bit of extra added stress on institutions and what they hold. Yeah, I think that's right, Derek. It's like, yeah, I think so. I mean, if you're considering the fact that you got your Ape shares awarded to you, you didn't change anything. The 7.5 is for your AMC shares. It's part of the settlement, Tom. So any AMC shares that you have are going to get settled, get a settlement award, and the awarded amount will be whatever AMC shares you have as of last Friday. Divide that number by 10, divide it by 7.5, and that's how many shares you'll have as an award. Carl says, and if you also had 1,000 Ape, you would have 100 AMC or 113 in that scenario. No, you would have 213. Your Ape shares would convert into AMC shares and be an additional 100 shares of AMC shares on top, but they would not be awarded the additional 13 shares on top, so you would have a total of 213 shares. Turtle, I think we're kind of waiting to see when the judge is going to sign off on this, and we're waiting for AMC to put out an announcement. And once AMC puts out an announcement, that's when it'll happen. It'll be about 10 days after the announcement. Nath, you need to start thinking in terms of market capitalization. And I can't express to you, like, you need to stop thinking of value as being expressed by a number of value in price of the stock, but in capital market cap. And so once you realize that the market capitalization or the value of the stock itself has not changed any, then the percentages, it all comes down to how much can percentage change by. And when you have a smaller size amount of outstanding shares, the percentages can move. The percentage that it moves by is what counts or matters the most. Not the actual price, but the actual percentage that it moves by. And it tends to move way quicker the smaller the outstanding shares are. Turtle, you're welcome. No, that is not what I'm saying, Apex. It's separate. Your AMC are being awarded shares, not your Ape shares. Only the AMC ones as of Friday. So you need to figure out what your Ape shares is going to be, sorry, not Ape shares, AMC shares. So again, using the 1,000 example, if you have 1,000 AMC shares, you divide by 10, divide by 7.5, and that gives you how many shares you're going to be getting plus a remainder. Any remainder is going to be cashed out as a cash award, and then the shares will be given to you. So 13 shares in this particular case, and if you had 1,000 Ape shares, you divide it by 10 and you get 100. So you have 213 shares in total because you had 1,000 AMC and 1,000 Ape. So treat them separately. AMC is getting awarded shares, not Ape shares. Johan, you're welcome. So it will take us up to 2 weeks to get our dividend shares, like we had to wait for all our Ape here in Canada last time. Grant, I'm pretty sure we're probably all going to be waiting for a while. I don't know, man. We'll see what ends up happening. It's so hard for me to say. I was kind of guesstimating somewhere between 25 and 30 originally, but I don't know how much they're going to try and drive the price down before the conversion and split actually occur. So really, what it comes down to is that how much are they going to continue to drive the price down? That's right, Plague. 10. We all have 10. No, remember, we all have one after this is over. Yes, we are absorbing Ape back into AMC, but not until after you figure out. I mean, you need to figure out what your award is going to be from the settlement, and so in order to do that, you want to keep AMC and Ape separate as you're doing the math, so you understand what it is that you're really going to get. Hey Ryan, just so you know, man, this is an AMC, GME, and Ape channel primarily. Read the rules in the description of the channel if you don't mind. So AMC, so they're doing a little bit of an arbitration shift right now, Z-Wade. So in order to kind of balance out the price difference, we saw a big jump up on Ape and then a drop on AMC, and I think they're trying to close that gap. 2 to 4 seems to be like the most center ground I would say, between them. And that would put our market cap pretty darn near close to what it should be from what it was at close yesterday. So as it stands right now, we've got AMC at 396 and Ape at 1.645. As per the calculation, the value for 1,000 AMC shares will be lower after this conversion, isn't it? No. Well, I mean yes, but it's because of the reverse split, not because of the conversion. Glenn says millions in unusual put option emails from Fintel. I can only imagine. There's probably some crazy stuff happening right now in the options. I wouldn't even want to know. I don't even, there's gonna be some crazy stuff happening over there right now. Because they have no choice, Francis. They have literally no choice. It's do or die. You remember that video game Skate or Die? That's what it comes down to here. Francis, this is not a game of oh darn we lost. This is skate or die. Remember the bees? Oh, I hated the bees. I hated them so much. It's like as soon as you heard the bees were coming, you're like, there goes my 25 cents. Billy, if you so here's the math for that. AMC gave out in the form so right directly in that form 8K. And you're gonna have to follow me on this because there's a couple different pieces here. But the very first piece is going to be in the form 8K. They said that the outstanding amount of shares of AMC shares after this is all said and done is going to be 51,919,239 shares. If you add a zero onto the end of that number right there, that gives you your pre-conversion and reverse split value, right? So they're basically stating that there's 519,192,390 shares of AMC in existence currently. After this is all said and done, it's going to be it's going to be hold on a second here, based on yeah, it's going to be the 519,192,390 number. So that's part of that formula, right? Knowing what the current amount is. You can also take out the 6.922566 million out of the total amount of shares that are going to be in existence after this is all said and done. After it's all said and done, they already gave that value as well, which is going to be 156. So what you need to do is you need to take the 156,260,885, subtract out 6,922,566 shares, then subtract out the AMC shares, and it leaves you with the remainder amount. And the remainder amount is this number that I've got in here for Ape, which I think I actually haven't changed this one accurately. This one might be off. Give me a second here. I think I forgot to change this one. I noticed my numbers were off slightly. Yep, they are. Hold on a second. I gotta change this. There we go. So the remaining amount, when you do all that math, is that the remaining amount of shares is coming from Ape. So you can derive, based off of that Form 8K, you can derive the fact that the outstanding amount of current shares for AMC is at 519,192,390, and Ape is 974,000 or 1,190,800 shares. What you can do with those numbers is you can take that times the current price and gives you your current market cap. When you take the current market cap and you divide that by the new outstanding amount of shares, it gives you your new traded market price after a reverse split conversion and awarded amount of shares all added together. So that's how I'm coming up with the 2309 number, and that's all in the formula that I've got in here. So it's a lot of math. It's a lot of math that I painstakingly went through and figured out to get to the final number. So we could have like an idea. I could just plug the numbers in, and we could see, like, for example, it's 402 right now, and on Ape it's 1.655. So every time I update this, it'll be a little bit different. So market cap difference right now from closing of last night, it's only 321 million as of right now, and 2367. If market was closed like right this second, that would end up being very close to what our new price would be. Although there's always a disclaimer on this, right? Whenever you talk about a conversion and a reverse split like this, it's not actually going to be what the fair market value is that it trades at the very first trade. And the very first trade is going to dictate what actual price is going to be. And that value is going to probably be different, but it's going to give you a great ballpark answer for the question that you're asking. Like, can I roughly come up with a number that's going to be close to what it's going to be? And the answer is yes. But it's not going to be that number, I can promise you. You've already lost value, Nath. I think that's the part that you're struggling with, right? And so what's you're taking how much money you've invested into this, and then you're coming up with a final number that represents the difference in what it is that you paid for this versus the total valuation. And so what you're identifying is that when you change all this stuff, that the value that you have not yet realized is different. And so I would agree with what it is that you're saying. It's going to change that number, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you've lost it. It just means that valuation is now different than what you had previously. So no, that is after reverse split, D. It's not. It's actually not bad though. It's not good. It's not bad. It's neither. You're absolutely right. It's not good and it's not bad. It's literally an exact transfer of market capitalization to represent what the new share price is going to be. So in terms of as a shareholder, it's neither good nor bad. But as an AMC shareholder who has the benefit from the company being profitable by being able to raise capital, it's a very good thing, right? Because now Adam Aaron gets to be able to dilute into a much larger share price. And that's going to be the trick here, is understanding you have to understand the back end of all of this in order to see the future of what it is that you could potentially gain out of it. It's not about looking at valuations of changing in numbers. It's more about understanding that the company is going to be in a better position. Do any of you guys know if there will be AMC popcorn numbers in Q1 earnings, which is the 5th of May, if I'm correct? And I have heard it is the 5th of May. I think there will be some numbers there. Casey, add up all your shares and then add that $23 and see if it comes close. See if it comes close. Oh, to how much you're down currently at this point in time. Yeah, it's not going to be the same numbers. All right, 1,000 share math. It's not hard, guys. However, this is the easy math here, guys. Divide by 10, divide by 7.5 for AMC. That's it. And you want to know how many additional shares you're going to get for the award. Take however many AMC shares you have, divide by 10, and then divide that number by 7.5. and that's how many shares. Any remainder portion that you have will be going towards a cash award that you'll be getting instead of a share award, because they won't be awarding partial shares. So you will receive whatever that number comes out to. That's it. Just divide by 10. However many AMC shares you have, divide by 10, divide by 7.5. That's it. And then add that, whatever that divided after they removed all their debt, they were still not doing so well. And the only reason that they did well in this last quarterly report was because they got rid of inventory. And anytime you drop inventory, but to reduce on your overhead, I guess, you can report some good numbers. But if all you're doing is just reducing inventory, then you're not really becoming successful. I don't think GameStop's numbers are as in the green as most people would have you believe that they are. They just played a numbers game. They reduced inventory and basically made their numbers look like they were good, and so they're really not. And so that's the hard pill to swallow for a lot of people who own GME as a stock is that yes, they have removed their debt, but they're still not green on their books. They were this last quarter, but only because they fudged the numbers. They fudged the numbers by getting rid of inventory. Now that they've got no more inventory to get rid of, now what? Where's the money going to come from for this next quarter? And the answer is they're going to have to come up with something. They're going to have to come up with something, otherwise they're going to look like they're losing money. And that doesn't fool people in the investment field of working with numbers. They see that and they say, "Ooh, yeah, they didn't really make money. They just got rid of inventory." And so, AMC on the other hand, you get rid of the debt and the company is profitable. They're making money. So that's the big difference between AMC and GME. I'd have to go back and take a look for sure again at the books on GME, but I'm pretty sure that's what I saw the last time I looked. It was just simply an inventory shuffle. But I want to preface this because I am a GME fan. I want to preface this by saying that I personally believe that GME has incredible potential at being a profitable company. The question is can the leadership of that company go out there and change what's happening with GME in order to become profitable? That's the big key factor here. Do they have the people in place to turn the company around? And time will tell. Time will tell. Savvy says the blue chip companies just lay people off to make their numbers look better. They do. They do. And it's happening right now, Savvy. Right now, April's that month where everybody does it. It's always right in April. I don't know what to tell you, Island of Dr. Moreau. It's when you're going to see the outstanding shares of Ape that are in existence were diluted, right? And so this is why I was talking about from a long time ago. I didn't like the idea of diluting. I didn't mind dilution of Ape because it was separate from AMC, but when you dilute into anything, it's going to change what happens to the end result. And so when you do the conversion and the reverse split and you add Ape back into AMC, it's going to have a dilutive effect to the pricing. And so you're going to see a dip in what it is on your valuation, but you're going to have to see it a little bit differently here. What you really need to be looking at is with a smaller amount of outstanding shares, what kind of percentages will you need to see? Percentages, not value, not price, but what kind of percentages will you need to see on increase of price to turn that into profit for you? And when you start dealing in percentages, you're going to find out that it's really not as Yeah, I'm rooting for everybody at GME as well. I think it's an amazing company. I want to see it. I want to see it continue on. I don't want to see it go away. And I think that they have what they need to get the job done. They just need the right leadership to get it done. Carl says revenue is declining for a long time, also with GME. Yep, it's another thing that so they need to so what you're saying, Carl, or at least what I think I hear you saying is that they need to revitalize their entire market structure. Like their whole marketing platform needs to be completely revamped, and GameStop needs to become something different. It needs to be GameStop Plus or GameStop. Well, I'll tell you what it needs to become. This is what I would do if I was on the board of directors for GME. Here's what I would say: can't stop, won't stop, weed stop. Turn it into a dispensary. Start selling weed and games, and watch your profits go through the roof. That's what I would do. If I was them, I would change their. I mean, it's almost like weed and it's such a bad cannabis. I should probably not say weed. That's not like the right thing to say, but cannabis is it's the up and coming market for a lot of different states, and so in certain states they could do something like that and completely revamp the entire company and turn it into something better than what it is. They don't have to do that. I mean, there's other things they could do too. I'm sure that would change and cocaine. Oh man. Roseanne says I'm breaking up quite a bit. There's nothing I can do, Roseanne. I'm sorry. West Talbert, welcome to the channel. Never seen the name before. So, what will the 1000 AMC 1000 Ape scenario look like after the dust settles? After reverse split conversion, total number of shares of AMC. So, again, West, divide by any AMC shares you have, divide by 10, divide by 7.5. That's how many outstanding shares you're going to have, including the settlement. Divide AMC, divide, and that's AMC shares on Ape shares. Divide by 10. And then add those two numbers together. Whatever those two numbers come out to is going to be your total. So for example, and I'm just going to put up a screen here, right? As the 1,000 share example goes, 1,000 shares of AMC. And excuse me for writing this so long, but it's really difficult for me to draw with my mouse settings the way that they are. And one of these days I'll finally fix it. But you're going to divide 1,000 shares of AMC by 10. Right? And that's going to give you your 100 shares. Oh, man, that sucks. Divide that by 7.5. And I believe that comes out to like 666 or something, right? 13.33. And you're not going to get the remaining shares on this, right? The remaining shares are going to be cashed out to you in cash. So you're going to have a total of 113 shares. Those are the two numbers that you're going to get right there. And then you're going to do the same thing over here, only you stop on Ape. This is AMC over here. AMC. Man, I cannot draw with this mouse. It's so terrible. One of these days I fix this. Ape. It only wants to do straight lines because it's a gaming mouse. It's got gaming settings on it, so if I try to do circles, it's really difficult. This is going to be equal 100 shares. So your total amount afterwards is going to be these numbers added together: 100, 113. You're going to have 213 shares in total after it's all said and done in that particular formula. It's just simply, it's a real simple math equation. However many AMC shares you have, geez, that is so bad. I can't even look at it. It's so terrible. However many AMC shares you have. Here, let me write this better. There we go. It's like I'm drunk or something. AMC shares you have divided by 10 divided by 7.5. That gives you the total amount of outstanding shares. Take that first number that you got when you divided by 10, add it to the second number, and then whatever Ape shares you've got, you just divide those by 10 and you add it all up together, and it gives you a nice, quick, easy number. It's real simple math. Nothing complex here. And if you want to reverse figure this to see if I'm accurate in what it is that I'm saying, it's really simple math too, because guess what? We've got AMC stating in the 8K, Form 8K, that there's going to be 51 outstanding million shares here. 51,919,239. Can I take that number? I think I got to take our current number. Our current outstanding amount of shares, I think, is what I have to take on this. So 517, we'll just call it 517.5. And this is how you check the data. 517, 5.175, right? Divide that number by 10. Let me get my calculator out. Actually, I don't need to. 51.75. All right. And then divide that number by 7.5. It's the same math formula that you have up top. And that's going to equal 6.9. Oh, easy there. Easy, Tex. 6.9 million shares, right? So you've got this is where you're going to realize that my math is correct here. You got 51.75 million shares, and sure enough, in the proxy it says right here in black and white 51.919. Now, of course, I haven't added any of these additional shares into this yet here, but 51.75 plus the 6.9 million shares in total afterwards. 58.65. That's a little bit higher than what they're showing here, 51.9. But don't take that math. Don't listen to that math. It is the 51.9. Because here's the thing. We have 517.5 million shares outstanding now. Divide that by the 10, it gives you 51.75. Divide that by 7.5, it equals 6.9 and what is due. And you can see from You can see from the proxy right here, it says 6.9 million shares is what's due. So this is what they're going to be paying out to individual investors. So we have 517.5 million shares in AMC total shares. Gives you the 51.75 when you divide by 10. Divide that by 7.5. It gives you 6.9 is what they're going to have to pay out. And that's how you reverse check your math on this to make sure that it's right. So it's the same exact formula used on your shares that you have up top. Divide by 10, divide by 7.5. Same number. Same result. You get your portion of what it is you are awarded is 13 shares. The outstanding amount is 6.9 million. And I just roughly rounded the numbers here, but it's the same exact formula, and that's how you know it's right. Dude, you don't even understand, West, how difficult it is for me to all right, hold on a second. I'm just gonna do it. I need to just if I don't do it right now, I'm never gonna fix this dang mouse. Let me see if mouse settings. Let me look this up real quick here. Oh no. I don't think this is gonna give me what I want. This is not gonna give me what I want. No. You know what? Let me take you guys over the other page. It's time to do numbers anyways. I'm going to take you over the other page here real quick while I pull up my mouse because it's a stupid gaming mouse. So there's like a special software that you have to run to change any kind of this settings on it. Stupid gaming mouse. Let's see, rat. There it is. I have a rat 8 plus. I don't know if you guys know what that is for a mouse. All right, settings. Where is it at? I know. Holy crap. There's 5 different settings. There's mouse response DPI, DPI switch, precision aim, pull rate, and angle snap. I don't think I want any of those. I don't know what this is. Link access. Probably want that off. No, I want that on. No, maybe off. Let's see. I don't know. The drawing still seems to suck pretty. You know what? It's just my drawing. I need to stop. I need to stop blaming the mouse. Maybe it's just my. Man, I swear there's a setting for this, and I just don't know where it's at. Oh, I think it's angle snap. Here it is. Angle snap off. Apply. Is this gonna fix it? No way. This might have fixed it. Hold up. Hold up. We might be back into drawing here. Finally, like 2 years of me playing around with this gaming mouse and never being able to really draw anything. Oh man, this mouse moves so much different now. Let's see. Let me try. It's still going to be horrible. But I should be able to draw. I would imagine AMC out a little bit better. It's a little bit better, not too much. It's more the zeros. I wonder if the zeros are okay. Nope, my drawing still sucks. It does feel a little bit faster. Like I can really. Is it? Yeah, it's definitely allowing me to draw curved lines now because normally in the past, you see how straight these lines are at the bottom? I could never draw a straight line at that like that normally. Well, I guess I can. Maybe I didn't fix it yet. It does look like it's still kind of adjusting it just a tad bit. I don't know. It's hard to say. We'll just take it off and see what happens. I have a feeling I need to get rid of like one of these other settings as well, but I don't know which one. Grant says, yeah, sure, it's the mouse. I know. Let's see here. I don't know. I'm going to just leave it at off and see what happens. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. Let's see here. Kenny says VIX is going vertical. It is up 4.15%. Let's take a look at these numbers. Let's take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. 10 two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for it, make sure that you put in a secondary device if they allow you to be able to receive the code in case something happens to your primary. You'll still have access. Alrighty. Let me move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at this. Please, guys, don't be that person who doesn't take screenshots of your portfolio and then later say, like, my broker screwed me over and they're not reporting the correct amount of shares that I'm supposed to have, because if you don't have proof, it didn't happen. There is no such thing as trust me bros in the market. So don't rely on trust me bros for telling them that they screwed up. Let's take a look at what we got going on with these numbers. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange and somewhere between 11 and 12% through EDGX. As it stands as of right now, off exchange is at 46.3%, EDGX is at 12.7%. The combined total is 59%. That's actually damn exact spot on for where it should be. I usually say 60, but that's just because I round up a single percent. That's spot on for exactly where it should be for a normal day for us. CHX volume for the day today is already at 1.1 million, or 2.14% of our total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 1.91. That is a huge amount of closed positions that are occurring on AMC currently. On Ape, there is approximately 38.47% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.69. The grand total 47.16%. That is 47.16% is about let's see, 12.84% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.03% with a 30-day average of 0.09, so it's definitely low. On GME, CHX volume is at 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.25. Vortex. Borrowed change amount for the day today, 332,000 shares have been borrowed so far. That's over the 189,000 an hour ago. That's going to raise the short share interest of the free float to 25.14%. Cost to borrow min is at 7.94, average is 432.71, and max is 655.91. Shares on loan for the day today did increase day over day by 630,000 shares to 200.68 million shares. Vortex is estimated that about 207,000 of those was in new short interest. On Ape, so far for the day today, hold on, let me refresh this. I'm not sure if this is refreshed. So far for the day, well, an hour ago, we had 1.34 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.29 million, so it's dropped a little bit. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 5.68. Cost to borrow min is at 0.46, average 1.3, and max is 10.49. Shares on loans at 28.06 million shares. That's 210,000 shares less than what was on loan yesterday. And so, yeah, 2,010 shares returned. On Ape. Options. As of an hour ago on the call options, the highest amount of volume was at a $5 strike price. It is now currently at a $4 strike price, so it's dropped $1. And it's gone from 11.6 thousand contracts to 19.7. Highest amount of put volume for the day today is at a $4 strike price. It went from 14.1 thousand contracts to 23.1. So the market is suggesting a closing price of right around $4 by the end of the day today. Consolidation is currently occurring on AMC and Ape, and we did break a little bit below this level of support that was kind of holding for the first portion of the morning. And we are at a combined price of 557. It is retesting the 554 level, Fibonacci level of support. The next stopping point would be 526. Let's draw this back out here again and see. Maybe we'll have like a new level of support here. I'm not really sure where we're headed with this. Let me move down to a 1 minute interval and just kind of see on a closer basis if I can figure out where we're kind of heading to here. Yeah, hopefully we can just see some support and stay off of 554 combined. We're at 557. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for here. AMC is in second. We have a 79.42% buy to 20.58% sell ratio. Looking really, really strong from retail on that buy-sell ratio. And on Ape, we have a 71.52% buy to 28.48% sell ratio. So both AMC and Ape look really, really strong on AMC on retail's behalf. So any kind of selling of positions right now is not coming from retail. GME did not make the list, likely due to low volume. SSR is on for the day today on AMC. I can only imagine what those shares are going to look like in short exempt volume, but I doubt those will end up mattering, as we'll probably see the conversion reverse split happen before anybody ever has to even deliver on those shares. But SSR is tripped for AMC. Ape is not tripped at 1.332. Shares available to borrow has not changed since yesterday afternoon. A zero amount of shares available to borrow. The last 200,000 shares were borrowed yesterday at a 351.2% fee. NASDAQ is down 0.58, Dow Jones is down 0.63, and the S&P 500 is down 0.58. We have 4,748 decliners to 1,642 advancers. The market is absolutely on fire. Hot lava, don't touch the floor. It's going to burn the crap out of your feet. It looks nasty. Let's take a look at what we got going on here, though. With the banks, the big losers right now, and or gainers, but the big losers is Silvergate down 8.02, FRC is down 6.24, Coinbase is down 3%. Let's see here, and PacWest is down 5.84. Ethereum Classic is currently up 1.66. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.54. WTI or oil is down 1.48. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.47 to 0.34, and SPY is down 0.56. VIX is up 4.74. Let's take a look at that real quick here and see what we got going on. Yeah, VIX is up 4.74. VBR is down 2.34. VB is down 1.88. Tesla is down 1.89. Amazon is up 0.03. Cinemark is down 2.39, Doge is down 0.08, Bitcoin is up 0.78, GME is down 3.97, HYMC is up 5.26, Hood is down 0.1, Ape is up 8.65, and AMC is down 22.99%. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately $5 million more inflow than outflow. 56.99 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. We're at 112 minutes worth of trading here. So we are pacing about 198.48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In the pre-market, I gave two different lists of numbers out. I gave out a 360 to 400 and a 160 to 200. The adjusted amount that I gave, the 160 to 200, was based on the idea that the pokey stick of volume itself was only a certain quantity, and the amount of shares leading up to that point were well in excess of that. Like the pokey stick was like close to 500 million or 500,000 shares traded, while the shares leading in the pre-market up until 7 a.m. Central Standard Time was like 1.5 million shares, right? So I said, okay, well, let's see if we can base the volume prediction based off of just the pokey stick alone, and in which case I came up with 160 to 200. So we're kind of pacing that number more than we are the larger of the two numbers. And on a 4-hour time interval on AMC, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 31.68, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 35, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 40.81, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 45.59, which is slightly below average. On Ape, we have approximately almost $2 million, almost $2 million more inflow than outflow. 51.31 million shares traded so far after 114 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 175.53 million. The two numbers that I gave for the day today on Ape, the higher number was 280 to 320, which we're obviously not going to be doing. The lower number was 80 to 120. It seems like the volume prediction that I had for Ape is a little bit on the low side for the second number that I gave, the 80 to 120. So I don't know what's going to happen, but we'll just continue to watch it and see what happens for the day. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.7, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.14, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.3, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.34, which is below average. Alrighty. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. I am in the back of the big tramp. I'll be here until the numbered readings on the next. Actually, maybe I'll just be in the back of the big tramp all day. I don't know. So if anybody wants to join me back there, you're more than welcome to. You can ask questions there instead of having to type them out. The only way that you would see that happen, Ellie, is through a margin call. Trying to decide. Look, I'm just going to throw out a general warning here. I'm just going to throw out a general warning for everybody and then call it good. If you can't come in the room and respect the people that are here, I'm just going to ban you. I just don't care. This is not a place for you to come in here and chill against the people who are here who are doing what it is that they're doing. And I'm not going to let you just come in here and stomp on people like that. And it's directly right in the rules. It says it right in there. Rule number 3: if you're here to harass people, instant ban. So Curtis, if I'm not sure what the whole hurt feelings today is about thing, I didn't read what came before. I'm not going to do anything about it at this point, but I'm just letting everybody know, blanket warning to everybody. If you're here to just cause problems, go away, or I'll force you to. One or the other. Your choice. Kathy says, can you order a few margin calls for us? And I'll get right on it. I'll see what I can do about that, Kathy. I really, man, I'll tell you, if only it were that easy, I would have done that a long time ago. Joe says ban them. I don't know what was said. I don't know what was said. I'm not going to go back and scroll back up to see what was said. I'm just going to throw it out there. If y'all say you're exiting your position, you're gone. If you say that if you're just here to cause grief within people of the community, then you're gone. And there's just no room for you here. Oh, I know, Dr. Zeno. I know. That's why I'm throwing out the warning right now. It's like it's just a general warning and across the board. I just won't settle for it. I won't put up with it. It'll just be goodbye. See you later. I'll let you go work on creating a new account and Have fun. I wonder if that's frustrating at all or not. Like, I mean, I guess if they're legitimately getting paid to, like, frustrate people or whatever, it doesn't bother them any. It's just part of doing the job. But if it's just like people who are just trolling, I wonder if it pisses them off at all that they have to, like, go out and create a new account every time they get banned. Yeah, and I don't have bear. I have no problem with people with opinions. That's there's a difference between coming in here and telling people that they're just a bunch of bag holders or whatever it is that they want to say. Like if they're just being rude and there's a big difference between that and I'm not trying to think of like another scenario. Somebody maybe coming in and saying like, I'm not sure if. Oh, I got a great one. Island of Dr. Moreau. The quantity of the amount of the representation of how much my valuation is going to be based off of this is not going to be the same as after reverse split and a conversion. And he's right. He's absolutely right about that. But it's that's not the he needs to be seeing it from a different perspective. And it's okay, and that's okay to have that. What he's saying is not untrue. Uh, Blake Hop, I'm not by Balak. It's probably Balak. I hope I got that right. Balak. Basically, what's going on right now is you're seeing a little bit of it's kind of a two-factor thing, I think, kind of going on right now. Number one, you're seeing a little bit of an arbitration removal. Basically, you're seeing them tightening up the difference between the market capitalizations of AMC and Ape. So, for example, if I work out the numbers right now for you, AMC is at 395.6, and Ape is at 1.615. Market cap between the two only has a $500,000, $500 million spread between the two. So they're cleaning up that spread difference, which before today was much greater. It was it was 1.3 million. So they've taken 1.3 million difference in market cap and narrowed it down to a 500 million market cap spread difference. And as a result of it, they're also shorting the price down, utilizing that to short the price down. So we've lost about 393 million in market cap in that process. So I do think that there's going to be a recovery. I don't think that the market cap loss is going to be that bad in the end. I think it's just kind of initially to, like usual, create fear and uncertainty. Yeah, no problem. And I'm gonna screw up the name again. Balak. If I'm saying it wrong, can you help me to pronounce that correctly? I don't like getting names wrong, and I'm so good at it. so, so if you could help me to pronounce that, like phonetically, like put it in there so that it makes it easier for me. Or if you just want me to call you like Boo or something like that, it's up to you. I don't want to get the name wrong. So if you wouldn't mind correcting me so that I can get that right, I'll try to remember. Jim says AA and Terra are dumping Ape, which in turn causes AMC to dump since AMC will just follow Ape's price. What shares do they have to dump? Where are they getting shares from? Oh, don't worry about it. Balak. Don't worry about it one bit. Likes is not a problem around here. I don't work off of likes. Boo. I can call you Boo. Okay, cool. Likes is not something that I care about. It's not a big deal. Don't you worry about it. Well, I think the mods are kind of a little protective of the community, Curtis. And I'll tell you what, Curtis, like I want to say like 95% of the mods that are in here are just people that I've met through just being here. They're us. We are we are all mods here. And and if they're quick to silence or whatever, it may have to do with rules. It may have to do with just kind of like general like respect for others. But I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. A lot of people I think are kind of stressed right now. Like kind of read the room. A lot of people are maybe stressed. Long Jericho says hit the like. It means a lot to Casey. Actually, hit the dislike. Hit the dislike. It means more for me to see dislikes than it does mean for me to see likes. Thanks a lot, AP. I appreciate it, man. I can just call him Boo now, so so there. Barry says, please call me Boo too. Okay, I'm writing this down. Barry, Boo too. I'm gonna call you Boo Hoo, Barry. How about Boo Hoo? No, I trust. So the great thing about this military ape, or sorry, I said military ape, militia ape, is that I let the community be the community that it is, and I trust the community to create what it creates. So I'm content, man. If I had problems, I'd let them know. I like what the community does here, and they are responsible for making this what it is, and I like that. It's exactly the way that it's kind of like a free country. You know what I mean? Uh, you think your rights are being taken away, but it's just the majority that doesn't want to hear you. Your rights aren't getting taken away. It's just that nobody agrees with you, and so go boo-hoo. It's not your rights being taken away. It's just the mass majority of them don't agree with what you agree with. Sorry, sorry, not sorry. That's how it works. It's like I was telling my kids, you don't like it, move. Aaron Drake, good morning to you. It's funny because my kids didn't like me saying that. They didn't like me saying if you don't like how it is where you're living, that you should just move. They didn't like that at all. They thought that was like so like not cool to say. And and I was like, why? What's the problem? Why you just move if you don't like it? And they're like, well, you can't just move whenever you want to. I'm like, sure you can. Nobody's stopping you from going someplace else. If you're going to like it better in California, move to California. If you're going to like it better in Texas, move to Texas. If you're going to like it better in West Virginia, move to West Virginia. Nobody's stopping you. Nobody is stopping you from moving. Just pick up and go. If you want to move to Spain, absolutely. Just pick up and go. It's okay to do. Exactly, DJ. It's okay to be free. You're free to do whatever it is that you want to do. And if you don't like it where things are the way they are, move. Move to where things are better the way that you like them. That's the freedom of choice. Don't sit there and continue to complain to everybody that they're doing things wrong. You're the loser in the subject matter. Go someplace where things are being done right and enjoy life. Nobody's stopping you from moving. It's kind of crazy. But a lot of people are afraid to move though. A lot of people are afraid to move because they don't. It's that uncertainty of the future or the unknown. I've been there, but I've moved throughout my lifetime. I've moved between. Well, I was raised in a military family, so there was a little bit of moving because of that. But even after I got out of the military, after being in the military household, I wasn't in the military. But after being out of the military household, I moved between 4 different states. I moved between California, Oregon, Arizona, and now I'm in Texas. And some places are better than others. Some places are great. And if you don't like it or work is someplace else, just go. Go be you. Go be free. Go where life takes you. Jim says I'm trapped in a job. See, that's the thing, Jim. Everybody seems to think that you can't find a job someplace else that makes you as much money or does what it does. And I'm telling you, Jim, that it's a fallacy to think that way. It really is. You can find more better things. You have to just be willing to find it. It's so easy to get stuck in that rut in life of believing that you're stuck where you are because you make too much money. And I'm telling you right now from life experience, you make life what you want to make it. And it doesn't matter where you move to, you can find something. If you're willing to work hard, you can find something and you can be successful and you can move. Can we borrow a big truck and off we go? Oh, Kathy. Oh, man. Sure, let's do it. Let's just go. We'll pack up all these shares, all these synthetics, and let's just go. MB, man. MB says, I don't make too much money. I might move to a storage unit soon. MB, you might find more success someplace else. You might move to a different state and have better success or better work. You never know. I'm so surprised at when you poll people to find out. Actually, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Let's poll people. And this is going to be a tricky question because some of y'all don't live in the States here in the US. So the way I ask this question is going to maybe alter a little bit what you have to say. Um, and I think this is um, I think I hope that this poll is going to be enlightening to you guys. I hope. Although I tend to feel like there's some people in here who probably are y'all are some life experienced people here, and I would imagine that many of you are going to defy my poll here a little bit, and so I don't want this poll specifically to be a representation of our greater population, because when you talk to people who, in general, who are in our population here in the U.S., some people have never even left the country. Some people, I would say a lot of people, have never even left the state that they were born in. Some people have never even left the state that they are born in, and not even on vacation. And to me, that is so weird. I don't like. I can't wrap my head around the idea that you would just simply stay in one spot and never go outside of the place where you were born. It is such a sheltered life. It is it's very not outwards thinking. And when you understand that there's a much bigger world around you and something that is magnificently happening all around you, all over the place, and that you can move and that you can do things other places, it changes your way of thinking. Now, this particular group here that I'm talking to, the 386 of you right now, you guys are special. I already know that. I've done enough polls to know that you guys are special and that you're not the common class of people. So I would expect you guys to have 3+ countries listed here. Most of you having 3+ doesn't even really surprise me. It really doesn't. I know there's a lot of people who are on this channel who are listening who are probably in Europe as well, and it's even more especially easy for you guys to be able to travel from one country to another easily. And for you guys, it's probably more normal than it is. But 9%, 10% of you who are watching right now have never been outside of the country that you live in. That's almost 10 people. We're getting really close to almost being 10 people listening. And it's not saying anything bad about you, but I would implore you that if you have never been outside of your country, when this is over, and I know you probably already are saying you're going to do it, get out, go places, do things, expand on your knowledge. You will never learn. You will never learn what it's truly like to suffer or to understand what life is like for anybody else until you've gone and you've seen what it's like to live in someplace else. You go someplace else and you see what people live like and see what the culture is like, and you will learn so much. And your perspective of the world around you will absolutely be changed. Don't let, in fact, if you can do it beforehand, do it beforehand. But I'm telling you guys, it is something else. Casey, you're so American right now. Well, I've been outside my own country. What are you talking about? And I like what Dynamike said. Culture is enriching. It totally is. It is. Culture is very, very enriching. And if you haven't experienced it, you got to. You got to do it. I'm so grateful that my parents did that with me when I was younger. Taking me to other countries, to see what it's like to live other places and see what the world's like. And I feel fortunate because they gave me that ability to be able to not have fear of moving, of the unknown. Robert B says travel changes you. Anthony Bourdain. Yeah, there's somebody else. I think a famous poet wrote about that as well. I think at one point, anyways. Pantheon says in 2015, Miss Pantheon and I took a 14-month sabbatical off work and traveled to see 17 countries. Great experience. There's nothing else like it. Truly nothing else like it. Jim says Canada could count as 2 if you've been to the French and the English provinces. Very different to each other. Plague wants to go to the Bermuda Triangle. Deb says, so true. People in each state can be so different. As a trucker, it amazes me. Yeah. Just traveling from state. And I wanted to start out with something like that, Deb, but I know a lot of people that are listening are not from the U.S., so I wanted to see. I thought the question would be better asked if I said outside your country that you were born in. I would have probably asked the question a little bit differently if I knew it was just North American viewers, but I know there's more. So, you guys are special, man. I'm telling you. There's for those of you who the 64% of you have been to at least 3+ countries. That's you may not realize it, but you're special. Some people in other countries just dream to leave their country and see the world. Jason says, I want to go to the moon, but what's wrong with your butt? That doesn't sound good. Roseanne says, I backpacked in the Middle East and my parents were freaking out. Came back a changed person. I don't doubt it. Nikki says, I kissed a French dude on the ferry from London to France. It was wild and fun. I'm sure he had a good time too. Kathy, the barcoding usually is to drop volume. Trying to reduce or remember the poll on how do you reduce volume? Are you more willing to buy when price is moving up, down, or sideways? And the answer is that whenever price moves sideways, the least amount of people want to buy. So that's how they reduce volume. Roseanne says, my problem was I did not know the difference between a mile and a kilometer. Needless to say, I walked a lot. I would have imagined it would have been, you would have walked less because if you didn't know the difference and you just assumed it was the same, you'd probably go less. Kathy says, my son asked if I won the lottery, what would be my wish? I said, freedom. Hmm. Yeah, Dr. Zena says, what I've learned over the years, your whole world ultimately is between your two ears. Manage well your thoughts and your emotions. Your world is wherever you take your own internal psyche. Yeah, but there's so much. I don't disagree with what you're saying there, Dr. Zeno, but there is living in a bubble can only take you so far. That's how I feel. There's perhaps maybe some different types of food as well, like how it's prepared. Like you'll never find like a great taco shop in Eugene, Oregon. Not in compared to what everybody else knows to be a good taco shop. But that's just an example. But the one thing that I find to be true is that even though there's maybe thousands and thousands of miles apart from where you're at, um, the people tend to be the same. And I don't quite really know how to explain it other than for me to say there is a Rem taco in every single state, no matter where I go. There will always be a Rem taco. No matter where I go, I'll always find somebody who reminds me of Rem taco. There'll always be a DJ Ola. No matter where I go, I will find somebody who reminds me of DJ Ola. Knobzilla. Wherever I go, there will always be somebody who reminds me of Knobzilla. Dr. Zeno, Break Nation Sports, myself, Dino Mike, Joe Blow. People are people. It doesn't matter where you go, you always find people who remind you of other people. And you got when you come to that realization that yes, there might be cultural differences, maybe food differences, language differences, accent differences, looks differences, the people are still the character. The character of the people is still the same. No matter where you go, still the same characters. Brandon says, "Did you just quote Depeche Mode?" If I did, I don't. I didn't. I don't know that I did. I'd love to know what quote I. Oh, people will be people. Oh yeah, people be. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Maybe. I was. I wasn't thinking of it when I did it, but maybe. But it's true. It's really true. Real Rugged says, Casey, why is it that AMC and Ape cost on TD keep fluctuating? For example, last night after hours said Ape average cost was 0.01, and now today it's back up to like 350. I don't know, man. That's gonna be you're gonna have to call up TD and ask them what's going on there. I wish I could tell you, but I really don't know what they're doing in the background, and that's something that they'll have to explain to you. I would call them though and ask them. No, I don't think Adam Aaron should tweet to explain why this is happening. I mean, I think he's already mentioned on several occasions that the price difference between AMC and Ape wasn't correct. It's the same share, and so it should be worth more than what it was. So Deb says, Casey's so true. I had hair salons in a lot of different states, mostly on my house, and could never remember names because people would remind me so much of a person in another state. Yeah, it gets hard sometimes when. Yeah, I know what you mean, Deb. I totally know what you mean. Maybe I play that song tomorrow, guys. What do you think? No, I can't play Depeche Mode. I think I get strikes for that one. It would be a good song though. Nikki says, I think Adam Aaron should tweet. Let's see here. I'm just going over to Twitter real quick here to see see if he has posted anything. Nope, nothing since April 3rd. Oh, why he settled? Oh, and he could. Um, Jason, I wouldn't see a settlement as being a loss because ultimately, as a shareholder, we make out, and if he has if he has a fiducial duty to to us as shareholders, then him settling just simply helps us out. Can you play Reach Out and Touch Me? Isn't that I can throw in the list of songs. Hold on a second. By the way, guys, I'm gonna head out of the back of the big tramp. It's time to do numbers. Let's see here. I'm out. Let me put that in the back of the big tramps real quick before I get out. Where is music suggestions? There we go. Oh, I keep getting like all these pop-ups now. Every time I try to do something on Discord, it's like constant pop-ups. I think they want me to monetize or something because it feels like they're pushing these ads and stuff. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Ooh, cutty cut. There's probably some truth there. Meep says also what I like is that we get a benefit from the action. I wouldn't call it a dividend, Meep, because I think people are going to get. I'm a little weary about calling it a dividend at this point. It is what it acts like, but it is a an award from a settlement. So I think it's best to call it a settlement. But it does act like a dividend. So it is important to note though that it is separate, not quite the same thing. All right, I'm going to head over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let me move a couple pages around. All right, starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. These numbers have been super, super low today. We've got 48.48% going through off exchange for AMC EDGX at 12.43 for combined total 60.91%. So it's about 1% lower than it should be. CHX volume for the day is pretty high. It's 1.86% of our total daily volume with a 30-day average of 1.9. But it's 1.1 million shares going through that exchange. That is absolutely massive. On Ape, there is currently 40.56% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.05. Combined totals 48.61%, or about 13.4% less than what I think it's supposed to be. I'm trying to do the math in my head, and sometimes it doesn't really work very well. But CHX volume is 0.03% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.09. So nothing going on there. And then GME's CHX volume is 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.25, which is pretty low. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was 332,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 235,000 shares. That might slightly drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 25.13%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.94, average is 433.01, and max is 655.91. There was 630,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, bringing our shares on loan to 200.68 million shares. Is that a new record? Hold on a second here. Nope. It's about 100,000 shares less of the record. But Ortex is estimating that about 207,000 of that 630,000 was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 1.29 million shares having been borrowed. It's no change. That's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.68%. Cost per min is at 0.46, average 1.3, and max is 10.49. Shares on loan decreased day over day by 210,000 shares to 28.06 million shares on loan. Options, really nutty options over here. Highest amount of volume on the calls has moved up from $4 to $4.50, just barely. And it went from 19.7 thousand contracts to 21.3 thousand contracts. Puts at a $4 strike went from 23.1 thousand contracts to 24.5. Taking you to the other page here, combined price of AMC and Ape is at $5.63 and still rising on this ascending level of support. I don't know. We resisted, so I had. It's so hard to see on this page. Let me go to a 30-minute interval. I had a wedge that I had drawn out here that I thought we may be breaking to the top side on starting tomorrow. And you can see that the bottom side of that wedge was being supported by multiple touch points on here. And then as we broke down through this wedge, we supported in between 554 and that rising level. What used to be support is now a level of resistance that's being found in here. And so we're kind of tagging this bottom side of this ascending level of support right now, and this level of resistance might be putting this box as a potential breakout check prices. 6. Yeah, maybe somewhere in there. And that would have breakout at tomorrow morning. Whether or not this is up or down, hard to say. More than likely, they're going to try and continue to trade price sideways. We might not even break out of this, just trade out sideways for the rest of the day. Who knows? Maybe we'll have some. Maybe we'll see some afternoon run up with higher amounts of volume and see price kind of moving to the top side of this, retesting $6 as a whole. Excuse me. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only 3 I'm looking for. With the huge amounts of volume that's been occurring for the day-to-day, we had very strong AMC orders coming in, making us the second most highest heavily traded stocks with a 78.9% buy to 21.1% sell ratio. Looking really, really strong on that buy-sell ratio. And Ape is also on the list, but sliding down a little bit further, but it has a great 71.85% buy to 28.15% sell ratio. Is that the same exact ratio? Hold on. 78.9. No, it's not. I thought it might be. GME is not on the list here, likely due to lower amounts of volume. SSR did trip for the day. I cannot wait to see SSR or short exempt volume for the day today after it's all said and done. But it did trip when price moved down in the aftermarket hours and pre-market this morning. We have 0 shares available. None have been available since yesterday when they borrowed 200,000 shares at a 351.2% fee. NASDAQ is down 0.6, Dow Jones is down 0.82, and the S&P 500 is down 0.73. We have 4,678 decliners to 1,725 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing, but a little bit better than it was an hour ago, but still cooking with hot lava. Don't touch it. It looks hot, dangerous. Banks, we have Silvergate down. The big movers is Silvergate down 7.9. FRC is down 5.74. Coinbase is down 3.27. Bank of America down 3.01. Wells Fargo down 3.22. Banks having a little bit of a struggle here, and PacWest down 5.54. Ethereum Classic is currently up 1.45%. DXY or the US dollar is down 0.48. WTI or oil is down 2.65. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.47 to 0.58, and SPY is now down 0.74. VIX is up 5.44. Let's take a look at what that looks like. 19.55. Still just hovering on this line right here. Wants to break through, it looks like. I've got the breakthrough point starting on about 410, which is about, well, let's see, I guess that would be Monday after a 3-day weekend. Go figure. VBR is down 2.42. 2.42. VB is down 2.11. Tesla is down 1.55. Amazon is up 0.09. Cinemark is down 2.96. Doge is up 0.97. Bitcoin is up 0.68. GME is down 3.15. HYMC is up 7.71. Hood is down 0.26. Ape is up 7.43. AMC is down 21.62. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day is $6.5 million more inflow than outflow. 62.62 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. Let's see, after 100 and let's call it 160 minutes worth of 159. After 159 minutes of trading, we're pacing about 153.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is outside of all the numbers that I listed at the beginning of the day. The lower set of adjusted numbers that I had was 160 to 200 million. So we're pacing even well underneath that as of right now. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.22, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.39, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.98, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.59, which is average. And it looks like there's a divergence getting ready to occur on the vortex indicator with more buying pressure. On Ape, there's approximately $2.2 million more inflow than outflow. 59.75 million shares traded so far after we got 260 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 145.64 million shares traded by the end of the day. This is actually starting to look like the bottom bracket numbers that I had for Ape volume for the day, which is 80 to 120. So the adjusted Ape amount's looking a little bit closer to what I was estimating. I'm gonna have to look at the numbers after the end of the day and try and figure out like maybe why I was so far off on volume for AMC, because it definitely looked like there was more than what we're currently averaging or pacing. On a 4-hour timer, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 54.91, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 46.62, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.93, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.86, which is below average. Looks like we got some news here. AMC's news was just about settlement. Apes was I'm not even sure what it had relationship to do with Ape. It didn't. It looked kind of non-relevant. Real quickly here, guys, I kind of forgot to adjust my synthetic price failure points. So I need to kind of go over those real quick here before I go to break. So I know I've got the big tramp back up on the screen again, and I should be able to see what it is I'm writing, or what you're writing. But I'm actually, let me take it off here for just a minute. I need to go through and make sure that I'm tracking this properly. So give me just a minute here while I figure this out. The last high that I had on AMC was 550, which means that the synthetic price failure points, those are correct. Those are the right points. No, they're not. The correct points would be, I gotta fix these. We actually did trip a synthetic price failure as well. 4.428. All right, 4.428. 4.4. And 4.318. And so now I got to track the current bottom at 364. Okay, so our last run up was to 550 in total. And that was from 406. We went up from 406 to 550. Now we've gone from 550 down to 364. That's a 33.8% drop in price. typical turnaround points are usually around a 35 to 40% range, and if that's what we're going to be doing. So it's 33.8 is really, really, really close to that 35. It's almost close enough to where that could potentially be the bottom on that synthetic price failure that just occurred there. The question is we've got to see price drive above 418, and I got to look in here and see if that happened at any given point this morning. They were close. 418.6. Yep, it did drive past that, but only momentarily. So 418.6. So this is where I have to kind of like decide, like, is this going to be a synthetic price failure or not when it was only a couple of minutes? Because usually it has to drive above it and stay above it for a little bit, and that was only for a couple of minutes. That occurred. So I'm gonna have to take a look at this here for just a minute. 3.64. How long? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes. That was a pretty significant amount up though. It would have been from 364 up to 445, or yeah, 445 is a 22.3% increase in price. I'm counting it. I got to count that. So that resets the synthetic price failure again. And now I got to put in some new points here. So please ignore me, guys. I'm just kind of doing some of the tracking that I do here. I got to remember to do this kind of tracking when price gets really volatile when it happens, so that I know how much we've moved by. 3.9. All right, so a new synthetic price failure points are going to be 358. Oh, son of a gun. All right, 3582. Three, 5, 6. Three, 4, 9, 3. All right, so that's going to be basically where we would set a new synthetic price failure. Give me 1 second here. 4.186. All right, so here's the deal. At this point in time where we're at in price, we're either going to see a failure that goes back down and triggers another synthetic price failure down in the range of around anywhere from 350 to 358, or we're going to see new higher highs from the 445 that we last hit. One of the two. Consider this, and I've had it mentioned before. It's kind of like a moving Fibonacci that's occurring. And so that's what we're looking for at this point is either that synthetic price failure movement downwards or higher highs. from our last high. Taking a look at Ape. Let's figure Ape out. Ape's just going to be a increase in price. This one should go a little bit faster as I figure this one out. 2.04 is what I got to put in for my top. Synthetic price failure happens at 164. Oh, I'm doing the wrong one. Which we've already hit. So it kind of makes a little bit of sense why we're seeing what we're seeing. $1,642. $1,632. And 1,601. So we're right at the bottom on a paper hands point here on Ape. Our low was 158. 158. By the way, our last run up on Ape was from $1.25 to 204, which is a 63.2% increase in price. The failure from 204 down to 158 is a 22.55% decrease in price. Typically speaking, most turnaround points occur at around 21.5% down. In this particular case, we're down 22.55% down. It's really, really, really close. It's right where that red line is. So we're either going to see a bounce off the red line here, or we could potentially go down a little bit further and see a 35% drop in price. There is a lot of volume support at this current price point. Let me pull back out here real quick. Majority of our point of contact. Where is it? It's like hidden. Yeah, point of contact for like the last 4 or 5 trading days is right about where we're at in price right now. Anything before that would put us down at about a buck 45. If I had to put in those numbers to see what that would take us down to, that would be a 28.9% to drop in price. Yeah, so we may see it hold here. But in order for this to bounce up to a reset of the synthetic price failure, where's my other line? I don't know where my other line's at. Let's create it. We have to see 181. Seven. So they're really hovering the price right there at the very bottom portion of what I would expect to see happen if there was a test to see if people are willing to sell out of their positions at a 20%, 21.5% failure in price. It's really, really close. Alrighty. Finally got that taken care of. I guess it's time to go to break. They didn't steal my money yet. Not yet. They're not stealing my money yet. I really like the 256 people. 62% of you guys have been to 3+ countries before. Those of you who are in that 0 and 1 category, there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay that you haven't been to that many countries, but you got some touring to do later on. You got some enriching to do in your lives in the future. All right, I'm gonna throw up the message and head to break. I'll see you guys in a bit. Please hold. All right, this song is going to take a little bit to get done, so I'm going to go ahead and end it. Let's see here. So sorry about getting back a little bit late here, but let's take a look at the numbers. It is time to do that. And then I'll go back to the back of the Big Tramp after we take a look at the numbers. And anybody wants to show up back there, you're more than welcome to head on back there. And again, any more questions that anybody has, I can answer them. If you don't want to type them out, it's a great place where we can just have like a verbal conversation. Let me go ahead and take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal comments, thoughts, questions, or concerns from me specifically, so I don't miss them. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from gaining access to your account that shouldn't have access. Man, what do you do with the stock when you don't want the volume? You just trade it sideways. That's what they're doing. Excuse me. Indigestion. On that two-factor authentication, when you do set that up, if they provide you an ability to be able to use a secondary device to receive the code, not a bad idea to set that up, as it could prevent the inability for you to get back into your account if something happens to your primary. Not a bad idea to set that up and have that secondary device be able to receive that code. Also, please, guys, I don't want to beg. I don't want to beg, but I will. Take pictures of your portfolios. Take video footage of your portfolios. Save it someplace that is safe for you, in case you have to prove what it is that you hold for a position in the future. Don't be that person that comes to me and says, my broker says I have way less shares than I should have. It's going to break my heart. It's going to break my heart, because I'm going to say there's nothing I can do to help you. So make sure you have that proof, because that'll be my first question. Did you take a picture or video footage of what it is that you held? And if you didn't, ain't nothing I can do to help you. Nothing. At all. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60, what time is it, 12? 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now, we got 49.38% going through off exchanges on AMC, and EDGX is 12.19. The combined total on that 61.57%, or 1.5% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1.84 with a 30-day average of 1.89, which is 1.2 million shares going through that exchange. Very elevated. On Ape, we have 41.78 million shares going percent going through volume on off exchanges. EDGX is at 7.51 for a grand total 49.29%, or I don't know, what do we got? 50, 60, 13.71% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.04. 30-day average is 0.09, so that's kind of low. CHX volume on GME is 0.1 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so that's also pretty low. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately, let's see here, 235,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's now 225,000 shares. So it's gone down just a tad bit. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to ever so slightly maybe drop, if any. Nah, it probably hasn't changed. It's 25.13%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.94, average is 433.01, max is 655.91. Shares on loan increased by 630,000 shares, not breaking the all-time high we hit 2 days ago, but we are at 200.68 million shares. It's about 100,000 shares less than the all-time record. Ortex is estimated about 207,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 1.29 million shares having been borrowed. That has not changed. Short share interest, the free float, stays at 5.68%. Cost borrow mins at 0.46, average 1.3, max is 10.49. Shares on loan decreased day over day by 210,000 shares to 28.06 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. As of an hour ago on call options, the highest amount of volume was at a $4.50 strike. That is back down to $4. And it went from 21.3 thousand contracts at 4.5 to 24.6 at 4. Puts highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike and went from 24.5 thousand contracts to 32.8. And combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.61. We are still getting consolidation on this ascending level of support. Not really willing to break through, but just kind of trading up at very ever so slightly. Very ever so. It's a new term. Very ever so slightly. I don't know where I come up with this stuff, guys. It's just like words. They just start flowing out of your mouth at some point. It's like your brain's just grabbing for like words. Like where can I got to throw another word in here somewhere. Grab it. Grab those words. Very almost slightly. I don't know, something like that. I don't even know what I said now. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME. Word salad. Words. Crap. AMC is in second most heavily traded stock according to Fidelity based off of orders. We have a 78.71% buying to 21.29% selling ratio. Heavy buying going on at AMC. Ape has also been on the list for most of the day today. We have a 71.83% buy to 28.17% sell ratio on Ape. Super high numbers. GME is not on. I don't see GME on this list here, likely due to low volume. Speaking of which, I'm sure our volume has continuously been hammered today. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.60. It did trigger when Ape or AMC went down in price in the aftermarket hours. Ape would trigger at 1.332. I don't think that'll probably end up triggering for the day today. No new shares having been borrowed according to Stonko Tracker. NASDAQ is down 0.48, Dow Jones is down 0.61, and the S&P 500 is down 0.52. We have about 4,544 decliners to 1,873 advancers. Market's still on hot lava fire. It's not looking too pretty. Banks, Silvergate's down. The big movers, Silvergate's down 7.4%. FRC is down 4.94. Wells Fargo's down 3.04. And PacWest is down 3.96. Ethereum Classic is up 2.22. DXY or the US dollar is currently down 0.44. WTI or oil is down 1.56. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.43 to 0.54, and the SPY is down 0.49. VIX up 4.26. VBR is down 1.99. VB is down 1.62. Tesla is down 1.33. Amazon is up 0.66. Cinemark is down 2.39. Doge is down 0.91. Bitcoin is up 1.33 at 28.1K a coin. GME is down 3.19. HYMC is up 14.03. Hood is up 0.2. Ape is up 9.68, and AMC is down 22.41. Since I've got this pulled up here, I might as well bring this over and we can take a look at. No, that's not the sheet I want. That's not the sheet. This is the sheet right here. This is the sheet. Let's see here. We'll put in the prices just to see. We're at 3.965, so not much of a change there. And 1.625. So no real changes, honestly, on those numbers. Market cap loss for the day compared to market close yesterday is down 379 million. So yeah, it's not. I mean, we're still seeing a rebalancing. It's definitely better than it was last night. That's for sure. I mean, we think we had like at one point it was as bad as 600 million. So it's definitely improved from last night. On AMC, there's approximately. Well, let's see now. $7.7 million more inflow than outflow. 69.09 million shares traded so far after 200 and well, let's see, it's noon. 235 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 114 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. That is well underneath both the volume predictions that I had for the day. I had two different sets. I had 160 to 200 and 360 to 400, and it's underneath both. So just a big old nut kicking in the sack in the volume on AMC for sure. And then on the 1 hour time interval or 4 hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 32.13, which is below average. On a 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 36.5, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 42.18, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 47.8, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there's approximately 2.2, almost 2.3, about $2.3 million more inflow than outflow. 65.97 million shares traded after 236 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 109.01 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is on target, though, for the volume prediction for the day on Ape, which I had 80 to 120 million. So it looks like I might get Ape right, but not on the modified volume prediction that I gave for the day today versus. Speaking of which, guys, I just want to show you real quick here. When I give out the predictions, I always give out the one that I think that it's going to be first, and then what I'm supposed to be saying. So earlier this morning, I gave out what the volume was telling us it was going to be, the total amount, and then I gave you what I thought my prediction was going to be, which were these numbers, which were the smaller numbers, because I just really didn't think that it was possible for us to see 360 to 400 million on AMC and 280 to 320. So I gave you the modified based off of the pokey stick of volume. And I'm missing AMC high. Ape seems to be right within that wheelhouse of 80 to 120 million shares. That's my cheat sheet notepad right there. On a 4 hour time interval on Ape, we have some more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 56.93, which is slightly above average. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 48.99, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 43.48, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 49.48, which is average. And I guess with that, I'm going to head back to the back of the Big Tramp. Anybody who wants to join me back there is more than welcome to. There is free Wi-Fi. There's a disco ball. There's shag carpet from floor to ceiling. And if you smells weird in here, we can always spray Febreze. Oh, man. Nothing like a good old Febrezing. Tim, how's it going, man? Hope you're having a good lunch break. Uh-oh. Hello. Who is this? We got Yucca in the house. What is going on, Yucca?
What's up, Casey?
What's up? It's like you came back as Pauly Shore. What's up, Casey? The whistle. Hey, what's up, man? What's going on?
What's up?
tell me
Oh
how
man.
you how was the experience? Tell me what was what were the highlights and what were the pitfalls?
There was no pitfall. Well, the only pitfall was I was laughing too much. I couldn't have a conversation with my other friend. I was outside. So here, let me
No, I lost him.
we can you hear me?
Now I do.
Okay. Here, I'll start from the beginning. So what we ended up doing, it's called uh lemon tech, lemon teching. So you blend the mushroom kind of like into a powder, and then you pour lemon into like a small shot glass. You pour lemon and you pour the mushroom, your portion of what you're gonna take. You let it sit for like 20 minutes, 30, 20 minutes, and then you you uh, uh you don't drink the whole thing. You just drink the liquid. So you gotta what is it called when you put it through a small uh like the little scoop? What is that called,
A
Casey?
small little
You gotta
a strainer.
yeah, there you go, straight. Yeah,
I feel
there
like
you
this
go.
is like one of those things
So
where you'd be like, "Oh, you've done this before?"
no, 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 not at all. I watched a video prior to doing it. Like that same day, we were watching YouTube videos because um, everybody was saying you should do that. You should do that. I stayed in the chat on Friday, I think it was. They were recommending, like on the back of the tramp, we stayed talking. So they said you should try that. So we did that. I took my shot. It's like lemon juice with lemon juice, and then within 15 minutes, it hit us. So
Like a
I was
ton
in the
of bricks,
back.
or was it like a slow fade in?
No, 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 no. You could, yeah, like a slow fade, like started like already, like you can feel it through your fingers, um, and you just felt something different. So my friend, I guess he kind of got like weird, and then so he went, turned on his computer. I'm sitting on the couch. He turned on his computer. He started playing loud music. I said, "Oh, I can't be here. I don't know where this is gonna take me." So I left the room. I went to the front yard. That's where all the trees and everything is. He has like a front yard. That's where the guavas were. And I just sat there and I said, okay, let's see what happens. So I just sat there and then it started playing and stronger. And I just sat there throughout it was just going through all my legs, my arms, everything. Nothing scary. It was just you could feel it like running down, I guess, through your veins and blood or whatever. And then I closed my within I want to say 30 to 40 minutes. I close my eyes and then I can start seeing all these formulas and like wavy
What?
colors.
You saw
I saw pink.
formulas?
Yeah, like
Formulas.
crazy for. I was like yeah, like 3-7 and then like the division, uh, uh, weird stuff. Formulas. I was seeing formulas. Oh, 1 second. I got a customer at the door.
All right.
Let me 1 second. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
sorry.
No, no, yeah. You take care of him. He's like, "Don't worry, guys. It'll only take me about 2 minutes. I'm real fast with these guys." Oh man, it's he's not even here to defend himself. It's so terrible. Oh man, I feel like you like left us off at like that crucial moment where
Okay,
like you got in.
I'm back.
Oh, he's bad. Yeah, that was quick.
No, no, I know I could hear you through. I have my AirPods on, so
Oh, okay. So you
but
know
I
what I
just
was
have to
saying.
mute. Okay, so it started. Yeah, so I close my eyes and I can see these formulas, and I'm like, what in the world is that? So then I open my eyes and I'm like, okay, I want to see the outside. Like I want to see how everything looks. It was okay still. So then I went back and I closed my eyes and I just kind of just sat there in the chair, and I was like, okay, let's see where we go with this. I felt like it was going through my body, and it was like there was moments where I was like orgasming, like my body was obviously, like I could feel these like, I don't know, it felt good, not like anything obviously sexual, but my body was just like I don't know, it was a good feeling, and I would go, ugh, like moments like that, and it was throughout. It was a nice feeling, and then after maybe an hour, I felt inside like something was changing. I felt like I was kind of like dying, and I was in my mind. I was like, I wonder if this is how death feels, you know. And then all of a sudden, I started feeling like an old lady inside, like I was like kind of drying up, but it wasn't scary. I just, yeah, it wasn't. It
You
wasn't
felt like
scary
a
at all.
dry lady.
It
All
wasn't
right, yeah. Keep
old,
going. Keep
like
going.
an old lady. So I'm like, what is this feeling? And then all of a sudden, it's like, all of a sudden, it comes to me like
What is
in
this
my mind.
feeling? Hmm. Okay, keep going.
No, yeah. So then I'm like, oh, it's the mushroom. It's the ages, like how old the mushroom. Like I guess all the
Oh,
ages of
so
how
you
the
were eating
mushroom
an
has
old
grown.
mushroom lady, is what it was. And the old mushroom lady was
No,
taking over you.
like
No, no, no.
not
I
at
don't mean you were
all.
eating her, but I'm
So
saying like the oldness of the age of the mushroom. It was the mushroom that was
yeah,
interacting with you,
of the
and yeah, I see
mushroom
what you're saying.
itself.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like it kind of revealed itself. It's like, oh, it's just how old the mushroom has been. Like it's been planted over and over and over. And so, anyways, then the thought comes into my mind. It's like, oh, just let everybody know because I'm dying. And I'm like, what? Yes, I'm dying. The mushroom is dying. So you got to spread the word to everybody
Dude,
about me.
are you
That's all,
watching? Wait,
dude. It
wait,
was
wait, I
crazy. It
gotta
was
stop
like,
you. I gotta
what?
stop you. I gotta stop you. Are you watching The Last of Us?
Uh-huh.
You
No, I
are?
have not.
Oh,
No, no, I've never seen that.
did you play the video game?
No, I've never seen it.
Dude, you're
No.
literally talking like the fungus that wants to spread, and so like the fungus is in your head telling you that you need to spread it, and I mean that's like straight up like right out of The Last of Us right there.
Wow.
Yeah,
Really?
dude.
I gotta go see it.
Yeah, so like
So
you were literally
yeah,
like one step away from going out and biting people and turning them into zombies. That's how close you were. You were you,
that's so
you were
funny.
literally one one hungry temptation into biting a human from being a zombie. That's
Oh
oof.
no, not at all. It so no, so then uh it starts all those thoughts start coming to my head. Like then I'm like, okay. Um and then I start asking like more personal questions like, you know, um about myself. Why am I going through this? Why is it so difficult? It's like to buy a property and things like that. So that's when it's like, don't, like, everything around me said, don't even think about that. Um, we'll take care of it. Like, just spread the word of the mushroom. Like, everybody needs to experience this because we're like it's saying, we're dying. Like,
Yeah.
people are scared of it. So I'm like, okay, fine. So then I start asking, why is the world, what's all this? Why is the world? What's the point in all this stuff? In my mind. Then it says, it's because, like I said, why is everything so like bad? Like, like with countries and this, and it's like, it's because the people, they're so cold. Like, humans have become so cold and not loving anymore that they have an effect on the weather through like their energy. They have an effect on the weather, and that's why there's a lot of changes within the weather because people have become. So it's crazy because then I googled that. I'm like, do our energies have, like, later, like, I googled that just to kind of, and then scientists have determined that our energy has an effect on the wind and the weather. I'm like, what?
Come
I didn't know
on,
about that.
come
I
on.
swear.
No, come on.
Casey, you can Google it if you want. I am so serious. And
So
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 okay, that
you could I would say that you could probably make an argument that terraforming of like cities and stuff like that would control potential things like some weather and stuff like that, weather patterns. But it's not like I don't think it comes from our aura though, dude. I don't know. That's reaching pretty far.
I know. Well, I mean, I just asked why this was happening, and then it said maybe you need to be. And then the thing that I need to do is I need to be less cold as well because I've become very cold. Like very straightforward, and because there's a lot of BS going on everywhere. But now I just need to be more like sympathetic, I guess, of towards people. And then the other thing that came is like everything is not a it's not a joke. Like because they joke around a lot, and they're
Yeah.
like everything is not a joke.
Ooh,
Just sometimes don't joke
the
so much.
shrooms the
And I
shrooms
was like,
got on you about being a little bit of a troll.
yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
just don't. So then from there, I said, I then said, so why is all these energies? Where do they come from? Why are they like? Why can't they just be all in one place, like the universe? And it's like we can't. Like it's saying it can't just be all in one universe. It'll mix together and it'll create chaos. I don't know why I thought about that. So then it said they're like little capsules. All energies are in little capsules. I don't have no idea what that meant. Yeah, yeah, that was like my whole trip with just sitting there. Then all of a sudden, I see my friend. He comes out. He peeks out from the back, and I trip out. I'm like, "Who is that?" And it's him. And he smiles, and then I start laughing like crazy. I just start like laughing. I can't stop laughing. He comes in and he sits next to me. So then at that time, I'm trying to explain to him why I'm laughing, and in my mind creates a small little bag with the laugh, and my mind is telling me, show him the bag of why you're laughing. Show him that you have the laugh in this bag. But I couldn't. I
Hey, hey,
couldn't.
guess
So
what's in
then,
my bag? It's a laugh, Steve. Ha!
yeah, 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 yes, like that. I was like, look, it's
I'm
right
gonna
here in
I'm
my
gonna pull
hand.
that I'm gonna pull
But
that on one of my kids this weekend. I'm gonna be like, hey guys, you want to see what's in this bag? It's really cool. And they'll be like, what is it? And I'll open it up. I'm like, it's a
one
laugh.
second.
Ah!
Oh, hold on, 1 second. I'll tell you what happened. 1 second. Another guy came to my door. Hold on.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hey, you're a popular guy, man. He can still hear me. I could say something really really funny right now, and like he's like probably mid talking to his customer, and then I could probably say something that would cause him to just start laughing at the customer's face. Like they won't even know. This customer's like ask him like a legit, hey, what aisle can I find such an and then he's yeah, because over there's like I got a bag. Want to see what's in my bag?
That was
He
funny.
starts laughing.
Hold on a second. He's he's unloading one of those mobile you hire these people to come to your party and then they make tacos.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Those like those grills.
Sure.
They're like wide, like kind of those big.
Uh-oh. We lost him.
App.
Oh,
I'm
there you
sorry.
go.
No,
There
no, I'm
you go.
here.
We got you back. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He's because I got to put graphics around the bottom of it. But yeah, 1 second.
All right. Repo. Thanks for coming in. It's good to see you again. Reverse repo for today is 2.219 trillion with 103 counterparties. Previously, it was 2.21. So it's down just a little bit there with 101 counterparties previously with 108. So less counterparties today, but a very small fractional difference on. Well, I say small fractional, but it's really funny because, well, I guess that would be what is that? I'm so confused. He put 2.219 trillion with 103 counterparties. Previously 221 with 101 previously. Okay, I see what it's saying. Okay, he's saying it's dropping. So, but in all, it was 2 billion or 2 billion less. It's 2 billion less. It's just a little bit less. Nana says, do it. Taco Tuesday. Somebody decided to rent out a taco truck Tuesday on a Tuesday. How original. Who'd have thunk? Next thing you know, they'll be renting a margarita machine maker on May 5th. Oh man. Speaking of which, that's coming up. We got a month away before we hit some margaritas up, guys. Let me see if that's a day I get to celebrate with you guys. May 5th. It is. It's a Friday. I don't know about you guys, but I think we should plan to do margarita Cinco de Mayo. I think we should do Cinco de Mayo margaritas that day and just absolutely just get hammered. Hammered on the 5th. Why not, right? I mean, it is, after all, not really the Independence Day for Mexico. It's just a celebration day. Celebration of a battle, I think, if I remember correctly. Dana says, Casey, I need a tequila Tuesday. I mean, that's all I drink every day, Dana, is that 2 shots of tequila, 1 shot of Kahlua. I don't know if I can just do straight tequila, though. I'm not really, I'm not, I don't know if I'm in shape for that. I don't know if I'll make it. Pirateborn says, perhaps consider randomizing the trivia and use a diffuser movie for each question and ask them throughout the day to discourage Google cheats. So, yeah, I see what you're saying, Pirateborn. I know what you're saying. The thing is I know people are going to cheat one way or the other. And I can't go through and make questions. I'm not that talented to be making up my own like questions without using Google. So I see what you're saying in regards to doing that. But I like holding the trivia like to one specific time. I don't like doing the whole throughout the day kind of stuff. But maybe we could do that. Maybe we could do. Yeah, we'll do numbers here in 13 minutes. Maybe I could start doing. I mean, I stream for almost 10 hours. Maybe I could do a question every half hour, every 45 minutes or something. A question every 45 minutes, just at random. It would kind of break up the day and give points to some random people listening at different times of the day. No, it's not inconsiderate of you. I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it a little more interesting, break it up a little bit, and I get that. It makes sense. It's something for me to consider, man. Let me consider it. Militia Ape says celebration should be the Sam Houston didn't chase them all the way down to Central America after the Alamo. Wow. Jared says I vote no. Oh shoot, I forgot to end the vote for the day today because I need to put up a new one here soon anyways. Wow. That's y'all are very cultured. That 57% of you out of the 390 people who voted have been into 3 or more countries in your lifetime besides the one that you were born in. That's pretty cultured. Second place was one other country. Third place was 0, and fourth place was 2 other countries. There ain't nothing wrong with that, Nana. There's nothing. See, it does sound wrong when I say it there and say cultured, and then you're at 0. But it just means that you're just not as cultured. Nana, that's all it means. But I know you would probably love to travel if you could. I'm sure. I think most people probably would like to travel. Not everybody. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but I would highly recommend it. I think it changes your perspective a little bit on just a little bit of everything. Albert says all other YouTubers are crybabies. Are they all crying right now? There's no way. There's no way they're all crying right now. Oh, you have no interest, Anna? Well, that's okay. Yeah, Hazel's like, quit while you're ahead. I know. Hazel, I am extremely good with a shovel. I know how to dig some serious holes. I'm just gonna say, get out and get cultured. It's good for you. Oh yeah. Well, some of those guys are just always crying, you know. They ain't trying if they ain't crying. Myself says I know people who have been to 5,000 countries that are not cultured at all. Well, there's some truth to that probably too. Everybody's freaking out right now. Why is everybody freaking out? There's nothing to freak out about. It's pretty. I mean, we knew that there was an arbitration possibility here. Now they're kind of clearing that up a little bit, and I expect them to try and drive price down before reverse split and um, conversion. So it's to be expected.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, man. We left off at you with your laugh in the bag. I think we left off with a laugh in a bag. You were trying to show him your laugh in a bag. Your buddy.
Yeah, in a bag. And but then I couldn't really. I closed my hand to kind of show him, and I couldn't get it out. So then I started like laughing, and then he's like, "Don't say anything." And then I would say, "I'm trying to explain something." He's like, "Well," because I couldn't get it out. So he's like, "Just don't explain anything." And I'm like, "Then what's the point in that?" Then I would start cracking up again because I'm like, "What's the point in me not explaining it to you? Then what's the point in that?" So, anyways, he left. Then I stayed there all by myself again. Then all of a sudden, on the corner of my eye, I see the sky, and then I see a plane appear, like a plane, an airplane, and then I trip out. I get up really quick, and I'm like, "What the hell is that?"
Uh-oh. Yep. UFOs.
Yeah. Then
UFOs. First place you went with it, isn't it?
No, not at all. I was like,
No?
"What? I was like, "That's impossible." Then I start following it. Then I'm like, "What the hell is this?" I was tripping. So then I calmed down. I'm like, okay, it's just a plane. But it tripped me out. Then I came back. I sat down some more, closed my eyes, and I could still see those the formulas. Only when I close my eyes.
You got to go back to the plane thing here for a minute. I got to touch on this. So you just didn't understand how the plane could be up in the air?
Yeah, like
the concept of seeing a flying plane.
It pulled me. Yeah, like I'm like, what the hell is that? How did it just appear out of nowhere? Like it just came into I didn't see it, but it appeared out of nowhere. That's what tripped me out. Like it's weird. Like it just tripped me out. Like it just appeared. I guess I didn't see it coming. So in the corner of my eye, I'm like, what the hell is that?
Now you got me wondering whether it was actually even there. Like I'm sitting here like legitimately thinking to myself, like, did you actually even see a real plane?
I went and followed it. Like I got up.
You can't follow planes, Yucca.
No, no, I went.
You can't follow planes.
So I couldn't. So I mean, like the visual part, like because there was a tree in front of it. So in front of me, so it was starting to hide behind it. So I went around the house. Yeah. So then I was like, I was just staring at it, and I can see it in like frames. It was weird. I was seeing it move like in frames, like it would stay still and it would go, bim, bim, like kind of frames. then I would be like, and then I'm like, okay, it's a plane. That's it. So that's when I came back. I then went to sat back down. Then I decided to get back up, and I went to touch the tree. That tree that I didn't really hug the tree. I just went to feel the tree with my hand. Okay,
Mhm.
are you still there?
I'm following you. I'm following you.
So
I'm with you.
all of us, all of a sudden I hear this,
Oh,
and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a small little bird because there was a lot of birds. And then my senses, like your senses, like they become like so aware of everything. Like I could hear the wind, I could hear the birds, I could hear the small little insects like flying, like you can hear them like literally like crazy, like right there. So then I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, and I look up, there's no bird. It's the tree. It's the tree that I guess I put my hand too hard, like I was resting on it too hard,
mm-hmm.
that it kind of like
Typical
it
guy.
felt something.
Yep.
Like
Typical
it went,
guy.
like kind of cried, like
Yep.
it kind of cried, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
You were massaging too hard.
So then the floor.
You gotta be nice,
everything,
gentle. Gentle.
Look, the floor, everything starts to move like an ocean. Like like wavy. My floor starts to move. Everything starts to become wavy.
Mm.
Like kind of like have you seen? I'm sure Inception.
Oh yeah.
The movie Inception. You know
Yeah.
how the floors they're like, oh, like that, and I was just holding onto the tree. I'm like, oh man, this is weird. And that went on for a while, like I want to say 15 minutes or so, and I was just observing everything moving. Then after that calmed down, I looked across, and I said, that's a guava tree. And I went and I'm like, I want to eat that fruit. So then I go around, I grab that guava, start eating it. Then I'm talking to myself. I'm like, oh, it's delicious, this and that. Thank you so much. Thanking, I remember all this. Thanking the guava tree. Then I go back to the same place with the tree. Then I look again. And I'm like, oh, that's not the guava I wanted. What did I just eat? So then I go back, and then I pick another one, and I eat another one. Then I go back to look to see if that was the one that I wanted to eat. It wasn't the one. It was still there.
So you were literally eating something, but it wasn't the one that you were trying to pick every single time. Like you legit were eating something, but it wasn't what you were trying to get.
Yeah, but it wasn't the one that I could see from a distance, which was maybe about 10 feet away.
You're scaring. I feel like this whole time that like your friends were not good friends.
No, it was fine.
Okay, they were okay. So they were watching you. They were watching you do this entire time and okay with it.
No. He wasn't. I didn't want to. I enjoyed being by myself.
Oh, okay.
Every time he was gonna come, because I couldn't get anything across, I would cover myself with my sweat, with my hoodie, because I would just start laughing because I couldn't say anything to him. And he would come and check on me, like kind of peek, and then that would trip me out because then I would start laughing.
I'm done. I mean, you've already convinced me. I don't want to do this. Like I can't even imagine. Like I'm already fearful of eating things that I don't want to eat.
But it's
accident.
the guava tree. I'm eating the guava.
But not
the
one that you wanted, right? And it's like, well, how in the hell do you keep grabbing? Like I don't. Oh. I
because there's a bunch of guavas.
No, I know, but I wouldn't be happy with the fact that I was trying to grab a certain guava and getting different ones and just eating them like I just was, okay with the fact that I had picked the wrong guava or something. I don't know.
So the thing is that you have no pretty much your ego. Anything you want to do, it doesn't care. Like you're gonna go through this whole feeling, and you're gonna go through this whole, I guess, experience. And you're trying to do something, but it's not it's the ego gets like, I guess, kicked down. Like, you're used to having control.
Yeah.
You could have control, like walk around. Like I went to the restroom to go use the restroom, pee. That's fine. Everything like that, it's fine. But that was it. I mean, I enjoyed it so much that I want to do it again. A higher dose of it.
Oh,
by
man.
myself
No, man. Be careful, man.
because
No,
I
no. Do it
I
with
I
friends. Don't do it alone. I've never heard anybody say anything about doing it alone. Don't do that. Please
said
don't. But do me a favor
I'm
and
gonna
just
do it.
promise you won't do that alone.
I can't promise that.
Okay, well don't promise, but don't let me know either. I don't want to know about it. If you're not gonna promise, then just don't tell me about it. I don't want to know.
But no, but it was nothing bad. Like I didn't go into like I even attempted to like think of like bad thoughts or like kind of dark. It wouldn't allow you. Like it would just like why? Like your mind would be like, no, you can't. This is look at this. Like there was no way that I could have like a bad trip. Like I felt like it wasn't a bad trip. It was a very enjoyable experience
Hmm.
for me. I don't know. Everybody's uh, body is different, right? Like their mind is different. So,
Yeah, yeah,
but that was it. That was it. I'm still alive.
yeah, yeah.
The next day, I did feel like a little drained. Like I didn't feel nauseous or anything like that. Just like because your mind goes through this change and it's just you just feel like drained. You know, like you take a long test and you're like, oh, I don't know if that's happened to you.
Yeah, John's freaking out. John Bennett's freaking out over here, guys. John, hold on a second. I gotta reference John real quick here. He's freaking out, guys. What's the verdict? He's yelling now. Like, what's the verdict? Is have we been defeated? Is the squeeze over? And it's not. Uh, I wouldn't look at it from that perspective, John. In regards to what's happening right now, it's not. This is. I'm kind of. I'm actually really kind of surprised we didn't see a halt earlier this morning that caused us to not trade anymore. But apparently the volatility wasn't enough to completely shut this down. And I think all you're seeing right now, John, is you're just seeing a little bit of a arbitration closing of the gap between AMC and Ape. And I don't really see. I mean, basically, you've got the lawsuit is been decided that they, or at least they've come to an agreement. So now they got to get the judge to sign off on it. Once the judge signs off on it, then you've got yourself like a 10-day period once AMC puts the notice out and lets everybody know that the conversion and reverse split's going to happen. So um, it's nothing to freak out about. It's just more other, just more another day of market price movement that we've seen crazy stuff happen all the time. We've got Ape up 13 points. Let's draw the numbers out here real quick, if you don't mind. We'll put in the numbers. Let's see. We've got Ape at 1.675, and AMC is at 3.935. So we're looking at about market cap loss of 346 million. And it's kind of averaged about that much for most of the day. It's an improvement of what it was last night. Last night we had a market cap loss of like somewhere between 5 and 600 million. So it'll probably improve and get a little bit closer, I would imagine. But there's also going to be an attempt to try and drive price down as well throughout this period of time, because the more money that AMC and Ape moves up to means the more capital Atom can make out of the shares that are going to be in existence that he can sell. So I imagine they will try to continue to push this price down. So nothing to freak out over, in my opinion. I'm not freaking out yet. There's amazing amounts. It is time to go. Yucca, do you mind if I run through the numbers real quick here, and then we can move back to
Go for it.
talking?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go ahead and take a look at the numbers. One of the numbers I'm going to kind of read off to you here, John, in just a minute is some of the orders held by retail through Fidelity, or made through retail through Fidelity. And those numbers don't look like anybody's panicking, in contrast to what you may be hearing out there. So I'm not panicked. I still see good numbers here. It's just, same old with manipulation on price. Doesn't seem to change anything. So let's take a look at what we got going on here. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. And let's do a quick run through these numbers and see where we're at. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the morning or afternoon, I would expect to see about 64 of our volume going through off exchanges or EDGX combined. Off exchange right now is at 50.38%. EDGX is at 12.02. The combined total is 62.4% or 1.6% lower than it should be by this time of the day, so it's a little bit low. CHX volume is 1.73% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 1.89. That is 1.2, almost, it's 1.25, almost a 1.25 million shares going through that exchange. That is the closing of positions, in my opinion, as of right now. So it does seem like there is a lot of closing of positions going on, but it's only in the million range as of right now. Let's see here. Off exchange for Ape is at 42.52%, EDGX 7.76, combined totals 50.28% or about 13.7-ish, lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 0.03 with 30-day average of 0.09, so it's kind of low. GME's CHX volume is 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.25, so that's low as well. Taking a look at the Orctex data. Orctex. Let's see what we got going on here. Borrowed change amount. There's 225,000 shares having been borrowed as of an hour ago. There's now 279,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to not really change the estimated short-term interest of the free float, which is at 25.13%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.94, average is 462.27. That's a very high number. Cost to borrow max is at 855.91%. Short share interest of the free, or what am I saying? Shares on loan, sorry, wrong number. Shares on loan increased by 630,000 shares from yesterday to bring us to 200.68 million shares on loan. If I was really, really worried here, I'd see massive amounts of closing of positions, and I don't see that happening, and I don't see price doing anything unusual from what I'm seeing from these numbers. According to Ortex, that was an increase on shares in short interest by about 207,000 shares. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.29 million shares having been borrowed. That's still the same value. Short share interest, actually, let me refresh this real quick and make sure this is refreshed. Hold on a second. Okay, I just want to make sure. Short share interest of the free float at 5.68. Cost per min is at 0.46. Average 1.32 and max is at 10.49. Shares on loan for the day is at 28.06 million shares on loan. That is 210,000 shares less on loan than there was yesterday. On options, highest amount of call options is at a $4 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately, let's see, 24.6 thousand contracts. There's now 28.7. On puts, highest amount of puts is at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there was 32.8 thousand contracts. There's now 37.3. Market's still suggesting a closing price right around $4 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is $5.61. It is very slowly climbing up this ascending level of support here. I have not seen a breakout going back down. Volume has been slowly decreasing throughout the day today, even though it did spike earlier this morning, which made volume predictions really, really incredibly difficult. Here's the number that you're going to want to see right here, John. Orders by Fidelity customers. You know, where does this stand? Like, if everybody's panicking right now, then what should, you know, if it was true, if everybody was panicking, they were really selling off, what would you see? Would you see large amounts of selling orders or large amounts of buying orders? And I would suggest that you would see large quantities of selling orders, but in actuality, we have 78.86% buy orders to 21.14% selling orders. There's way more buying going on AMC right now from retail than there is selling. And this is a pretty good sampling, taking a company like Fidelity and sampling that and saying, you know, the sentiment here is buy, is what I'm seeing. And for Ape, we see the same exact thing on here. Ape has kind of dropped down on this list. Where did it go? It was up on this list earlier. Is it fallen off? Oh, there it is. Ape is on this list as well. 71.69% buying to 28.31% selling. Again, way more buying than there is selling going on. Not buying into the whole panic. The sky is not falling. SSR trips at $4.60. It did trip earlier today in pre-market. Actually, it was after market hours. And then you've got shares available to borrow. Nothing has changed at all, according to Stonko Tracker and borrows. Fees were last seen at 351.2%. NASDAQ is down 0.48, Dow Jones is down 0.66, and the S&P 500 is down 0.57. We have 4,569 decliners to 1,875 advancers. Market's just kind of trading sideways right now. That's hardly any difference whatsoever in the last hour. Still looking like hot lava. Watch out, it's going to burn your feet kind of crap here. But Silvergate on the bank side, Silvergate is down 7.44. FRC is down 4.86. Bank of America is at 2.84. Wells Fargo is at 2.9% down. And let's see, Morgan Stanley is down 2.83. And PacWest is down 3.54%. Actually, give me just 1 second, guys. I want to look at something real quick here. All right. Ethereum Classic is up 2.29. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently down 0.45. WTI is down 1.64. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.52 to 0.63, and SPY is down 0.5. VIX is up 3.67. VBR is down 2.04. VB is down 1.77. Tesla's down 1.4. Amazon is up 0.92. Cinemark is down 2.09. Doge is down 0.87. Bitcoin is up 1.37. GME is down 2.22. HYMC is up 14.29%. Hood is down 0.05. Ape is up 13.18, and AMC is down 22.99. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, there's approximately $7.1 million more inflow than outflow. 73.12 million shares traded so far after 280. Is that right? Yeah, 280. Why can't I do the math? 282. 282 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 101.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. This has dropped off significantly throughout the day. The volume has just absolutely just been crushed with a lot of the kind of the sideways trading for the most part. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.66, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.58, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, looks like there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.24, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.24, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there's approximately $2.6 million more inflow and outflow. 71.48 million shares traded so far after 283 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 98.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. This one I might actually hit with the 80 to 120 volume prediction for the day. It'll be, yeah, we should hit that. We shouldn't have any problem hitting that one today. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.8, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.33, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.99, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.74, which is above average. Got some news showing up here. Let's see what it says. Yeah, I don't want to read that. Junk. All right. Yuck, you still here? Yeah, he's still here.
Yes, I'm still here. I got a customer. So I'm going to mute myself.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh man, that's rough, pirate. That's rough, man. I don't know. Like, I'm gonna stay out of it. I'm gonna stay out of it because you know what? I'm not here to try and make enemies. So I'm staying out of it. Sorry. I don't think Pirate's miserable. I think I mean I don't know. I think I think he has kind of a valid point a little bit, but I mean I mean it's just an opinion. It's an opinion, and opinions are everybody's got one, right? They're like buttholes, butthole Bills. But what was it? What was Bill's name this morning? Was it Bill Buttlicker? I think that's what his name was. I miss Bill Buttlicker already. He's so refreshing. Hmm. If only we could get Chan Chan back. How do we get Chan? When this is all said and done, guys, I really want to find like the real Chan Chan. I want to find the real Chan Chan and just be like, I want to sit down and buy him a beer. I don't know, maybe buy him something special. I don't know. Just say like, dude, you know what? You made my day. You made me happy. You made me smile. It didn't matter why, but you came in every day and you just said, AMC to dead, and that was it. And and I appreciate you helping giving me that drive and making me know that I don't believe that it's dead because I know what it is that I'm seeing have happen, and it's not dead. Dead stocks don't move millions and millions of shares like this unless they're beyond dead. This is not a beyond dead stock. So I personally want to find Chan Chan when this is all over, and I want to buy him a beer at the very minimum. Blarkey saying Casey Trump, bro. I just don't really care about the politics right now. Um, but was he locked up or something? I don't know, man. I don't even know if I really care. I feel like for me, it's that really just kind of turns into like a big distraction. Like, oh, let's talk about Trump, and it's like I don't care about Trump anymore. He's done. He's not our president anymore. Let's move forward. Let's let's think about let's think about the next president that we're going to get into office, and I don't think it's going to be Trump. There's other people out there who are good candidates. Let's start looking at some of those and figuring out. I'd rather talk about some of those people because that's our future. Our future is not really. I don't think it's in Trump. Larky says he's the next one. It's time to move forward, man. It's time to start looking forward and finding the next best candidate and looking into it. Because you know what, we're in my opinion, this is strictly my opinion, but we're gonna be the guys who get to decide who that next person is probably going to be. Many of us may have some newfound wealth to our names, and with that newfound wealth, we may be able to stand behind certain individuals and decide what our future is going to look like. So um, it's time to start looking. It's time to start finding those people. Joe says I want to run for office. There you go. Have a platform. Yeah, Trump has opened everyone's eyes to the BS, and yeah, I would say that's probably true. And no Casey 2024. No, no, that's not going to happen. Casey's got other plans. I got other plans. I got to go back to school here. I'm going to go back to school. Let's see here. 121. It's time for me to take a break. Um, I'm half tempted. Yeah, right. Come on, Albert. You know I'm not qualified for that job, right? I mean, you know that. It's fun to talk about, right? It's fun to laugh and joke around and stuff. But there are some really smart people out there who are way more qualified than I could ever be as a SEC chair. So I would never even joke around about trying to be uh, filling a position like SEC chair. There's just no way. I don't even have nearly the knowledge I need to have. But you aren't corrupt. Oh man. Yeah, but that doesn't really necessarily make you qualified for it though. But I appreciate your vote of confidence. But there are some people out there I'm sure that could probably fill that position and do a fine job. Maccabee says if you would be president case you'd have to keep the beard. Sorry, not sorry. This beard's coming off, buddy. I'm sorry, it's coming off. Man, Tech We Love says, but qualified people aren't necessarily the ones brave enough to be honest and steadfast when the time comes for the transparency and justice. Yikes, Tech We Love. Holy crap, man. Hit me right between the feelers on that one. Sheesh. I mean, I like it. I'm not saying anything bad. I love what you said. It's true, but I mean, there has to be some level of knowledge. I mean, you don't want a fifth grader. I can find you a fifth grader that's good. That'll tell you the truth and be honest with you. Or maybe not. Sorry, I said fifth grader. I meant kindergartner. I can find you an honest kindergartner out there somewhere. But that doesn't mean that they're going to know how to um, properly run or manage the entire security exchange. It's not how it works. The entire economy. Albert says my 9-year-old can spot failure to delivers. Yeah. This guy rigs movie trivia. You trust him with a chair of the SEC? Yeah, no kidding, right? That's right, Sir Hoddle. He knows what he's talking about. Carl says, Casey question, why are people saying Adam Aaron, I think he meant Adam Aaron, screwed us, the investors? Why are they saying that? You tell me why somebody would go down and piss or somebody would piss in their kid's lemonade stand and go hold a sign at the corner and say that. You tell me why somebody would say that. And I'll point out if you tell me why, and I'll point those people out to you. How's that? We'll reverse this a little bit here. You show me the ones pissing in their kids' lemonade, and I'll point them out. Arthur says, Casey, can you bounce a checkbook? You're hired. I can. That's scary though. I hope there's more qualifications than just that. Yeah, that vanished a while ago, Matt. Mac and B says, I'm sure I could corrupt Casey with a drink or two. Man, you make me sound easy, dude. You know, Carl, they're scared people. There's scared people out there, right? And have you ever heard of what what breed it? I think it's poodles. I think it's poodles, or it might be cocker spaniels, and maybe it's both. And it doesn't matter whether they're scared or they're happy, but every time you walk into the door, they just start pissing themselves. They can't help themselves. It's just like it's just kind of a reaction, right? They can't help themselves other than just piss themselves, and it doesn't really matter. So there's a difference between, I guess, somebody who's standing on the corner of the street, holding a sign saying "I pissed in my kid's lemonade stand," and somebody who's down the street saying "Buy my kid's lemonade" as they piss it, and it's shooting all over the place, and they just can't help themselves. And so there's people who are scared. There's people who are scared. There's people who are happy, and it doesn't matter one way or the other, but they're still going to be pissing themselves one way or the other. And you can't help that. And there's you have to recognize fear when you see it. When you see that fear, um, do you listen to it? Is it something that you recognize as fear, or is it something that you just simply see as a statement? If it's a statement, and you agree with the statement, make the statement make sense then. How does the statement make sense? But if they're just pissing themselves and coming up with like random cockamamie stories that don't make any sense whatsoever, then you have to ask yourself, like, why are you buying into that? Why are you listening to it? Why are you continuing it? Is it just fun to watch somebody piss themselves? Because that's kind of what's happening. If you like that and you think that's the thing that's going to help this company out is to support the people who are pissing all over themselves, go for it. Go support them. Go push watching those individuals to help this company. Those are the people who are helping this company, in your opinion. Go support them. If you don't think those people are helping to support this company, don't watch them. Make them irrelevant. Make them go away. The less relevancy they have, the less they can hurt the company. And they're certainly not helping the company by pissing themselves. That's for sure. I understand that, Carl. I totally get that. I've been down that road before of I listen because I want to understand what other people's different opinions are. I've been down that road. The problem is, Carl, is we're talking about algorithms that work in such a way that support what it is that you support. Okay? If you choose to support AMC and what it's doing and backing AMC, you have to make a conscious effort to support the algorithms that are going to help support the narratives that push things in the positive direction for the company that you're so even because your dying curiosity wants to know what the other side of the story is, that is not really just a story, it's just somebody pissing themselves. It causes the fake information that's not really real, has no backing or no merit whatsoever, to be at the forefront of what it is that people hear. So you ask yourself this: are you doing your part to make that more available for the general public to hear, or are you doing your part to make it go away? What are you doing? Are you helping, or are you hurting? Are you joining the piss myself club, or are you joining the I believe in what it is that I'm invested in club? Which club do you want to join? I mean, it is your money. It's your hard-earned money. Which club is the club you want to be a part of? I hate to say it, Carl. I mean, I'm not here to be a division divider in this community. That's not what I ever intended to do. I wanted to record history. But I'm watching. Sam says, "Piss myself, club." But that's, I mean, which is it? What do you want to what do you want to be? Because that's what's happening. They're generating fear and they're just pissing themselves, And it's like, okay, well, I can join that club if I want to. It loves company. Trust me, nobody wants to piss themselves by themselves. Nobody wants. Everybody would. Anybody who's. If you ever had an accident before, you don't want to be the only one. Because can you imagine everybody's pointing fingers at you saying, he's pissing himself. You know, you want to piss with everybody else. You don't want to be the only guy pissing your pants. So misery loves company, right? It's the whole idea here. Misery loves company. If you want to be a part of the misery, be a part of the misery. And yeah, do it. Go for it. It's not going to help anything. Tech We Love says Billy Madison peeing scene comes to mind. I mean, what do you want? That's what it really comes down to. Arthur Martin says, like Billy Madison, you ain't cool if you don't pee your pants. Oh, man. Sam says, group organ. Oh, hey, how's it going, Yuko? Welcome back.
Sorry.
That's all right, man. We're all talking about peeing pants over here, and you're over there hugging trees. So you know, you're over there, massaging hardly on the, or not hardly, massaging hard on the trees. I don't want to say it. I have to be careful how I say it because it almost sounds like I'm saying massaging hard on trees, and I'm not saying massaging hard on. Massaging hard on the trees. It doesn't matter how I say it; it still doesn't come out right. I think it's funny that the tree moaned at you for
Yeah, it kind of squeaked.
It squeaked.
I thought that's why I thought it was. Yeah, it did that, and I thought it was a bird.
I know, I've heard that before. I've heard that someplace. I don't know. It's it's one of those things. I think I've heard it before somewhere. Oh man, yeah, you got to be kind to the trees. They're.
I do.
You got to be gentle.
They have life.
Dino Mike says barking spiders. Foo Dog says the tree was a hardwood. Did you mistake anything for anything?
No.
Okay. That's good.
No, I did not.
So you didn't hallucinate that a comb was a toothbrush or...
Not at all.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's good. That would hurt.
Yeah, the only thing that was happening, just the everything was moving in like an ocean.
Dude, that just made me think of something crazy. Did you brush your teeth while you were doing this?
No.
Can you imagine?
I've been... Well,
Can you imagine what would have happened if you
like,
brushed your teeth?
I want to shower while it's happening. I want to do that. I want to see how that feels.
What if you never get out?
You're
just like standing there. Like, you finally come down off your high, and then you like you look down, and you're just like, you look like the old lady you thought you were. You're like, only I'm not dry anymore. That's funny.
It took about 6 hours to fully come out. Like, even like the last hour, we were kind of still laughing because we started watching TV and stuff. And my friend, he was seeing like this lady, she was DJing like on YouTube, like mixing with records and stuff like that. He kept noticing that her hands were becoming long, small. He was just tripping out still and laughing. I couldn't see that. I was like out already, but here and there I would laugh because he would laugh. But yeah, it was 6 hours.
6 hours.
6 hours. I wasn't even hungry.
No hunger.
It was good.
Huh.
No hunger. Yeah, because I had breakfast. And then, yeah, we ended up extending it. We started late. Like, I showed up to his house late. Like, we said I was gonna show up to his house like at 11. He's like, oh, I can't. I need to go pick up my kid and take care of him for a little bit because his mom had to go to work. So I said, okay, I'll be there like around 2. So then I show up around 2:33. We started at 4:30, and then I left his house like at midnight. Yeah, but I was able to drive. Everything was fine. I do feel like now today, I feel like a reset. Like my mind has reset. Like my body, I feel nice. Like I feel different. Like a reset. Like the mind is not like thinking so much or stressed out.
It's like
That's
your
pretty much
brain
it.
had like a gentle massage.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to meditate. I'm gonna try to meditate a little bit and be a little bit more creative because I have a keyboard. I make music on the side.
Oh, really?
You
When's
know,
your
and
song
yeah,
come out?
like it's more. I'm more of like the techno house
Okay.
producer, like that stuff. So I'll see what happens if there's change within the mind being more creative. It's supposed to be, I guess, based off what I've read and heard.
I'm gonna recognize Sam real quick here because he keeps throwing out DMTs. Like DMT is the pros and the mushrooms is like high school. Okay, Sam, I got you. Sam's trying to encourage
I
like the
saw that.
15-minute high. He wants the he's like, yeah, go for the 15. I don't know, man. Like Sam, I mean, you want the bang for your buck? Go for 6 hours. Seems like 6 hours is like I don't know. It sounds more you're getting better. If somebody told me I'd pay the same price for a movie that's 6 hours versus 2 hours, I probably would still take the 2 hour movie just because I can't hold my bladder for 6 hours. But I mean, if you told me I could get 6 hours at a arcade center, unlimited gameplay, I'd take the 6 hours.
Yeah, and what was really funny, or I thought it was we were like there was stages, so everything will calm down, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess it's coming down. That's it. That was it. Okay. Then it would come again, like another another experience, another like wave of I don't know where it was gonna take me. And we kept doing that over and over. I would go to him and I say, "Hey, I think we're coming down," and he's like, "Hell no! I just went through another experience." And he's like, and then when I went to the restroom, he's in the back. He has like a man cave, and he was under a blanket. And then I come through the door and he leaves. He opens the blanket and he pops his head out and he's like, "You don't know how many worlds I've been through." Like it was so funny because he just pops out. He's like, "I've been through so many worlds, man," like that. And I start laughing. But then he covers himself again, and then he was telling me that it was the blanket because I had gotten that blanket at the beginning. I covered myself. Then I left the room when he started playing all that loud music.
Yeah.
Then he went to the restroom and he came back. He noticed that I wasn't there anymore. But then he said, "Huh, why was he covering himself with that blanket? Let me see what's under there." He puts it under himself. And then he's like, "Oh man, something was happening under that blanket." That's when he was experiencing all these different worlds, he said.
Wow. Hey,
Yeah, that was it.
Do you remember if we did Blazing Saddles for a movie? I feel like we did.
It sounds from I think we did.
I swear we did Blazing Saddles. Oh yeah, here it is. I see it. Okay,
Who's saying? Yeah.
No, the reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to put up the poll right now for the next movie, and I couldn't remember. I swore that we had done Blazing Saddles, but I couldn't remember, and so yeah, I just got rid of it. Okay. Hey, we actually have some good movies today, man.
That's nice. I know, I saw that.
No, you haven't. I haven't posted it yet. I'm posting it right now.
No, I know. Oh, are you saying for today?
Yeah, for today. I just posted it. We got well, there's one bad one. But Twilight, Rounders, Heat, and Reservoir Dogs. Twilight's the one, and that's like, I don't know.
That's really, I'm gonna vote for that one.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well get it out of the way while there's still some That way you don't get stuck with 4 crappy choices at the very end, the last week. I'll like four days in a row of just crap movies for questions. But yeah, yeah.
Rounders.
Hey,
What's
hey,
going on,
T.
Arthur?
Hey, not much. I would like to ask you, did you have any deep thought, like epiphanies or anything like that?
You know, that's the thing that's why I want to do it again, because it was my first time, so I wanted to have my eyes open and experience I wanted to see the outside instead of going inside, like kind of just like sitting there and meditating and just trying to go deeper and trying to see what I can understand with something within. I didn't take advantage of that because it's my first time, so I was trying to see where it was taking me, and then I wanted to see how it was how I was seeing the outer world, pretty much that environment. So just, I mean, when I had my eyes closed for the beginning part, the only thing was the mushroom was saying, spread the word, because I'm dying. And then the other thing was, I was asking questions about why is the world the way it is, and it's because the humans have become so cold, not loving, and so that affects the environment, like the weather and everything. And that's why I decided to Google that, and it turns out the scientists have said that we, our energy, influence the weather. Casey disagrees.
You can have a lot of deep thoughts. Not just I didn't mean just like introspective, deep thoughts about yourself of turning it inside. I just meant any deep thoughts about the world, the environment.
Well, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
like I've had
Uh,
some crazy deep thoughts doing some stuff like that, man.
oh, but it's like, and it's hard to kind of explain it because you go through it. So that's the other thing that I've sat and I try to remember. But I remember there's moments that when I was just by myself and I just stood still, there was something happening that it was like it was really like enlightening. Like I don't know, there was that I can't really explain it because it's happening within the mind and the body. And then I took a break. I would go to the restroom and I would come back and I felt like when I came back, it continued, like it paused. And then I would continue that same feeling, like that same experience. I would look up in the sky and then I would see lines kind of like connecting, like white lines connecting. The moon was out. I did see the sunset. It was amazing. I saw the purples. I saw like everything was so bright. Like my senses were elevated, and it's just awesome.
So I can't be the only person here. There's got to be other people here that feel this way. But I've only got the two of you in here right now, and so I'll just ask you guys. But don't like if you're ever doing something like that, like because it's illegal or whatever. Like, don't you ever feel like you're like breaking the law, kind of thing. Like, doesn't that ever like go through your head? Like, you're sitting going like, oh, this is not right. I shouldn't be doing this. No, am I
Not
the
at
only
that
one?
No,
time, no.
I mean, like
You look at the world different,
Why am
Casey.
I
I
why
can't
am I the
explain it.
only person who's sitting here going like I would, yes, Einstein says paranoia. That would be me. That would be me the entire time. I would have total paranoia the whole time, like somebody's gonna get us. Somebody's gonna get us. Like I'm gonna get in trouble. The SWAT team's gonna jump over the fence any minute. We're gonna all get in trouble, and I'm gonna go to jail, and I'm gonna be some big man's boy toy. I don't want to go to jail. No jail. Stop. We can't do this.
no, you know,
I
I
would
did
stress out. I would stress out.
I noticed I did notice a lot of traffic in that area. Like I then he came out and and I asked him, hey, do you have a lot of traffic going around? Like I see a lot of cars, and he's like, I don't know. Then he starts laughing. I never realized, and I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of traffic. I think the CIA knows that we took this. I told him that.
That's
Maybe as the
I would
CIA keeps
yeah,
passing
yeah.
by
I would be thinking that. I would. I know I would.
because because when I was sitting there, I don't know, I kept seeing like a kind of like shadow people, but I think it was just people passing by, and the tree kind of gave that shadow effect. And I'm like, who is that? Who is that? But
Okay.
then I said, oh, forget it. Forget it, forget it.
All
I
right.
just said, it's just
I
I'm
feel
thinking
better.
about it too much.
I feel better now because I thought I was the only person who felt that way, and so I was feeling like I was going out on a limb by saying it, but a lot of people were actually saying they'd be paranoid too. So I feel better now because I feel like I'm the only person who's the one who's paranoid all the time. Like if I was to be doing something, like that, I don't know,
But
man.
it wasn't illegal
We,
back in the
yeah,
70s, the 60s, right? People were enjoying themselves.
I know, but
Nobody killed anybody.
no, I know, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
I
Maybe it
understand.
was the household that I was raised in, where drugs was not a thing, I don't
Yeah,
know. I have no
same
idea.
here.
I don't know.
There was no drugs. There was no drugs, no drinking, nothing. But I guess because I'm older now, I'm able to research, and it just, I don't know. It's the best gift I've ever gave myself.
Hmm.
So psilocybin has been medically proven recently in some studies to actually help with antidepressant and PSTD if you do it in microdoses.
Yes, I have heard this, and they've been very successful at helping people. I've heard. I'm not trying to say anything bad about it. I'm just saying, I would be a mess, feel like somebody's gonna catch me or something. I don't know.
Think of it this way, right? If you do 2 shots, you're going to be just buzzed. If you do 10 shots, you're going to be hammered. So that's how you got to think of it.
Joe says no fear. You guys have found my fear factor. That is my fear factor, like being out of control. I don't like being out of control. I've done that
That's your
before.
ego.
No, it's not my ego. I've done it before. I've been there, and
Yeah.
I don't like not being in control. Like it's like I remember one time where, and my mom listens, so Mom, it happened, okay? So I had a lot to drink. I mean, I don't even remember how much it was. It was just so much to drink, and then pot was introduced in, and I had so much pot. I have no idea how much pot I had, and it got to this point to where was I was joking with this girl or something, and all I remember is she was like 5 foot like 2. She had to be like, I mean, she was dang near I don't know. She was really small, petite girl. And I said, we got into this topic about how like I'll bet you I could beat you in wrestling, right? And like she literally like there was nothing strong about her whatsoever, but because of the condition that I was in, she just manhandled me. Absolutely just manhandled me and took me down to the ground and made me feel stupid. And I was sitting there and I was laughing. I was laughing the whole time, and I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, why is it that when I'm trying to move my muscles and wrestle, I can't move? And I just remember thinking to myself, like, I'm just getting my butt kicked right now, and I'm not even I can't do anything about it. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. And I don't know. Ever since that happened, I've ever since then I've just always been kind of like this. Like I don't want to lose that kind of control again, to where I'm getting my butt kicked by somebody that's like, you know,
totally different, reaction in the body from alcohol to uh, shrooms or LSD. You're not out of control. You can control it. I don't know how to explain it, but you can control it.
just says it was a real midget. I almost said that. I almost said short person, Joe, but I tried to refrain from saying that. But she was real close, very very close.
You got beat up by an Oompa Loompa.
was
Yeah, I
was
mean, when I was younger, I used to do a lot of drinking, like partying,
yeah.
and I would rip my shirt off
You were
because I
that
was
guy.
upset. I was that guy that I would rip my shirt off because I was angry because I used to like this girl and she didn't really like me, or she would flirt with me and then she would find another guy in the club, and then I would just leave and I would just rip my shirt off, and then everybody was looking for me. I was that kind of guy back then.
Yeah.
Um, it was so like that. It was so embarrassing where the next day they were telling me, "Oh, you did this." I kind of remember, you were very upset and this and that. You made her feel bad, and it was the alcohol. So I understand alcohol versus like mushrooms is a different feeling. You have control, and it's not like an angry or like it's a different feeling. I don't know.
Well,
It's
I've
just
never been an anger drunk. Like
that's good.
me and drinking and anger don't even go hand in hand. There's just no way. I don't like. I'm a fun drunk. I'm not an angry drunk at all.
That's
I can't even
great.
imagine being angry and drunk at the same time. To me, it's really weird when I
Yeah,
see people who get like that because I go like, how has that happened to you?
that's yeah.
Because usually it's that.
Well, nowadays, now when I just go ahead.
Usually they're the fun people, right? When they're not drunk, they're really fun, and then they start drinking, they get angry. You go like, "What happened? Why are you like Mr. Jekyll and Hyde?
Yeah,
What the hell
yeah,
happened?" Yeah.
yeah. That was. I don't know. Maybe because I was younger, I didn't understand it. Now when I get drunk, yeah, I just get really happy. I talk a lot. Like I do a lot of. That's how you know I'm drunk because I'm talking to everybody. I'm laughing. I'm doing goofy things. That's how you know I'm drunk.
Hmm. All right. I'll
Excuse
tell you.
me, guys.
Go for it. What's up?
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
My name is I'm Keemon, but I'm different on the Discord. So
Hi.
could this affect everybody differently? Because I'm hearing just I don't have a dog in the hunt, but I'm hearing Casey, and could it affect everybody differently? Because I heard somebody say that ego, not wanting to be in control is well, not wanting to lose control is ego. But what happens if you lose control and the next thing you know, you regain control and you're in jail?
Oh, right. Yes. That's what exactly I'm saying. Go. That's exactly what I'm saying. Go for like, what if there's some kind of like inside me, there's this evil guy, right? And he takes over, and I don't have any control over that evil guy or something. And next thing I know, I'm doing stuff that I didn't want to do.
I
That
don't think it happens like that.
Yeah, no.
You guys are
That's
under the assumption it's like a light switch. It's not on or off. It's all about how much. It's like the drinking.
yeah. I get what Gopher's saying though. I get it.
I don't think there's no stories like that. Nobody has ever said, "Oh, I don't think. I mean, this is my first time doing it, so I'm gonna do it again, and I'll report again." Even Casey says, "Don't tell me."
Yeah, because you said you were doing it alone. I don't mind if
Oh,
it's yeah. I just don't. I want you to be safe.
okay. Well, then
Yeah.
I won't do it alone. Do it with me.
All right. Well, I don't. I said all right before I even. I'm like okay. Wait. Oh, me. uh, yeah, I'll probably
No,
pass, but
I'm gonna get. I'll get Foo and then everybody else to do it with me, maybe.
do you know what's more
Uh,
scarier than anything? For somebody who like me who doesn't want to lose control, the inability to maintain control when you choose to maintain control. And so for me, like the idea, I have Alzheimer's that runs in the family, and it really doesn't scare me all that much. The idea that maybe when I'm older I'll have Alzheimer's. But what scares me is that I could potentially take something that may change um, how I perceive things currently, and maybe slash maybe affects my brain in some kind of way to where it's not healthy for me later down the road. And so that scares me a little bit, and I don't really want to. I don't want to mess with that. And DJ Ola put
big,
your own alchemy. Yeah, I don't want to mess. I don't want to mess with my alchemy at all. It's like one of those things where it's like I feel like it's taking risks of because I've heard of this before, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard people say before that you can have bad trips and you just never. And I'm sure it's more with like LSD or whatever, but some people drop acid and they're just never the same again. And it's like, why would you flirt with that kind of danger? And I just,
yeah,
yeah, that's probably not
I hear
the
you.
same thing with shrooms, but that's
Just
I
gotta
think
be cautious.
yeah, I have that like I guess general cautious attitude, I guess. I don't know.
I guess we'll revisit this question 10 years later. You'll probably want to do it.
I was in the military and I'd never done any of that stuff. And one night I was on CQ duty with this E5 sergeant, and he started talking about it, and he was like, "You should try it." And I was like, "Wait a minute. In your position, in my position, shouldn't you be telling me not to do these?" He's like, "Trust me, man. It's something that you gotta trust me." And that's what got me to try it. And man, I can't explain it. It's nothing like drugs on any other drug. It's nothing like it. I can't explain it. It's very hard to explain the
Yeah.
feeling that you get. Um, it was strange, yet somehow soothing at the same time. I don't know how to explain it.
Hmm.
Crazy experience. I say try it, dude. Try it.
And it,
Be with
yeah, and
people, good friends, and just enjoy it. It would be a trip. I would send you down a rabbit hole of thoughts.
This
It would
is
just
this
be
is peer
fun
pressure.
with
This is
you
peer
and talk.
pressure, guys. I've seen these videos before. Just say
Peer
no.
pre-
No, I said no. Just say no.
Nancy Reagan didn't know
I've
her ass from a hole in the ground.
I've seen these videos. You guys are peer pressuring me.
no,
I asked that question. I wasn't being judgmental or anything of that nature, but I've only had I had weed once at 16. I'm 32, and I never done anything else. I've never even been drunk, so that's why I understood. I had to come in and ask that question because I understand Casey. I would not want to let go of my control. It would kind of. I don't know who I would be in such a situation.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's scary. That's scary.
I could tell you'd be more manageable than a drunk person.
There's some people in here who understand what it is that we're saying, and there's other people who have no understanding of gopher of what it is that we're trying to say, and it makes me wonder what that is about us specifically, like why we have those fears of who we would be on something other than who we really are. I don't know. Maybe that's
But yet,
half the battle.
drink alcohol. You drink alcohol.
Yeah, I know, but
To me,
I
I'm
feel like
so
it's
much more out of control on alcohol, and I'm a nice drunk. I'm a happy drunk, but bodily, you lose coordination, things like that. That doesn't happen. LSD or shrooms, you don't lose body function. You don't. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
we're not peer pressuring.
No, I know.
It's
I know
just
you're not.
yeah,
I make my own decisions anyways.
yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just yeah. It's just it was my first time doing it, so I don't know. Maybe the second time would be maybe a different feeling. I have no idea. So
Ayo says,
what they
Casey, are you what are you hiding? Are you afraid of your shadow coming out? To be honest with you, Ayo, I don't, there may be a dark side to me somewhere. Like Santa Claus has got a dark brother somewhere, who is his shadow feature of him that is the evil side of Santa Claus. You can't be Santa Claus forever without having some kind of like evil, dark side to you. And because I mean, like Bobblehead Ross, right? Bob Ross, the dude had. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but he had some dark stuff. He had some dark shit. He was hiding dark shit, really, really dark stuff. And sometimes you just don't know. Maybe you're special because because you're repressing those dark things, And I don't know, but there is other sides to people. I don't know.
got a point.
Ayo says, Casey, I doubt it. You're the least dark dude. You don't
My
know,
God,
man.
imagine you. What if you turn into a fairy, Casey?
Hello. Oh man. And a star for you, and a star for you. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, but that would be terrible, right? Like, no, I wouldn't want
Would
that.
it?
No, yeah, I wouldn't want that either. That doesn't sound like very much fun. I'll pass on that too. That's really that's also very dark. Uh, that is very dark too. I don't know, man. I don't know.
You worked in semiconductors, correct?
Yep.
Oh man. So I would like to get you going on Tron movies. Like, so how does Tron work in that little chip there, dude? It just watch you get tripped out on that.
Dude, so some of the stuff that I've seen in the semiconductor industry would like if I tried to explain it to you, it would bore the shit out of you. Like you would literally like I would watch the 260 people here probably leave. I could probably get everybody to leave in about 15 minutes or less,
You
or vast majority of the people. Really, the best way for me to describe the work that I did and some of the things that I did was is that when you worked in the line of field that I worked in, every time you walk into your place of work, you're going into the future by like 20 years. Everything that you see in the movies, all the stuff that you think are possibilities that you never really see in the average everyday person's life, you see on a daily basis. And after a while, it starts to become kind of you become numb to it because you see it on a daily basis. It's what you do for a living. But every once in a while, um, you have that moment where you look at the things that you're working on or the things that you're seeing, and you go, "My gosh, this is so freaking amazing!" And it's really I can't even begin to tell you guys how cool it is to work in that industry. It is very, very cool stuff, but it's very techy, so some people don't really care. See, look, even that explanation made half the people's.
No, man, I'm trying to think of how to put it into words, but how intriguing it would become to everyone
Yeah.
around you. It would become totally intrigued. Like, you go to the fucking future, man. We would just be intrigued. It would be intriguing as all get out.
Hmm.
We've had some really crazy deep thoughts. We used to sit around and just think of crap, just chill out, drink orange juice, and
Oh yeah.
relax for hours, and just talk and have some of the craziest, deepest thoughts.
Yeah, I kept doing that. I kept drinking orange juice, and I could feel the difference. Like it kept bringing it back.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go. This is good.
All right. Well, I'm gonna step off here for just a minute, guys, because I gotta do the toast here in like 7 minutes. I haven't even done the questions yet for today. So I'm gonna step off the back of the big tramp here, but I will come back after we go through the numbers and um, actually I can't.
We
I
can't.
think
We
this
got
is
to do
it.
the trivia.
Yeah, we gotta go to the trivia, and then after that, it's pretty much the end of the day. So I think this is where I wrap up the back of the big tramp here, guys. Unfortunately.
Thank you for visiting.
Hey, I appreciate hearing your story. That was an incredible story that you had, and thanks for sharing with us, man.
Oh, thank you for listening.
It was my pleasure. Stay safe, Yucca.
I will.
All right,
I'll be over there
later.
later.
All right, I'm gonna take the big tramp off the screen here real quickly, and then put on some music just for a few minutes while I get some questions ready, grab a quick drink, and then I'll be right back. We'll run through the numbers, toast, all that good stuff, and then we'll move into movie trivia. Today's movie trivia for the day today is going to be Little Mermaid, the original uh, animation one. All right, I will see you guys in a bit. All right, guys, I'm back. And let's take a look at the final numbers for the day. Shall we do a toast real quick here before the end of the day? Or since we're kind of entering into the power hour, let's do that. Let's go ahead and toast real quick here. I want to toast to, I guess I want to really just toast to safety of anybody like Yucca who decides to go down that path or that choice of doing what it is that Yucca did. So to Yucca, I'm glad you're really okay, sir. I was worried about you. And so cheers to all you guys, to safety, being safe out there, no matter what it is that you're doing. Cheers. I work safety in my line of work for quite a few years, so always safety first. Always safety first. All right, let's take a look at numbers. Starting with me taking you guys over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let me move a couple screens around here, and let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 51.3 going through off exchanges, and EDGX is at 12.05 for a grand total 63.35%. That's about 2.7% lower than it should be by this time of the day. And CHX volume is at 1.74% of the total daily volume, which is 1.356 million shares going through that exchange. 1.74 is really close to the 30-day average of 1.89. Very high numbers. On Ape, off exchange is 44.09. I feel like that hasn't changed all day today. Hold on a second, let me refresh. All right, I guess it's the same. EDGX is 7.32. Total is 51.41%. That's about, let's see, 10.4.6, 10.46, lower than it should be by this time of the day. And yeah, so it's kind of low. CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.09. Let's take a look at, CHX volume on GME. 0.09 out of 0.09% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.25, also low. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 279,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 225. It's going to have the effect of lowering the short-term interest of the free float, but actually it really hasn't really changed that much, so it's the same at 25.13%. Cost to borrow ends at 268.97. Cost to borrow average now at 528.48 and max at 855.91. Last time we saw them hitting these kind of numbers, we saw a big run. Well, I shouldn't say big. I mean, it was a run. Shares on loan increased by 630,000 shares to 200.68 million shares on loan. That's 207,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday in short interest. 207, in short interest. And then on Ape, an hour ago there was 1.29 million shares having been borrowed. It's still the same. It's going to leave that estimated short-term interest of the free float at 5.69%. Cost to borrow is at 4.46. Average 1.32 and max is 10.49. Shares on loan decreased by 210,000 shares to 28.06 million shares on loan. Options. I feel like a whistle when I say options. I feel like a whistle. Options. Highest amount of volume. An hour ago was at a $4 strike. That is still the case. It went from 28.7 thousand contracts to 32,000 contracts. On the puts, highest amount of puts is at a $3 strike now. It has gone down in highest amounts of volume for the day. Hold on 1 second as I move this over just a hair. That should do. Yeah, highest amount of volume is at, no, I'm sorry, my bad. Highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike still. And it went from 37.3 thousand contracts to 38.7. Market's still indicating a closing price on AMC somewhere around $4 by the end of the day. AMC and Ape combined currently at $5.62. We are getting a little bit of a run up here, and volume is coming through at the final 45 minutes or 60. Let's see, the final 60 minutes of the day today, but we only really have like 38 minutes left to go. Yeah, it's just trading sideways. I mean, it's finding support at about 554 or greater, but for the most part, it's trading. It was following this ascending level of support, and then just kind of traded out sideways out of it at some point, right around like 1400 Eastern. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for here. AMC has spent most of the day today on the top two. Time for another sip of my drink. That's a good drink. Yeah. AMC is 78.53% buys, a 21.47% sell ratio. Ape is got a 71.55% buy to 28.45% sell ratio. GME's got low volume, so not on the list here. SSR did trigger for the day-to-day on AMC, which means it'll be on for tomorrow as well. Oftentimes when we see that triggering of SSR, we see within a couple days afterwards a big jump up in price. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But SSR did trip at 4.6, and then Ape would have tripped at 1.332, and then no shares have been borrowed at all for the day today. Yesterday the fees were last seen at 351.2%. NASDAQ is down 0.67, Dow Jones is down 0.67, S&P 500 is down 0.7. We have 4,692 decliners to 1,793 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. Worse off than it was an hour ago. Banks, the biggest movers, we've got Silvergate down 6.05, FRC down 6.23. Coinbase is close to 3%, it's 2.83. Bank of America 2.69, Wells Fargo 2.82, Schwab 2.69, Morgan Stanley 3.13, and PacWest 4.55. The only ones that are green on here right now are S&P Global. I don't even know if that's supposed to be on here. What the hell? And Credit Suisse are the only two that are up right now. What is this? I don't remember putting this on here. This is a credit rating company. I don't even know why this is on here. I don't know why. I don't think I put this on here. Weird. Ethereum is up 2.41%. DXY is down 0.51. WTI is down 1.73. We have mortgage-backed securities up anywhere from 0.49 to 0.58, and SPY is down 0.68. VIX is up 4.1. VBR is down 2.23. VB is down 1.95. Tesla is down 1.68. Amazon is up 1.74. Cinemark is down 1.75. Doge is up 0.85. Bitcoin is up 1.24. GME is down 2.59. HYMC is up 18.46 for the day today. Wow. HUD is down 0.05, and Ape is up 13.82, while AMC is down 23.39%. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. $6.3 million more inflow than outflow. 81.52 million shares traded so far after 356 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 89.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is not anywhere close to any of the volume predictions that I made at all. I don't know what to tell you guys. It was really, really low volume. However, Ape did make, even though I predicted I was doing Ape the same exact way I would do AMC, AMC just did not get the volume that it was supposed to get for the day today. I don't know what to tell you. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 31.28, which is below average. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.07, which is slightly below average. Or no, that's below average. What am I saying? 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.71, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately $1.2 million more inflow than outflow. 81.04 million shares traded so far after 357 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 88.53 million shares. The adjusted numbers that I gave on Ape for the day was 80 to 120 million shares traded. So it looks like we're going to head on the lower side of that. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart here, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.37, which is above average. On a 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.32, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.4, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.08, which is above average. And with that, we are really, really close to time to do movie trivia. Today is Little Mermaid. Really super easy last question today. Don't guess yet. If you guess now and you get it right, I won't care. I won't care. I won't even acknowledge it. So don't even try. All right. I'm going to tell you guys right now in the message to go ahead and hit live now. DJ says sus. I wasn't feeling very original. And to be honest with you, I'll give you a hint, guys. I will give you a hint in advance right now. Not a single question has anything to do with Sebastian. And I don't know why. I have no idea why. But as I was doing the quiz questions and I was looking at it, I was like, why is it that I don't have a damn single thing in here about Sebastian? I'm like, he was like the best part of the whole. I don't know. In my opinion, as a kid growing up as a boy, Sebastian was probably like the best part about the whole thing. Like, screw love. Who did I identify with the most? Sebastian. He was the guy who was always talking some sense. Let's see here. Yeah, and he sings the best. Food Dog says, and he sings the best song. That's my point. That's my point exactly. Who's Sebastian? He's the crab, the lobster. The lobster. He's not a crab. He's a lobster. So yeah, Food Dogs did not. Food's guess didn't age well. No. Here we go. First question. He got crabs. Says a lot about your shadow. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. All right, first question. Finish this quote. I'm a Cancer. I am a Cancer, Arthur. I mean, it makes sense. Finish this quote. What would I pay to spend a day warm on the... Sand by censored content is correct. We're going to take away your man card today, censored content. I know, I understand censored content that you're behind from yesterday, but there's plenty more days of movies ahead here. Don't lose your man card over this, man. I'm just trying to be a friend here. Don't lose your man card over this. I'm just saying. Next one. What is the name of Prince Eric's dog? I just watched it. Max. Oh, Frank, you were a smidgen of a fractional second behind. You lost on payment for order flow to censor content with that for Max. That is correct. I don't know why I did what I did today, guys. What two colors are flounder? Yeah, I know he's not a flounder. Yellow and Blue by Joe Pounce is correct. He's not. You're right. He's not a flounder. I started to write flounder instead of writing Joe's name in here. Sorry, Joe. I almost called you a flounder. All right, next question. Who is the villain in this movie? Ursula by John Hannaford is correct. And he was rushing. He was rushing because he knew he had to beat censored content, which came in a fraction of a second later than John. So John beat him out on that one. That was amazing. Next one. How do Ariel and Flounder first get into the sunken ship? What do they swim through? Porthole by Frank Lehman is correct. All right, next one. Guys, I lied. In Sebastian's song Under the Sea, the seaweed is what? What is the seaweed? Under the sea. Greener. It's always greener. That's right. That's right. Frank Lehman for a point. I almost wanted to make that my double point. It's always greener. Because I love telling my surfing story that's my grass is always greener on the other side, but it's the waves are always bigger down the beach. Next one. What marine life pulls King Triton's chariot? Seahorses. Did you guys watch the movie? It's dolphins. Joe Pounce for a point. Seahorses. What? Which movie did you guys watch? Seahorses? Come on. All right, next one. All right, this one's gonna throw you. This one's gonna. If there's any question out of all these, I think this is gonna be the one that's gonna throw you guys. This one is not gonna be so easy for you guys because you're gonna have to do some research here. Are you ready? You guys better be ready to get your phone out here because you're probably not gonna get this one. What is the Hebrew meaning for Ariel? What is the Hebrew meaning for Ariel? Lion of God by Frank Lehman is correct. That is correct. Lion of God. Wait, Frank Lehman. Point. Wow. Impressive. Very impressive. During Prince Eric's birthday celebration, who on the ship notices Ariel? Bitchy teen. Max is correct by censored content. Bitchy teen, that's pretty funny though. All right. Guys, it's gonna be too easy. It's gonna be really simple. I don't even feel like giving you 2 points for this because it's not even worth it. But you guys go ahead and start throwing in those final answers here. Let them rip. And I know somebody's gonna get here in like less than 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody got it. Oh, just in the I think maybe the buzzer didn't even quite ring. Andrew Francis for 2 points. Dinglehopper is correct. Andrew, let me write you down here. You get the award for being in my head today, sir. Dingle hopper. My grandma, I got to tell you guys a little story. My grandma, she used to do this all the time, and I think she would say dingle hopper if I'm remembering correctly, or she would say, I don't know, I think it was dingle hopper is what she used. And this is before the whole Little Mermaid thing, so she was ahead of her time. But she would drive up to people in her Buick. I don't know what year it was, 1970 something Buick. And she'd drive up to people at a red light. She would roll down her automatic windows with me sitting in the passenger side. And she would say, "Your dingle hopper's hanging from the back of your car." And then she would roll up the window and she would start driving away as the light turned green. And those people would stop, pull over their car, and we'd see it in the rearview mirrors. And they would get out of their car and they'd start looking underneath their car, looking to see what was underneath their car, because they had no idea what a dingle hopper was. And that was my grandma. She was a real prankster. She was funny. I really enjoyed her. She was a cool person. She was awesome. Oh man, she did a mean one time though. I won't dare tell you guys that one. I'll get shunned just for knowing her. I can't tell you guys this story. It was rough. I was like, "Ooh, you can't say that, Grandma." It was like, "Yeah, no." In my state, lots of men remove their dingle hopper these days. All right, let me add up these points here for you guys real quick and let you know who's who on the list of who for this week here. CC adding your points to what you have currently. Congratulations on your additional points for this week. Joe Pounce, congratulations on your first points for this week. And John Hannaford, congratulations on adding to your points for this week. Frank Lehman, congratulations on adding to your points for this week. And Andrew Francis, wait a minute, why do I feel like I'm missing points? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's right. Okay. I just don't have very many. It doesn't seem like I have very many points today. So Andrew Francis. I'm saying that last name wrong. I just know it. 2 points. All right. Congratulations on your first point of the week, Andrew. Coming in third place. Believe it or not, guys. I know this is going to be really difficult to believe, especially when it's rigged. But we are reigning champion for the week with 4 points. Believe it or not. I have a feeling he's going to come back a little bit stronger tomorrow. He's not going to hold out on you guys on Twilight. He's like, "You don't understand, Casey. You're telling me that I lose a man card for Little Mermaid, but I'm okay on Twilight? Yeah, you'll be just fine. Censored content on Twilight. Answer away, buddy. Answer away." Because actually, that's it's not winning. It's Reservoir Dog. I almost said Dwogs. It's Reservoir Dogs tomorrow, so you'll be okay. Don't you worry too much. Third place is censored content. Second place for this week is Frank Lehman with 5 points, and coming in first so far. Thank God. Dwogs. Coming in first place for this week. Drum roll. Jared Hutto with 7 points for this week. Congratulations, Jared. You are leading out the week here. You got a little bit to live up to. Frank and censored content are right on your tail. Preacher says, to the few of you who voted Rounders, much love. I've been waiting for that one for so long. I want Rounders to get it. That's my movie. I want to do that one, and it's not getting any love at all. But that's all right. That's all right. Let's see here. The Lucas is. Do you remember when I did the poll on when would people prefer to buy? Would they prefer to buy when the price is moving up? Would you prefer to buy when the price is moving down? Or would you prefer to buy when the price is flatlined? And overwhelmingly, flatlined was the least voted option. And so my suggestion to you is that in order to reduce the amount of volume, when volume is a problem, because we know volume is usually a good thing, right? To reduce the amount of volume, they trade the price sideways to discourage buying. So that's the answer, I think, to what it is you're looking for. Hmm. Yucca, weren't you an ambassador to picking movies? I think you might have been. I think you were an ambassador to picking movies, and that wasn't one of your choices, sir. I always struggle with this. Is it Jesus or is it Jesus? I always don't know which way to say it because I feel like it's disrespectful to say Jesus. So it's like I feel like I'm supposed to say Jesus, but I feel like if I say Jesus and you're like, no, dude, it's freaking Jesus, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know anymore. It's like I don't want to piss people off, you know. It's like, is it Jesus or Jesus? Which one is it? Actually, I went to school. I went to school with a guy, and his name was Jesus, and he went by George. So I don't know which. Sorry. Whatever you want to call me. All right, man. I love that. I love it. That's how I like it too, man. Just call me. Just call me whatever you want me to call you. I love that attitude. That's the best attitude possible. It doesn't matter when you buy. It's so manipulating people on your on our blind to see what's really going on. Um, yeah. Just call me what you want me to call you. I don't care. Just say my name. Oh man. It's kind of ridiculous how there's no halts in pre-market and after hours, and they specifically put out the news during the time to get maximum effect. If it wasn't for the halt, we would have been back at 5 this morning. Yeah, it's all right, man. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. Don't stress out. We'll be all right. I love, I love it. I love. Actually, I think he didn't go by. Did he go by Jorge or George? I'm trying to remember. I went to school with a guy. His name was technically Jesus, but he didn't like that, so he went by George. But then sometimes people were calling him Jorge, and then when people called him Jorge, he would always say, "I'm gonna kick your ass." And I never understood why that was. I never understood what the deal was with the whole like "I'm gonna kick your ass" for calling me Jorge. But he wanted to be called George. And I was like, what's going on here? I was so confused. I didn't understand what was going on. What just happened right there? We got a bunch of messages. Can I talk? Yes, you can talk. I guess I can. Selling puts at 250 a bad idea, AMC. Well, so somebody silenced him. I don't even know who silenced him, but it's okay to ask questions, but I'm not going to be able to give you financial advice, unfortunately. But you can talk. 0786. Aha. Is he gone? Hold on a second. Let's see. He is gone. Wow. He did leave almost instantly. Wow. That was quick. No, not you, Jesus. The 0786 guy. 0786. Aha. I feel like I'm supposed to recognize that number. What does that number have to do with 0786? 0786. I don't know what that is. What the hell? I feel like I need I don't know. Let me plug in my numbers on the chart again here real quick, guys. This alcohol is hitting hard today. I don't think did I have lunch? I didn't eat lunch today. That's why. AMC's price is at 3.885. Ape is at 1.665. Our market cap gain loss is down 381 million, almost 382. A little bit of a spread there, but I just want to remind you guys that yesterday night it was more like somewhere between 5 and 600, depending on when you looked at it. So they're still trying to balance out the price here, and I think market cap being down a little bit right now is still okay. Give it about a day or two, and this might kind of average out a little bit here, a little bit better, closer to that maybe like 4 to 2 range. But I imagine they'll be trying to short the price down as they do this as well. Yeah, and it's only going to just random numbers, probably. Nana Ape, as far as a lot of shills today, they're probably only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. Ding, ding, dong, dong. Congratulations. Do you know? I'm not even going to delete it. I'm not even going to delete it. Just let it sit there. Do you know by what date the shares must be owned in order to receive the extra shares? Last Friday. I'm going to tell you guys a story. It's probably gonna make my wife look a little bit bad here, but she's a saint. Do you guys remember when Trump and I'm just throwing this story out there, I don't know why, but I am for some strange reason or another. It's alcohol. Do you guys remember when Trump had the whole grab her by the you know what, the P word? Do you remember that when that came out? It was before he when he was running for office, before he won the elections. When that happened, I went to my wife and I said, "Oh my gosh, did you hear what Trump said?" And she's like, "No, what did he say?" And I said, "Oh, you haven't heard? He said, grab him by the yeah." And I said it. I said it right to her. I said it just like he said, like he said it. Yeah, the P word, the P word. And I said, he said it. He said it just like that. It was like right on the recording and everything. And she's like, since when did guys not say stuff like that? And I was like, really? You're okay with that? And she's like, well, guys are guys. That's what they say. They say crap all the time like that. It's not like I wouldn't expect anybody to say something any different. And you know what? It really kind of it made me sad but happy in a weird kind of way. Part of me was happy about the fact that women understand that men are going to be men. Men are just men. They are what they are, right? And the other part of it was made me sad was that men are men because they are the way they are, and they're always going to just be pigs, and it is what it is. And there's always going to be that locker room. I don't particularly think that's cool, in my opinion. But Nana says women talk just as bad. That's exactly what my wife said, Nana. She said the same thing. And I thought it was really interesting because it kind of gave me an insight to the other side of the male-female world. And I don't know, man. It really kind of threw me for a loop because I was just kind of sitting there. I thought for sure she was going to freak out when she heard that. I thought for sure she'd be like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you said that. What a crazy, awful thing to say. How disrespectful to women that is." And all she said was, "I've heard worse." That was like her general attitude was and she and let me preface this with she doesn't have a political party. She's not pro-Republican. She's not pro-Democrat. She's not anybody. She's literally one of those kind of people who is neither one side or the other at all. And to hear her say that, it it was so confusing for me. So confusing. I felt so unsure of like where I stood on hearing what it was that he had said. And I don't know. I'm not sitting here trying to tell you that what he's done or what he hasn't done is okay or not okay. All I'm trying to tell you is that I don't have this world figured out. I don't have this world figured out. Some of us don't have this world figured out. Some of us live in a world of things where things happen that we choose to just turn our head the other way and say, that's not really happening. I don't want to believe it's happening, or it is happening, and we don't care. But it's happening. I am a Republican, Lucas. I am. But I don't know, man. It threw me for a loop. I thought for sure she would just be like anti-Trump after I heard what it was that he had said, and I repeated it to her. So I don't know. Some people don't like him. Some people do like him. I don't really care. I'm kind of with her. I'm ready for somebody else who's going to actually lead the country instead of. I'm just ready for somebody who's going to lead the country. Period. One way or the other. We don't have one of those. We haven't had one of those for quite a while. Yucko says, chauvinist pig. Didn't I tell you guys that story one time? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I told you guys that story one time. Chauvinist pig. Yep. You got me. Alan West needs to run. You know who I wanted to see run? I'm forgetting her name now off the top of my head. Hold on a second. Give me a second. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. Man, why can't I remember what her name was? She served under President Bush. She served under President Bush, and I can't think of what her name is off the top of my head. I can't remember what her position was. Gosh darn it. Why can't I remember what her name is? Not Powell. I actually did want Powell to run one time, but then I started talking about Rice. Andalisa Rice. All I needed was the last name. Thank you, ABC. Andalisa Rice. I wanted to see Andalisa Rice run for office. I really wanted to see her run for office. I think she would make an Condoleezza. What did I say? I said Andalisa. Condoleezza. Thank you. Condoleezza Rice is who I wanted to see run for president. I don't know what the hell she's doing. I don't know why she's hiding or where she's at, but she needs to run for office so bad. I can't even. I really want to see Condoleezza Rice run for office. I really, really do. I would vote for her in a heartbeat. But I don't know where she went. She just kind of disappeared. Sam says she's a war criminal. Smack my head. I mean, I know where you're going with that, but She didn't make the decisions. All she had to do was back it. So I don't know, man. Candace Owens, Arthur says, she's all right. I like Condoleezza Rice a little bit better. She was part of making up the WMDs, but was she really, or was she just basically spitting out what she was told to say? I mean, you got to recognize that some people are just told to say something, and that's what they do. That's what their job is. They just do what they're told. Right or wrong. I don't know. I still kind of want her. I still kind of liked her. I don't know. I liked her. She was awesome. I thought she did a good job at what she did. I thought she wasn't afraid to stand up to people, say it like she saw it, and that's how I saw her. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, doesn't really matter what I think, because it's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And go see a movie, for crying out loud. This is, after all, what we're here to support is AMC. There is something called A-List. Look it up. See what it's about. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, scoop, GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Hey, when you listen to the song today, it sounds like he's saying AMC. Listen.
And we have a go for
listen
auto
real carefully.
Start. Discovery's onboard
the dude's saying AMC. Alice Cooper. He's saying AMC.
Critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Lines form on my face and hands. Lines form from the ups and downs. I'm in the middle without any plans. I'm a boy and I'm a man. I'm 18 and I don't know what I want. 18, I just don't know what I want. 18, I gotta get away. I've gotta get out of this place. I'll go running in outer space again. I've got a baby's brain and an old man's heart. Took 18 years to get this far. Don't always know what I'm talking about. Feels like I'm living in the middle of doubt. 'Cause I'm 18, I get confused every day. 18, I just don't know what to say. 18, I gotta get away. Lines form on my face and my hands. Lines form on the left and right. I'm in the middle of life. I'm a boy and I'm a man. I'm 18 and I like it. Yes, I like it. Oh, I like it, love it, like it, love it. 18, 18, 18, 18, and I like it.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These 'cause Ape's got your back. We got each other, all we do is we buy